tournament so far has been absolutely insane, and I'm so hyped to get into this next game because Kaboom versus the Direwolves is going to be a big one.
I think coming in, I had Kaboom as actually pegged as a pretty strong team. This group obviously pretty tough with Supermassive looking so good, but they've shown a lot. Their finals was close, but they did show kind of a vast array of strategies and a lot of strength across the Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when you have a look at Kaboom, they're one of the few teams that will be able to play through the very heavy split push threat from Xantans up there, but also the fact that, you know, they've got some young superstars, and this is a team that has been able to grow very rapidly, and I expect international tournament to accelerate that growth.
On the Direwolves side, of course, we've kind of seen them struggle here and there, trying to kind of re-up and improve on their performances from previous tournaments, but we'll see what the draft has in store. Gangplank banned on Kaboom's side, and kind of expected ban on the red side. There's Camille away from Chippies.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is two bans that we'll see a lot. Chippies obviously didn't have the best game one, kind of agree with the desk there that he had some nerves, but this is a player that won the MVP of the OPL, was by out and out the best top laner within the region, and I think that those two bans are pretty stock standard because nothing else on the Direwolves lineup strikes me as something that you have to hit. Maybe you take away Alistar, deal with it from Cupcake, but the rest of the team plays very generic champion picks.
There's Ezreal actually banned by Direwolves away from Chitan, who's been incredible on that pick in his finals. There's Karma though banned away. Again, hasn't seen much success yet, but presence has been very high, and it's kind of something that everyone knows is very good.
Yeah, and that's what we have to do. We can't go with the champions that are only getting the wins, because Karma's being seen, you know, nearly 100 right now. Kai'Sa as well as Rakan in the exact same positions, and these champions, they're getting picked for a reason. It means scrims are going well, and I love the fact that already we're going to see one of our first Morganas actually of the tournament is starting to rise in that success category.
With the Khan being banned, kind of makes sense as the first pick here for Kaboom. Kind of mulling over their next few picks, though. Caitlyn kind of jumps out, but they've already grabbed Jin. There's their Alistar, though, for Cupcake.
And this that the Direwolves did within the OPL to such great success is they picked a long-range AD carry plus the Alistar, not for the aggression, but for the ability to withstand ganks. He can go forward, pop that ultimate, and get out easily, whereas if you're going something a little bit more squishy, it becomes difficult. However, I would love to see a range support taken into this and really try and bully the lane due to the lack of wave clear early and the fact that, you know, he is going to.
Well, there's Caitlyn, kind of the expected pick to pair in with Morgana, so they'll take that and one more here on this side of the draft.
Yeah, exactly right. Caitlyn, another one of those champions just so safe to take early on in the draft. Actually use those traps to great effect throughout the game, sets up sieges, and Kaboom is one of those teams that is all about the Baron buff. And Caitlyn plus Baron buff kind of means that the game closes out relatively quickly. Give her a black shield as well as some peel.
Yep, Trundle going to help out there, been one of the most picked junglers so far in the tournament and recently given it success in a lot of these teams' finals. Tom Kent, probably not the pick here for the see what Triple wants to pick here for the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely not. Maybe flashing some champions they can play, but I think that what we're seeing already is, you know, CC core, which means they can go through for some more threats.
And I like this from Shermfire, going to take Graves, who got some recent buffs, going to move himself into the jungle as we move into ban phase 2 on away.
Yeah, and Shern as a player is kind of an enigma. He says he has these things called animal instincts. He plays off feel, not off, you know, mathematical timings and things like that. And I think that what something like Graves does is going to allow him to stay healthy and invade. And I think that's a play style that the Direwolves need, because they need somewhere. Bottom lane wasn't able to generate it. Chippies didn't have a great game one. So maybe on this pick, Shern can put the jungle on farm and then try and start relieving some pressure from the rest of the map.
I mean, he'll play tank stuff if he has to. Yes, but certainly has an aggressive edge to him, as Vlad will get banned here by Kaboom. LeBlanc, though, joining in. Jinkato already showed off on that pick.
Absolutely, and it's a pick that people would not have practice against. Like the Karthus pick that came out yesterday, the LeBlanc is fairly new due to the changes, and if you haven't got practice against it, it's just better to get it off Summoner's Rift.
Taliyah, though, banned away from Triple, one of the more consistent, good picks that he's shown off regionally there in the OPL, so we'll see what King has in store as Dials will get first pick in the phase.
And actually, the OPL as a region has incredibly high priority on Taliyah, just because of the fact that teams mistakes during map rotations, and Taliyah as a pick can punish that so incredibly heavily. I like the fact that they're getting rid of it from Triple, because it is one of those champions that just shoves out a lane and allows him to play a very flexible.
Well, a lot of long-range combo potential here as Zoe gets picked up for Triple. We already saw the LeBlanc as the counter pick there from Jinkato, but of course that's taken away, so gonna have to fall down to something else.
And I'd like to see this come through, because Zoe is one of those champions that has one button. If you can win wall it off,
good button though.
If you can go aggressive, then you can shut her down. All you have to worry about is a sleep trouble bubble, but it's not going to be
Azir instead, I mean, potentially get picked off there, so have to be careful potentially in the mid lane, but a very strong team fighting. Kind of see what they've been building here with likely a tank to round out the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'll talk about it a little bit more in it, but at level 6, this lane can swing heavily for the Azir if you're not careful how you use that portal from Zoe. So we'll see whether Jinkedo is able to get it going. And Gnar, another pick right now. I mean, rounding out the team comp kind of does everything.
Yeah.
Pseudo split pusher, pseudo team fighter. I think this is a solid draft coming out of
Not the maybe kind of big standard tank we would have expected, but I think given that Direwolves, as expected, are going in the top lane, Chippies! He is going to whip it out. Aurelia makes her appearance at MSI.
Absolutely. First one we're going to see, and Chippies was historically the huge Aurelia player of the OPL of come through completely different champions, but the ability to gap close onto Mini Gnar is what made it a counter pick in the first place, and I'm incredibly excited to see it at MSI.
I love the panache from Chippy saying, you know what, I may have had the last game nerve, I think likely got to him as a player that's expected to step up on such a big stage, and he says, don't worry about it, I got Aurelia.
Absolutely, and I mean, hey, if you muck up your gap closes a couple of times because you have to shoot it at walls, a little bit of a skill shot, just on going, just start mashing Q. You get to max it out as well. But this is a very aggressive, skirmish, heavy lineup coming out of the Direwolves. They need to get this rolling. If they fall behind, this could be a very...
Talk about, you know, kind of late game carries being good insurance policies for teams. Kaboom have two big ones in the mid and bot lane, so going to be a fun one here. Direwolves already showed some of that cheekiness in their first level 2 gank from Shern. Graves and Co can get very aggressive in here. We'll see exactly what happens, but oh man, we kind of wondered where we're going to see Aurelia. We know Chippies has the history. I'm so happy he's bringing.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is kind of fitting that it is in this matchup. Brazil versus Oceania has always been one of those friendly rivalries back from when INTZ versus the Chiefs was a standard at the IW. I mean, 2 new teams coming out here. In fact, Kaboom actually beat out that historic INTZ roster, of course, now keyed to make it to this MSI, and I'm so incredibly excited to see the trend of Oceania beating Brazil continues.
It's been a big history as well for Kaboom. People remember, of course, from years ago, some of their appearances at Worlds, but their actual regional success has not been really seen before. This is a team that had to rebuild.
Yeah, exactly. A year ago, this is a team that was facing relegation, actually fell down into that secondary league, rebuilt around, you know, their top laner, 80 carry, as well as their new support, and since then have the strength.
Well, here we are. A big MSI logo looms over Summoner's Rift as CBLOL versus OPL will clash once again on an international stage.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, just a fan out, nothing aggressive. You know, the first day that you get to play in these groups, you just want to be able to pick up those 2 wins because it means you have a shot. If you fall down the 0-3 or the 1-2, it makes coming back much harder. And we'll see whether the Direwolves are able to get that first win or whether Kaboom continued that success.
Yep. Again, think about yesterday. Gambit sitting atop 3-0 with a great shot to claim the only slot available for playing best of 5s. So every win certainly counts. We've seen a lot of upsets in this matchup before. So we'll have to see what happens. But again, Direwolves keeping a lot more relaxed. Looks like Shern will start red buff here. Down towards the bottom and attack Cheetan and Riev, who've been a big strength for this team so far.
Not only that, starting at red means that if you do find the jungler early, you're able to continue that fight. Complete footwork, he's going to stay incredibly healthy. Immediately mid lane is just going to be around wave priority. And you can see this is a strange use of blue buff, trying to get some rage potentially.
Xanten just does a couple of hits, perhaps a fake leaf potentially as well. So kind of interesting, but we'll see if it affects the lane too much. Top laners will make it at around the same time. And Ranger now going to clear out that 1 buff and actually...
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to see Aurelia dash around. First time we're seeing you, Aurelia. Of course, no more targeted stun. That's now, you know, a line skill shot that you have to set up. Actually missed a creep there, Chippies. We're going to see a very... Ooh, actually... cheeky pastry.
Very. I mean, this is kind of what happened on the other side for Direwolves there. Level 2 red buff gank. Chippy so early to get to this one. He's going to get pillared. Probably going to be forced to flash. Does flash away. Boomerang going to slow, but just a bit of action again.
Yeah, I mean, that's really cute coming out. And I mean, Shernfire is looking to actually return the favor potentially. However, very nice play out of Jinkedo. He knows that his jungle is shown, so we'll play safely.
Yeah, it looks like Shern is going to move. Okay, though the combo does land in. A bit of a root, but Cheetan trades very well there versus King. Still the Jin getting aggressive as the 4 shot charged up. Jukes that next trap. We're going to run out soon and just fires the bullet into a creep.
Yeah. Once again, Shern looking for this mid lane.
Slow there on the red buff. Going to go into the line for a bit of bounce back damage. Jinkedo though dodges out with the EQ, but low on mana now for Azir.
And I think Shern has actually made a mistake here. He spent so much time around that mid lane. He should be using it to get a tempo advantage. Graves with that red smite, with some boots too, is going to be able to run into the jungle of the Trundle and be able to bully him out. Instead, he wasted all that Ranger invested top lane to try and get a gank off, and it just did not work.
Good moves from Chippy, but could still be in trouble. Ranger's going to revisit Chippy's now. No flash to speak of. Xantins into mini farm. Chippy's going to have to buy time for Ward does go down. Chippies gets pilled up, but he walks into the next bit of brush. Channels that W. Needs to try and reduce some of the damage. Maybe he has a creep to get to with the stun. He's going to try and look for it still. Dances around and can't do it. Ranger grabs first blood.
Just perfect play out of Ranger. Revisit the top lane. Continue to keep the carry down. We know that if Nah gets himself that cleaver, gets himself the frozen mallet, we'll be able to abuse that melee rat. And that was a one area of the map. We said Direwolves had a potential shot of winning.
Well, TP back in for Chippies, but gonna have to just collect this CS and kind of lick his wounds after that. You said Shern couldn't really get any other things taken. Did take the Raptor, but a great regank again from Ranger.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the fact that Xantins is just continually pushing him back towards his side of the lane, you know, forcing him towards the top side, not towards the turret. That Ranger does come in whilst level 2 is able to use that pillar, which is just such a big slow if he can not get off it, and Chippies does ultimately fall down.
Yeah, not a whole lot left he can do. Next stun misses, tries to, I think, buy some time, but go down. Ranger able to get the kill.
The one good thing I will point out was the fact that because the lane was pushing into Chippies, he got a teleport, he was able to reset the wave. Now we'll get a second shop off. So the deficit right now will not be all that meaningful. You can see about 800 gold for the Kindle gen. If Chippies goes back and grabs himself a Ruby Crystal, sure, he'll be down 150 gold, but that's not spent yet.
Yep, you can see he goes back to Longsword, just going to walk back to lane. That control ward also to try and help scout out future visits from Ranger, but bot side pushing in here for the Direwolves, but he runs into everything. The trap follows and King so low.
I mean, I actually don't know how that hit. Looked like King was behind a creep, but you know, Morgana binds, we don't really understand how they work. They go forever. Very nicely done by Riev down there in the bottom lane. Back. And this is why Direwolves were under such pressure in Game 1 pastry time. Remember that 8-minute turret that went down? I mean, they cannot afford to have that happen again.
No, not at all, especially with the kind of lane they have picked here to get aggressive. Ignite, of course, on Cupcake side versus the Exhaust for Riev. So different philosophies here as the pressure will remount back towards. Binding misses on Cupcake, but tower damage is kind of what they want. Instead, they'll take the recall.
Yeah. Trying to do is make sure that Cupcake couldn't pull the wave, hold it off turret, and get a freeze going for his 80 carry. Now they get to carry that CES advantage into their reset, and because Cupcake's now holding the wave, potentially it can stack up.
In the picture-in-picture, what a beautiful use of the hitbox there.
I mean, that's very nice. Skirting around the edge of the wall, throwing it from Fog of War, and one more time we're going to see some more aggression out of Ranger right now. Kaboom's jungler is just picking on Chippy.
Chippy's new best friend is back in the top side. Mininar is there, going to try and channel it out. They're going to dive the turret, but a good interrupt on the pillar.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Xantins took turret aggro too early there. They're going to go for
Chippies, though, still dancing around, needs to buy some time. Ranger actually can't tank anymore, so dive will be called off. Good evasion there from Chippies.
But it's about what Shern is getting done across the map. You can see right now, has that level up 16 CS, which is 4 camps, so is finally starting to put the farm on and get an advantage for his team.
And this, I think, is where the real money is going to lie. Everyone will descend onto this Infernal Drake triple. Found a heal on the ground, picks it up and burns it for a bit of extra damage and healing. And this will be a trade for Infernal Drake. No Ranger is sitting in that top side still, so the first Drake of this game will go to the Direwolves.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a win. Cupcake got mad at something, pulled the ground then, really know what was going on there. But picking up a Fire Dragon, especially for just giving over a red buff, which, you know, maybe Shern can pick the bottom side of the map, is just a massive win for the Direwolves.
Yeah, just kind of splitting the map at this point with mid looking decent, but despite the CS deficit, is at least building pressure for the Direwolves here, while the top side has certainly gone all wrong early stages.
Certainly has, and it's gone to the point where Chippies feels like he has to get himself, you know, some wave clear, because the wave keeps crashing. With the crash of the wave, he feels like he's in threat of being dove over and over again. As we go in bottom lane.
Okay, bot side combo lands in, coming out from the Flourish, but a defensive binding gonna prevent any follow-up damage there from King. Still trading relatively effectively here in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to use that movement speed, trying to flirt in and out. You can see it's being matched by the boots too. But Swifties are just so quick. And Root actually there, gonna land.
Good
Lucky
feat.
that there wasn't a bind coming out.
Yeah, good feat that time from King. Actually dodged the binding that came out. Like Cupcake, I think, took initiative and stepped on the ward's gonna spot Shern. looking down here in the bot lane. Second one's going to find him as well, and he knows what's up, so he's going to clear these out instead.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see because they backed away, it kind of gave away the fact that there were wards there by the binding, but they will zone them away from the couple of creeps. And I want to say this is what historically has separated the CB Long as well as the TCL from the other regions that are coming through the play-ins, because they have generally better vision control, had much better structure with how they approach things like Baron, things like Dragon, and they're the intangibles. When you watch a game, you don't really get to see, like, why is this devolved? Why has it become a little bit slow? Because information in League of Legends allows you to make plays. And the ability to have information there meant that, if your jungler's on the top side, maybe you can dive a turret. And it's just something that historically these regions have done very well.
We'll see if they can catch up. Certainly, again, had a good first outing here for Kaboom, but Dial's holding on nicely. Gold is pretty even, still a 400 gold lead or so, as the line stun is going to miss for Chippy. He's looking for that reset, has the Vanguard to use, but Xanten's going to get some free trading in here.
Yeah, that's really sloppy out of Chippies. He's going to get very chunked out due to that. Need to be able to commit all in if you want to go for it with Aurelia. Mucks it up, and that bubble misses as well.
Just short there from Triple. Jinkato knowing the range quite well. Shern's actually mid lane looking for pressure. His Ranger was bot, now recalled, so Chippies is safe from the big wave that was crashing.
Yeah, you see Xanten actually top lane, tries to float some pressure down, gets a nice deep ward because he knows right now he is dominating this lane and he does not want jungle impact. He wants it to stay in the 1v1, and Chippies is just praying someone can bail him out.
Yep, 50. Yes, only a refillable potion and a ruby crystal for Chippies.
Oh, this is dangerous out of Shern. He is shopping in a dangerous area.
Good far forward, good flash, but he's going to get scooped back by the Nuff. Tries to burn the ult to make it a little more distance, but Chippies saving Vanguard and Jabba, they flash out. A Triple also going to look to roam up. Chippies looking for the resets onto Xantens, but doesn't quite have enough as Aurelia is going to get low still. Goes back in. Chippies finds a reset for Jinkato. He's roamed up as well. Chippies, he wants it. He's going to take it. Xantens gets one, but it's probably going to pay for it. Goes drafting. Cupcake's here as well. Look for the line, so Chippies misses it for Ranger. Going to get low. Triple. Can't get him, but Cupcake goes back in. Ignite is down. There's the double kill. Maybe going to make some. Jinkato barely flashes out under the turret.
And this is exactly what we talk about when we talk about the OPL. Scrappy team fights, getting multiple people around the map. Cupcakes roam up, saves that gank, and somehow Wolves turn it around to a 2-1.
Moby Boots gets him there barely in time, as Chippies will finally get the salvation he was praying for after that early game.
Yeah, but we saw the best and the worst of the Direwolves there. Shern goes for a good invade, just a little bit of a brain fade, just backs in vision, not able to get out of there. And I mean, at the same time, then the collapse from the rest of his team to... I mean, that was just so successful. I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about. If you're going to go for this invade, it takes you not all that much time to walk back out of the jungle, slide over the wall. Instead, he gives over a kill. But the fact that already they're seeing the Alistar with those Moby boots run through mid lane and make it to this play, that is huge from Cupcake.
Yep, Triple gets caught, roams back up, and this is somehow a turnaround.
Absolutely, I mean, the ability to go forward. Meanwhile, bottom lane, however, Bind does land.
Yeah, feet caught for the binding. Shermfire going to have to try and turn it back around. King is there, but not quite in range as Ranger will descend here. Flash ult, Rio looking to make it good. Caught up, and he gets over the top of the wall, just barely. Cupcake, nice double pole Shern. He's going to have to book it. Cupcake, but the ulti ticking runs away.
And I said this, very nice Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land.
Triple looks for it, gets a massive fighting the stun. Shern back at the top of the end of the line. Jimbo's going to try and stun, but another binding gives Chitan the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Chitan comes up clutch. Heal is there, goes in, saves his teammate to turn that play as well. Meanwhile, King's still looking for some damage here.
Yep, trading back pretty decent here between the two carries, both with a BF sword. King with a bit extra on top of that.
All right, so let's take a breath. I mean, there's a lot of action right now. Dragon is going to come back up. It's going to be another Infernal, so I think that whilst we will get a brief respite, maybe some shops coming out now to be ready for that pickup. I mean, you can see that the ability for Cupcake to play negatively, another Sleepy Trouble Bubble land, just does so much damage.
Triple commits, he's pretty low. He's like, I think this will trade well as Cupcake roaming again, has a flash. Jinkato knows sums, that gets out with the EQ.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I was going to say, the Cupcake did not go aggressive with a headbutt pole. He stood on his jungler, got the two-man pole, got the stun afterwards. Actually saves Shern here. I mean, you can see this is a nice bind, but he holds all of his... And, I mean, this looks completely horrible. They're getting cut off. King's not yet rotating. Very nice flash forward out of Riev. That's the aggressive play we like to see. Gets over the wall, holds his spells. Very big two-man pole. Very good. And they should be out. Then all of a sudden, Shern, Animal Instincts, kick back in, is like, you know what, we can get this going, we can go back over the wall, misses his spells, and Chitan here saving Riev a move speed boost, able to pick up the kill and turn that fight in his team's favor.
Nicely played there from Kaboom, but the Drake will be started by Direwolves. 4 men onto this Infernal.
And I mean, right now, Azir is, so it should be there. However, Teleport is up and available. See whether they actually choose to fight this one. It is so low. Cancel, actually.
I think Chippy's just found the stun, and now they're going to go in for the team fight, perhaps. They're going to go over. Drake goes to King. But now Ranger going to get comboed down. Cupcake finds the stun on the auto attack, but no follow-up is there.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see ultimates were already burnt. King did not have his available. Chippy's the real MVP, stopping that teleport. That is now 2 Fire Dragons to the Direwolf. And with Jhin, with Zoe, that's massive.
Yeah, again, trying to make up for the Azir Caitlyn, perhaps certainly a big push of power as the game continues on. Shern is going to hang out and do some love taps there.
He just wanted to push the lane. That's all it's about. I mean, you have to get a good reset there. Once again, King with the ultimate shipping out Chitan. That's the superstar that we've been talking about. Falling down in CS, and actually this turret now at 13 minutes is in danger of falling.
And tying a pretty big bank of gold unspent, which means that any sort of fight's real tough as Ranger and Jinkato are going to roam down.
Yeah, you got
Oh, Cupcake with a snipe, looks for Rhea. Black Shield's late and King gets the kill. Looking for 2 as he channels that ulti. Snipe is good, looks for another bullet, needs the last one, but gets interrupted by Ranger. Now Cupcake, caught behind enemy lines, is tanking up the gives his life over to Chitan, and King, he's going to walk in for a second kill. It's a disaster for Dials, but King, he will get the trade.
He actually made that a 2-for-2. King flashing forward. It was a mistake, but does manage to equalize. And you see, meanwhile, Chippy's top lane is going to take turret.
I mean, it wasn't pretty, but at least they get something out of the deal. Dial was playing with pretty unbridled aggression here in this game.
Ooh. The hot pastry.
Oh, 2 levels up, and it's so low, it doesn't matter. Shotfire blows up Xanten.
And that is why you do not use gap closers trying to get to an area quicker. Xanten should have been able to escape. Flash available, had the hop, but runs into Shernfire, face checks him, and that will give first turret over.
Yep, Chippy's going to get it, uses the Flawless Duet for a Sheen proc, takes 1 turret, Triple with the pressure, takes 2. As the last order is good with the more sparkles. Triple gets a bubble. No need to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is now a huge advantage for the Direwolves. Not only do they have the scaling Drakes, they have them a 3,000 gold advantage, and Shern has picked himself up a 40 CS lead on Graves. He's just going to absolutely destroy the front line of Kaboom.
Out he goes, he's alone now, 1 for 2. But good early ult from Shern to ensure his safety. And now the third turret's going to fall down. Direwolves fell the outer ring in 15.5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. What a turnaround from the Direwolves. This is, you know, they're not here to necessarily win the tournament. They're here to have a better showing and put Oceania back on the map. And I think with this early game, it is certainly a statement.
Picked an early game comp, or at least early to mid game, have to play it. Done so with aplomb as they look to snowball this lead. We'll watch this one again, though.
Yeah, this was so aggressive from Cupcake because there's 2 members in Fog of War and they've actually already been pinged out. But they still say, no, we can... This pillar out of Ranger actually is the MVP because otherwise they just would have been able to walk away from it. But King continues up the aggression. This flash forward here with the movement speed means if to aggress onto Chitan, who turns around for a kill that was guaranteed, and it costs him his life.
Yep, he wanted the goal. He trades some instead. As Kaboom looking to rotate around the map and stop some of this bleeding. Next Drake will be a mountain, but it's not up for a couple minutes now.
And they're in such a trough. Like, when you're talking about champions like Azir, like Chitan's Caitlyn right now, you're looking at 2-3 items to be relevant. When you have a look at Jhin, to go. Zoe, especially with the utility from that sleepy trouble bubble, is in a very good spot as well. And Aurelia has always been a mid-game carry. At this stage of the game, will split push advantage and will be able to push in to Xanten.
And I think some love for Triple here to kind of complete that picture. Very consistent player, very team-oriented player. Really just as kind of casually pressure his lane a little down and see. Left has room to have been there for his team, which is the role that he's always known for. And so far, so good on the Zoe.
Absolutely. And this is a player that was on, you know, the 5th place team, Avant Gaming, back in the OPL. Everyone kind of, he was the 3rd, 4th best mid laner in the region. They actually gave up the MVP in Fantix to pick up Triple. And this was the split that they went in undefeated. Chippies gets caught a little bit.
Yeah, Ranger still chasing, able to slow him down there with a bite. Chippies does have his flash, but doesn't want to have to use it. Forced to as Ranger burns the ulti, but can't quite chase.
And that's one of those situations that if you continue to chase, your whole Herald Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land.
Yep, does fall asleep the back shield. Oh my goodness, Triple! Proto off the the ground, takes down the Morgana.
And that's what I was saying. If you go onto that play, teleport coming in, they're committing to it.
Yep, Chippy says port. They're actually going to really force hard here in mid lane and do get the Rift Herald that Shern took from all the pressure they'd accrued. Drake up now in a minute 5 as Direwolves on a rampage.
However, they are walking to a bit of trap. No, they're not.
Found another one again. Vanguard's edge misses range with a nice flash, but he's still going to go down to Shernfire. As a backup TP here from Triple. Oh, looks for Titan with the bubble. And instead, King get a miss, a point blank deadly flourish, but Xanted in mini form is still getting chased down. Chippy, he wants it. There's the Jin. Going to try and get the last few bullets. It's just poke for now, though. As dodges that last bullet, but another bubble hits Chiton. So many things for Kaboom to dodge.
What a gameplay coming out of the Direwolves. The decisiveness to go underneath turrets, to drop Rift Heralds. And I mean, this is honestly just one sleepy trouble bubble, and he doesn't get the Black Shield up in time into a crit from Jin. As you said, full range Paddle Star and that Proto Belt.
They throw it all, and that to kill the Morgana. As Chippy's even uses that TP very offensively to guarantee themselves yet another turret. Now he's down in the bot side, split pushing away.
And we saw this build yesterday. Had the ability to pick up Sork Boots plus the Oblivion Orb means that right now, even though Merc Treads are picked up for Jinkedo, everyone else is going to be taking near true damage from this Zoe. And we've already seen that damage is. It's only going to get worse.
Yep, 2 items as well from King and his Jin. So looking good there is a pretty quick Mountain Drake being attempted here by Kaboom. It's so dangerous. They already know they're going to try and get the Drake and get out perhaps, but Direwolves want blood instead. They'll force them off the Drake. They'll blow up Jinkedo just about. They'll take down the Drake as well, and they'll get a kill to top it all off.
Yeah, exactly right. And they are so lucky this was 30 seconds later, because that would have been Baron for the Direwolves. Get the pick on the mid laner, on the jungler, and they are rolling full steam ahead.
Yep, here they go. Direwolves looking to push things down. Going to get it started in the top lane. As Dials really just want more turret. Like you said, that Baron would have been incredible, but another blue buff steal will happen as Triple claims the enemy blue for himself.
Yeah, absolutely, and this has just been the story of the game. Jungler's CS, he's nearly 100 down. This is a flame horizon from the jungle pastry. I mean, this was dangerous because they're trying to use the range advantage over the wall, but that means if ever the hard engage comes, and it was actually on 2 fronts, that you're going to be in big trouble. And I mean, right now, I feel like Kaboom just need to gas off the pedal.
Oh, Triple is just finding these snipes with a bubble. You can see the Ludens and the 2 early pen items working overtime here at this 20-minute mark.
And you look at the team comp, you're like, okay, we've got ourselves an Azir, a Caitlyn. If we farm up, they can't really push into our base. We've got the Azir ultimate. Their range, whilst for poke is good, their actual turret siege isn't great, and they have no way to turret dive at this stage of the game. I really think, take the foot off the pedal, just ensure up. This is the only objective on the map. You realistically cannot give up if you're the Kaboom. Like else, you should just be giving to the Direwolf.
Oh my god, Triple! Great flash, by the way, from Titan, but Chippy's going to find him instead. There's just nothing he can do. King claims the kill!
You can run, but you can't in this lineup. I mean, that was 2 gap closes over a wall, and still somehow it was picked up. And the Direwolves now will look at Baron, Chiton, the star 80 carry not available on the map, and I don't even think they...
Getting blazed down here by the Direwolves. Just dead here. Ranger won't be in the area to do any... Sheddatir, as the Drake goes... Baron, sorry, goes over to Shernfire. And Direwolves now, they've got that siege power they need.
He wanted that so badly, Chippy. You could see behind a dagger, looking to set it up. This turret might fall down. First turret of the game going to be picked up. But you can see pressure in the mid lane, pressure in the top lane. And the Direwolves not looking to relent anytime soon.
Samsons will keep it a little further away from a 10,000 gold lead for the Dials, who are rocking about 8,500 right now. Triple try and even that up as he does good damage to a turret.
And this is the stage of the game. You just... Oh, actually...
1v1? Yeah, you better pull off, buddy. Ranger is going to just sit down as King. Yep, knows that the last bullet's just going to hit a trunk. But, I mean, you can just see how these carries are so vulnerable on the side of Kaboom.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, this is the stage of the game for the Direwolves. You just recall as a unit, set up lanes, or you can just try and solo kill the mid laner, I guess, is the other option that you have available when you're this far ahead. But their 1-3-1 is absolutely huge. And we can see right now that that is what they're going for. The siege onto the turrets. They don't want to take any risk. Get all 3 waves in the right area, and then look to just encroach on Kaboom's territory.
Almost got the turret. Shernfire with smoke screen, but needed one more custom Indian auto to finish that off. Sun turret will not last long as Shern that one. There is a decent amount of unspent gold. Good note there from you, Spawn, on the Direwolf side, but they're really just playing to maximize their Baron pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. They feel like they don't need to spend
Triple! You can't keep doing this to people! Goodbye, Chitan!
That is so gross. Why? He just flashes himself over the trap. He could have just used the portal jump. Apparently wasn't needed, Pastry, and this is one of those games that really devolves so quickly that you can't spot where it went wrong.
Oh, Triple again almost finds a snipey bubble onto a carry. And they're about to get some inhibitor turrets broken. Chippy's working on one in the bot side. Triple's kill also net them the turret there on top, and this turret goes down.
That was so cute. You can see Shern tried to clear out the minions to allow the paddle star to push through there. And now Xantin's, he's just in trouble.
Cake, but just there to support Chippy's. The rest of the walls will come roaring down here to the bot side. Mid-inhib is dead, by the way. Shern gonna have to get away. Once again, burns the ulti for a bit of extra gap close. Jinkato eats the bubble. Triple gonna line it all up, but can't find anything but a Caitlyn who's back for revenge. Good damage there, but probably not enough as Triple, I think, got healed. Yeah, King was like, just to be sure, yeah, I'll use my heal.
Absolutely. At this stage of the game, you do not want to give away a shutdown to the one member that can probably still carry it in the Caitlyn. This game needs to go so much longer if you are a Kaboom fan right now for you to be able to get your way back in. However, if there ever was a team comp that you could stall with, it is going to be Azir Caitlyn.
Yep, certainly so. 12,000 gold ahead is the lead for the Direwolves. Baron will expire in 40 seconds, but they've done the damage. Watch this wonderful play from Triple again.
And this is what I was talking about. Actually, he used the portal jump. So then his play is the correct one. Flashes over the trap line. Quick snap back with the paddle star. Of course, a lot of that damage also transferred to the passive was the other big hit. Shern, what are you doing?
Yeah, getting caught as Baron the answer. He's going to try and take rehab down with him, but Chitan picks up gold. That is not the right place for that to go.
It certainly is not. Now the map is reset. How they still want this fight. Teleport coming in.
Rehab channeling, but there's not really any good spots for him to go. They need to get that Caitlyn out. Rehab is forfeit at this point. Bind trying to protect Caitlyn. Pulling hands out of the portal, but everybody brush. They barely missed the triple kill.
Absolutely. What a great flank coming out of Chippies. If you think we've bought ourselves the respite, we got ourselves the pick, let's farm up, but no, immediate teleport out of Chippies. And now with two members down, especially with it being the bottom lane, they can look to now continue to push in.
And Triple, again, for someone who had a relatively quiet first 10 minutes, really presence be known now. A death cap is almost completed as the carries will continue, and at this point even the front line in threat of being one shot by the Zoe. Not to mention how strong everyone else is. Again, Triple gonna line it up. They gonna channel the Jin ult, pour the shots in. Good pillar again, but this turret will die.
Yeah, exactly right. That threat is enough to just zone, and they continue the fight.
In they go. Chippy's gonna try and make something happen. Vanguard's edge in the back. Actually disabling Azir's pretty sweet, but Cupcake backing in a cover for the inhib. Xantin's still low. Cupcake, he'll sacrifice himself for that inhibitor in top.
Exactly right. They need to disengage. That was a 4v5. It was a bit overzealous, but still a 4,500 gold Baron power play. They picked themselves up. Two inhibitors. They're going to take themselves another Mountain Dragon. Everything right now put on top of 13,000 gold lead. This is just looking sweet for the Oceanic line.
Yeah. This old Ranger gonna try and contest. Shernfire gets it. Is it gonna cost him binding? Not gonna get there. And Ranger actually taking a little too much damage. Shern's got the ulti. Might just get a kill at this point. Look to try and channel it down. He's gonna fight them. He gets a crit with the PD and just kills the Nara in a 1v3.
That was a 1v3, and this is the reason we thought we would see more things like the Graves, like the Nidalee, because you saw the ultimate out of Ranger did diddly squat against there. Normally you see so much health coming back, so much resistances. Well, that's on a tank. When you do it against a damage threat who's got himself a Ghost Blade, a PD, as well as the Berserker's Greaves, not much resistances to Zeal.
Credit to Shern. I think he's from those earlier mishaps perhaps in the early game, but he was like, wait a second, I have a 3 out of Graves in the game. We're on more than 10,000 gold ahead, so just unleashes after taking the Drake. Dials with 4 Drakes, double Mountain, double Infernal, as they try and crack the last few buildings.
And the trend continues. Select your side waves, make sure you're as a unit before you push in here. Looking to fish for some poke. They really are playing this well. A couple of over-aggressive stages, did net a couple of kills, but really, this is a 27-minute game that the Direwolves are now looking to close out.
Yep, inhibit mid, still not up for a little while longer. Top will take a long time at this point with Baron up in a minute. There's even some insurance for the Direwolves if Kaboom can hold on against this siege. Okay, yeah, he goes straight in. With a Hex Flash, trying to go over the wall. Triple, looking for the poke with the Paddle Stars as Chippy's running flank on the top side.
And this is a thing, they have to go soon, because if they do not go, 2 waves of Super Creep's going to be pushing in onto those next. fall down, and it looks like they just do not have a way to get in. Xanten's Mega Nut has popped, and still no window for Kaboom.
Once again, Oceania trying to ruin Brazil's day here in an international. Kaboom look for the last-ditch effort. Sherm burns the ulti once more to get away.
Exactly right. They're just waiting for those creep waves, waiting for them to push in. Combo.
Oh, great Nado from Xanten. They get to into the wall. Cupcake trying to run interference. Jinkara gets it back, but King just takes him down. Chippies with a Vanguard that rips through Xanten's Nah. And Ranger too low. Can't do enough for the Caitlyn. Just doesn't have the damage. King, he did fall, but it's 2v4 with the super creeps piling in.
Absolutely. And at this stage of the games, there are 4 threats from the Direwolves, and they're looking to just click base already onto those Nexus turrets.
Yep, mid goes back. They might as well retake it, as they are going to buy some time waiting for the supers to go through. Chippies is going to give it a couple of shots here, but not really needed. Need to wait.
Yeah, absolutely. They look for the final fight here.
Again, Black Shield on the Caitlyn. Cupcake trying to get in, but Tatum with a great flash. Doesn't actually get out of the way, but still, the damage is there. The Nexus is exposed, and Direwolves are going to take it all the way, evening up their score, and they take down Kaboom.
And that man on your screen, the Oceania AP, had a completely turnaround game.
Hello, welcome to day 2. Okay, to split one of the 2020 OPL. I'm Nick Boy Richardson, and I am potatoless. Tim, go.
Yes, I didn't go to the gaming house today, so unfortunately I don't have your potato for you, but I promise it's real.
For those of you who weren't here yesterday, we spent a lot of the day talking about how Carbon could feed a small family for 6 months based off the produce that is grown wild in the backyard of the gaming house of Team Legacy. I was promised a potato today. The potato was not delivered.
Potato culture.
Potato culture. We'll still never know. Where did we land on that?
I don't think we landed anywhere.
No.
I think we talked about it in I think we talked in circles. On.
Are you ready for another evening of League of Legends?
Yes, very ready, very excited. Hopefully we get some closer games today than yesterday. I think there are a couple coming up that look pretty.
It was a speedy one yesterday. I mean, there weren't many surprises. The only surprise, the real surprises, honestly, came in MPL with the competition in the MPL that wasn't the OPL yesterday. I've got to be honest.
NPL definitely got loose.
It was
yesterday.
There was one point where you forgot where you were.
Yeah.
Where you were was on camera and just loose.
Yes. I have sort of gamer, like the gamer, like the blinkers that horses have. Like as soon as like a headset goes on my head, nothing else exists other than like the game and my Discord. And that's when you see really unruly stuff.
That's fine. In this case, the Discord just happened to have a few thousand people in it. Let's take a look at the games we've got. As Carbon alluded to, we've got some potentially more interesting lineups happening today. Chiefs versus Avant for game number 1. Legacy taking on Order for game 2. Direwolves v Pentanet.gg for game 3. And Gravitas versus Mammoth for game 4. These games, I mean, honestly, I feel like Chiefs versus Avant is the one where I feel the most confident in what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, AV didn't look good yesterday. Done in close to under 20 minutes by Legacy. Chiefs obviously a very good side as well, and they'll be looking to continue bouncing back. After a few weeks, they dispatched Pentanet with relative ease last night, so I think Chiefs will be chomping at the bit for a win, and AV have got a lot of questions. So it'll be a tough game for them.
Yep.
But I think Legacy Order should be a good game.
Yeah.
Pentanet Direwolves should be a good game as well. And then Gravitas Mammoth. Obviously, both of those guys are at the bottom of the ladder, but, you know, relative skill. So it should still make for an interesting matchup.
Absolutely. And as we spoke about yesterday, there was the sort of gelling of Gravitas over the last couple of weeks. And, you know, Mammoth have taken some wins as well. So you're seeing these two teams who have play together as a team and now up against each other beginning to decide where the bottom of the ladder really is.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants the wooden spoon, right? No. Nobody wants to finish at the bottom, and these guys is a matter of pride. Like, obviously, Gauntlet is, I think, I'm not even sure if it's mathematically possible. I don't think it is for either of those teams, but there's certainly a lot of pride on the line, and you know, 7th isn't great, but it's a lot better than 8th.
It is a lot better than 8th, and a lot better than that is the Nick Bag. We're going to be doing a couple of Nick Bag segs, so please send in your questions to Ask Nick Boy at they could be about anything.
You could ask me too.
They could ask you as well, but you can't send it to... wait, does askcarbon@gmail.com exist?
Doesn't go anywhere.
Doesn't go anywhere. So send them to me, but address them to him. They could be... If they're about League of Legends, we really won't read them. So it needs to be about potatoes. It needs to be about...
I might read a LoL one.
Horticulture.
Maybe one.
Really?
I like LoL.
Really?
I mean...
Really? Okay. I don't know if this is the right building to say that. All right, it's time to get into game number 1 for today. Let's take a look at the Chiefs lineup. They brought, I assume that it's the same lineup as always, and I'm correct. DN in the top lane, Croc is your jungler, then it's Claire, Katsuri, and Korea CK rounding it. Coach, Chiefs, strong, dominant, ready to take on Abel.
Yes, for those who didn't watch the Chiefs game yesterday, I want to point out that earring in between Croc and Claire actually belongs to Claire and not Croc. For those at home, you might be like me and assume that it belonged to Croc all this time, but it didn't. It's actually Claire's earring, and he doesn't have just a weird freaky ear.
So Claire has 2 earrings,
Yep.
2 different earrings in this picture.
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe that's the case.
That's what's happening here.
Uh-huh.
And as we established, Croc doesn't have a weird lobe.
No, he doesn't. But what he does have, some really strong jungle pathing.
I was going to say an excellent micro, so...
Yeah, no, he does. He put on a clinic yesterday as well.
He is so good.
He really is. And he's one of those guys who does a lot with a lead. You know what I mean? It's one thing to establish a lead. It's another thing to take over a game. And Croc is the type of player who can take over a game. We saw that yesterday. I think there was a late invade. They late invaded level 1, and then Sully... Sully just crumbled under his pressure. So we'll see whether or not Lisa fares any better. But Croc definitely a higher skilled player.
Alluded to that, Lisa is going to be trying to shut that Croc down, as are the rest of AV. Let's take a look at that lineup. Tim, as you spoke about yesterday, some familiar faces here for you. Yeah,
for me personally, I think 4 out of the 5 guys here have either played for Legacy or been involved in some form. Really great group of guys. Unfortunately, doing a little bit tough in terms of performance at the moment. Coached, of course, by Max. We'll see whether or not they bounce back from yesterday. I think the big one for me is Lisa. I mean, the big ones for me are always jungle. I think Lisa didn't have a bad game necessarily yesterday. It's not like he got blown out in terms of losing skirmishes and then feeding double buffs away. But he really was more or less invisible for the first 10-15 minutes of the game. I think his team was between 5 and 7k gold down. It was like 1 kill to 10 or something like that, and it was 0-0-0. I mean, it's not that he was feeding, but he really wasn't having an impact on the game. And I think if they want to come away with this W, he's going to have a blinder.
And it seems like a team that are not going from strength to strength. They're not learning from a lot of their mistakes. They seem to be on a downward slide a bit.
Yeah.
What do you do in that sort of scenario as a team at this point in the competition? Do you just sort of cut your losses and start focusing on the next one? Or?
I think it's a tough question because, yes, we're in week 8 of Split 1 and there's weeks and then finals. So, yes, we are at the pointy end of this split, but it's a long year. They have a whole preseason ahead of them and then a whole split after that as well. So it's not like it's all doom and gloom. I would say they're definitely a team. Individually, I see the names and I know them from solo queue and I've seen them play on other teams, high performance in the OCS, where I think, these guys, this is a team of guys who has potential, but sometimes what happens is when you have too many, potential players. There's no one to lead them, no one to really
like an
drive
anchor
that.
to
No one really to drive that sort of consistent improvement. And I think that's what we've seen with them. I had high hopes for the AV lineup into this year, but it seems the last 3 or 4 weeks, instead of improving like some of us hoped they would, they're sort of going the other way.
Indeed. And a reminder for those of you who watched yesterday and those of you who haven't, because the ongoing situation in the world right now, all our games are being played online, so we don't have any of the teams in studio. These games are all being played from team houses or respective houses. So if there are technical difficulties, please bear with us as we sort all this out. But yesterday it ran pretty smoothly, so I've definitely jinxed it for today. Let's get into game number 1. It is happening after the Maggers Champ Select.
Well, let's kick it off with the very first game of the day. Avant taking on Chiefs. It's an all-out blue affair, but Avant will definitely try and turn those blues into a far better mood.
Kind of like Bailey on your screen. For some smiles, perhaps, from AV after their performance yesterday. Carbon just hit it, and it like there wasn't a jungler contributing to the team. Physically through things being done on the map. At least it's someone that we're always going to highlight. Lisa was actually someone that we highlighted week 1, day 1, when we discussed rookies to look at. He was my player because, I'm not saying that on that day I was like, he's going to be amazing, but I'm saying you have to look at him because he may be amazing or he may not. He is a solo queue style player. So this has been an interesting couple of weeks to really watch that unfold. And yeah, there has been games where he has definitely been underperforming.
Yeah, and I think that's the integration point that you mentioned of having these fantastic prodigies, these prospects. You highlight the rookie and Lisa. Obviously, you've got Dragu coming into that position as well. Chaz is in a lot of these situations to just sort of pull up a lot of the slack and really try and drive home the point. In games where he's been playing more sort of control support majors, unable to really find the kind of influence that you want out of him.
He's kind of like Prayless for Gravitas, if that makes sense.
In a way.
Like, he's been doing a lot of work to try and keep them in the game.
Yes.
In the game.
Well, there's times he played like the Zillion, right? And that's an ability to try and keep his team online so that he can stay stable, win his lane, and as you say, influence those objectives.
And the reason that I even bring up the both Echo players, right? So they have a similarity in that like they could play the hard carry champions to try and get their team over the line and get the wins, but often it's just to get them something and they still need something else from the rest of it. And that's really a big thing you have to look at here. And I think so far, with the Aphelios as a first pick for Gunkrab, that's a step in the right direction. Alpi is most comfortable with the likes of, the Nautilus, the Engage type champions. He is a fresh style player as well, and with Lisa going towards the Jarvan, I think it's very clear where AV are going directionally with their comp, and that is R buttons.
Oh, absolutely. The first 3 picks really quite reveal that at this stage here, especially if we do locked on in. You got the guaranteed equalizer on top of that Cataclysm to make sure that somebody will fall on down, and that has definitely been the style and the flavor that Avant have brought to this table. I suppose the Chiefs taking a bit of a step back, but definitely sticking with a comfortable champion for Croc, who's definitely flexed his might on that Lee Sin, finding some pretty silky steps when he's jumped across.
Yeah, he's had some pretty good performances on that you mentioned, of course. And with the flexible champion of the Ornn there, we await to see where the Chiefs will choose to go. They have one of those, those solo laners where they could flex some weird champions between the two of them, but not in the do, right? It's not going to be like an Ornn that flexes between roles. It's actually more like a carry champion, like a Diana, that can somehow flex between those roles because they are carry champions. So you'd expect with that Ornn being Chiefs, it will be in the hands of TN unless something drastically changes, and so they prioritize an AD carry instead.
Yeah, I mean, Clay's definitely played this one as well, so definitely keeping it in the mix of Confusion. And Katsuri's going to be incredibly comfortable with this. The AD champions haven't been taken off the board. Yes, Senna retains its high presence, as does Aphelios, but with Misfortune still up there, whenever Katsuri is given one of these two, always finding massive results in lane.
Playing outstandingly this split. The amount of improvement that we've seen from him individually has been phenomenal as well. Adapting to the play style that was required of him on the Chiefs, he's been doing exceptionally. So credit where it's due to Katsuri. Whereas on the other side, you have to see something a little bit more from them. We saw at the very start of the split again from AV some promise through Gun Crab, a lot of jungle focus down in that area, but it doesn't win them the game.
No.
It was giving them leads maybe, and then they were losing those leads as the game progressed. So still left wanting more there.
Could be interesting to see where they turn their attention in this draft. Chiefs have definitely got their eyes set on that top lane and really limiting that of champions that Drag who has at disposal with the Mordekaiser and Aatrox taken away. Flanking options, abilities to make it 4v5.
Thresh and the Blanc bans are curious. It actually makes me think of Bard, and I'm always thinking of Bard, so maybe I should stop. I do think that it becomes suddenly a little bit more viable. Risky, however, because their team composition is so R-button reliant, you could negate your own team. So perhaps not what we're going to see. I actually think that it was a away choice of the Nautilus here by the Chiefs. Not only is Naut MF just a sound duo, but getting rid of the Nautilus from Appy's hands, I think will start to stretch his champion pool.
Yeah, and it's going to result in from here. Obviously going to find a fair chunk of value into the likes of the Ornn as well as the Misfortune. So obvious synergies online, and Draku's going to respond with the strength of the Crocodile Hunter. Going to round out the position with the Renekton. Yeah,
all they were really missing was like an Elise or a Sejuani perhaps to make their composition terrifying through all of the crowd control they put down. Locking in a Renekton can control lane decently well. You have to assume that you were against the Ornn. You know, we assumed that it was going top lane. And now we see the final champion here from the Chiefs of the Sylas.
Yeah.
Again, kind of a flexible champion. If your team definitely play the Sylas, but you've seen the matchups, and you would expect that nothing will shift there, that it will just be the Ornn top lane, stack armor against a Renekton, start to scale into the game really nicely. And Sylas, Rumble, you don't have the magic shield anymore, which used to be a really big thing for why Sylas was a mid laner, but the excess healing means that you are in a pretty good position, at least early still.
Incredible sustain, obviously using capability to be, very sticky on whatever target you choose to. And I suppose the most underrated fact would be that, he's very flexible and he can decide which ultimate he wants to take across from Avant, which are a very, say, heavy R-button composition.
Yeah, so I still think that it was picked mainly because you are like Rumble, right? Like you're functioning as like a melee mid lane champion who has the Rumble ultimate if you come to the fights as well. I've also got mobility and assassination, where the Rumble's not going to be able to do as much after pressing the R button. Laning phase is decent because Rumble's a melee champion. We'll have to use the harpoons to here and there. We'll have to see how it plays out, however, as when you look at both finished team compositions, I think there is a lot of merit in that we'll see team fighting here, unless the early jungle pathing changes the pace of this game.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing. It's Croc versus Lisa. Jungle pathing is probably the most important thing to watch between these teams.
Absolutely. And I think both teams have shown so far that they're not afraid to take skirmishes early as they may be. And we definitely want to see an improvement coming out here from Lisa, to see a bit of proactive attention shown to these lanes to try and get them online. You wonder really where that focus goes to. If he looks to try and revert back to the bot lane to try and help them out, because it's not going to be the easiest Crab and Appy, especially pre-6. Otherwise, does he go towards mid lane and try and allow Chaz to be that roaming threat to contest objectives like Drake and Herald?
Yeah, so I think one of the very influential factors in this game will be Draku versus TN for where they go. Renekton into Ornn, only one of them uses mana. And if you're building mana as TN, then you're not building armor. And so Renekton does still have a decent time. Has the heal on the Q as well.
Yeah.
So I think there's definitely some time to look towards the top side of were AV, whether that is a jungle invade or a gank in top lane, or even just bringing Draku down to try and like 3-man mid lane. These things are possible.
Sure.
And when you look at the mid lane priority, I think it's actually very hard to say who gets it. So I do think that top could trickle down, and there could be an influence from that. But yesterday we saw something from the Chiefs. I think we saw it in 3 of our 4 games. Was a late invade or as jungle steal at level 1. And like the team that is above on the ladder is making that play, and it is always wildly successful and keeps the other team down. So it's very easy to throw plans out the window when things get thrown at you late into the game.
Absolutely. And we will be getting into this game very shortly. Just a slight delay at this stage. We won't be too far away with that one, but just to the point, it was quite interesting to see how these late invades have sort of decided to almost develop later into these weeks and how much success they've been able to find. I suppose really the standout one for me has to be when Miru jumps into the jungle, manages to get a couple of kills, jump out, juke so many members, take summoners as well, and it really framed, I suppose, even more so how strong your early game can be. Levels 1 to 6, you're talking about the Maokai with just the exchange that took place there and how it basically made that matchup so difficult, and in the resulting rotations, so hard to execute.
Yeah, I mean, those late invades, and if I was to even harken back to when I was coaching last year, one of the things that we did was always on level 1 strategies. And the reason that they are so important and like have an influence on the game is because to games on days like this, and you've prepared your first 3 picks in draft, usually at least your first 3 bans into your first rotation of draft, and you've got the strategy there. Things go the way that you have planned, you could actually already sculpt a level 1 play expecting things from your opponents unless they do something crazy. Level 1s can throw early game plans out the window and make it difficult to do your job. So like say in this game, if the game revolves around junglers ganking, AV late invades the enemy red buff, and so they've caused a vertical jungle to happen. If it's vertical jungling, then Croc on Lee Sin can't get there. He can't influence the map or he'll die for it. Your early game strategy, if that's what it was, has completely changed, and now you need to reassess. And that's where like with experience can find ways back into games. But a lot of the lower place teams and a lot of the rookies in teams, like Gravitas, Mammoth, some of AV as well, do struggle to bring it back. Where Wolves, remember with the Legacy lane swap versus them, they somehow almost won that game when they were so far behind with the early game strategy.
And that has to be one of the most sophisticated sort of invades we've seen take place, right? Where it was so meticulous in it. Get in and out of vision, jump into that top tri-bush, get the kill, then go for the second bush, knowing that Chippies is going to proactively come to check and find another kill as a result. So yeah, just to highlight the fact of how much that can influence, but knowing, really what your conditions are to get yourself back into that game. It's interesting me because, Avant, we've always talked about them having this composition that is so strong at level 6, so strong at looking to fight early. When we look at their objective control, haven't all been the strongest when it's come to Drakes or Heralds as a result. So it's interesting to see that parallel of maybe finding successful skirmishes or trying to win those laning phases, but unable to really flesh it out into more.
I think they'll struggle if the game is dead even as well, just because of the way that their opponents want to play. In a game like this, and really any game against the Chiefs, is they'll probably skill check you. And so you have to be able to pass the bar to be able to stay in the game, right? And that's what makes the Chiefs so hard to play against. They're not just fast-paced, but very skirmish-heavy, and they'll take it to you individually. They'll take it to you 2v2, and if you don't match them, or if you shy away from them, and they get a lead, almost impossible to come back into the game.
And we've seen it so many times, right, where priorities 3 lanes, and they're just free roaming, always making the first play, always making things happen on the map. And it feels a little bit dire, especially post 15, when they just hit that button and suddenly the game explodes and there's aces across the board, and your Nexus isn't looking too healthy. So we have to see what Chiefs do today, as Avant feeling comfortable in these composition, feeling comfortable with what they've got if they found a revised version of that.
Yeah, and I think that, the way AV have been drafting in the past couple of weeks is still a good thing. Maybe you can challenge the draft itself. The reason that I say that, though, is because if you draft the same thing 3 weeks in a row, it's because you're not focusing on winning in draft. It's because you're trying to fix something else in your game, right?
Sure.
And it could, during their scrims, they've only played this draft or the closest iteration to that possible, Rumble, mid, Jarvan, jungle, every single game, to really refine what those two can do together, because maybe that's what AV need to win, or they thought it was weak and they want to improve it, and that'll help them win.
And I think it's interesting you highlighting that, because we've had so many situations where coaches have come in and said, look, we're trying to replicate the form we've had in scrims, not always able to find it on stage. Well, given the circumstances we're in right now, these teams are playing from their respective homes or gaming houses.
Yeah.
And, there is a side of you that says, okay, you can feel comfortable, it feels like a scrim. Scrim isn't necessarily always the best thing.
No, teams could be prone to running it down. There's also, and it's hard to quantify, right, the difference that it actually makes being online versus being video, because every individual is different, every team's different, coaches may be different for all we know.
Yeah.
But there is very clearly something that could be said towards, like, maybe they are more relaxed, and maybe that is we can't say for certain.
I'll look forward to seeing what they can bring on to the Rift today. It's game number 1. The first one of the day, Avant taking on Chiefs. Chiefs looking to keep themselves firmly secured at the top of the table. Hot on their heels after yesterday, but with a game in hand, Avant may look to try and disrupt that one and get themselves back on the horse.
And so far, pretty standard as the way this game started. An early ward placed by Katsuri spots RP out. That was really all we saw. Junglers right now have both started red buff respectively. Only one team leashed that, though. And now they move towards buffs. So it's kind of like a handshake clear. No pressure to be seen, no level 1 invades, nothing crazy today.
Nothing at this stage, no. As we look to see both junglers on opposite sides of the map right now. Going to find a very desirable trade as Conqueror gets fully stacked on through mid.
Yeah, and a lot of this mid lane, while we are looking at it, is we're not looking at it anymore as a hook hits bottom.
We're not, because a beautiful hook gets landed there by CK.
So the reason that this lane is interesting is if Silas hits Q2 now, so like the aftershock of his Q, it does ridiculous damage. And I think that, you know, that's also Conqueror procs, and suddenly you're seeing opportunities to fight in right now, potentially.
Yeah, hold the phone because the flash comes in. Or actually, no, it's just going to be the standard EQ combo. No flash used by Claire, respects it, says I won't burn it. That's a nice first blood for Avant.
Yeah, against the Jarvan, if he flashes, then he won't really be able to trade aggressively forwards. A lot of Silas's trade patterns come from using that dash, using that E. So he's going to save the flash to get out if he's to come back. Chaz also still had the hit. They had the flash themselves to follow through. So just knows that he's dead there, Claire. Nice little gank from AV. And well, comparing yesterday and today, already different.
Already a complete turnaround from today with the presence and just the on that map, different junglers in different places. But they highlight the fact that we've talked about, you know, Chaz is such a strong member on this roster, so to get him online and make sure that Rumble was a threat, already a great start.
Lee Sin hits the Q. He's actually going to follow that one through because he has the Silas nearby. Rumble's here, however, they're on.
Indeed, it's going to be a 2v2. Top laner's going to rotate through and down as well. Flash goes out, Croc goes down. Lisa finds him. Kill under his score. He's going to run away for the meantime. He doesn't fall on down. Gets the rune heal. And Dragku now picks up a kill too.
Yeah, and Dragku gets down here. That's the thing, you know, you've got priority in top lane, or at least you have first move. You have your mid laner here to help you, even though he's a little bit late. He's still on time for the fight. And they choose to go forwards, go aggressively. And it's detail, you know. Croc thought that it was a 2v1, which is why he follows that Q through. But at the same time, if Lee Sin's starting the fight off with his Q, Jarvan now has free ability to hit him back to win that trade in the 1v1. And you can see the difference that it makes here for AV. They draft and play how they have drafted. And suddenly it's 3-0.
Well, look what this has just allowed AV to do. They've had the ability to have Chaz just roam around, get some vision down towards top wolves, and blue buff as well, deny that blast code, and just really make sure that when he's here, he is fairly, you know, as you say, a complete turnaround from yesterday. This is the Avant we've wanted to see for a few weeks now.
And I do think there is a fundamental flaw in a lot of play styles that teams tend to... It's something that a lot of teams are aware of and they do try to fix, but you could have those tendencies, like I spoke about yesterday, order to split push perhaps.
Sure.
And if you draft like a team fighting team and you split push, that's very difficult to win the game. And I think AV are playing like their composition wants them to, at least 5 minutes into this one. Not to say the Chiefs are out of it.
Croc's waiting for it. Chaz does have Flash, bear in mind, but both of the Chiefs members do not. The chains will not land, and once again, Jarvan rocks on up. No, he just needed an ignite, and Lisa, he's having a fantastic time in this mid lane. He's found the option, he's found the window. And he is executing every single time.
He is having an absolute blind and he is everywhere that he needs to be. Just completely tracking Croc down to a T and timing. Whether he was even meant to be there in mid lane or was just crossing through on his jungle clear, it doesn't matter for us. They're getting the kills. Now they're getting the objectives. Bot has priority. They're really set up to make this a brilliant game.
This is insane. A 20 CS difference in the bot lane for Avant as well, so lane winning. And they are winning at a fairly high rate. You can see the amount of items now that Lisa's got online, given that he's got full kill participation. A lot of resources in his arsenal to influence the rest of this map.
And we're really seeing the Chiefs challenged here. You know, we have seen in the past Chiefs games where Claire has been 1-5 because he is very good at playing for the team. We've seen it on the likes of his right in the split. But we haven't really seen him and Croc falling this far behind without someone else picking up the slack. You know, one of the best things the Chiefs do have going for them is if those two go 0-2, suddenly Katsura, and you're asking yourself how. But right now, AV, they've matched that skill check we spoke about, and they are handling it nicely.
Going to be quite interesting as we hit that 8-minute mark and see how the lanes do rotate to respond to that Herald. And then obviously then begs the question with level 6 coming online as well now. How do Avant press this advantage? You talk about them being an ultimate reliant composition. Well, with this amount of a lead in the first few minutes, makes it that much more scary.
Yeah, and if Chaz was to press tab right now, he would find himself in a very happy position in the game. You know, double Dark Seal, Corrupting Potion, is the build for Claire. Just wants to sustain phase now. Be as efficient as possible with his items to do so. But as a result of that, Chaz will get the Leandries first, maybe even the Sork Shoes. If he gets around the map and throws the ultimate down, it's obviously going to have a huge impact. So AV, this is that moment in the game where we've seen Chaz roam before. We should see it again here, and right on cue.
They really are. They're going to look for Korea CK, which is only level 5. Can't come out just yet because they don't have level 6. He's going to flash on now, but it's not going to be enough because Cataclysm will do the job. 2 members come on down. It will be a turnaround though. Croc now finds some impact. He's going to get a double kill. He's hot on his heels, looking for some Dark Seal stacks. Heal comes out from Chaz. Lisa responds, but those Sonic Waves will not miss. It's a triple kill for the Korean gods. Now the and they just need one more kick. And will they find it? Yes, they will. It's a quad. Instantly saying, Lisa, whatever you can do, I can do it too.
Yeah, 4 kills suddenly go to the jungler. He just finds himself very happy about this. We'll see the dive again because the Rumble and Jarvan ultimates are used to kill Katsuri while the rest of the team is diving Korea CK. Makes you think that maybe they should have just gone kill at CK, maybe gone for some plates and backed away. The cost was very high for them in the end here as Croc hits the Q, follows it through, and Appy flashes onto Croc, trying to get to Gunkrab his life, but that backfires. 700 gold into the pockets of Croc from a shutdown alongside those 4 kills. Now he is ridiculously fed after that skirmish.
What looked like Croc in a very unfamiliar position in the OPL. Suddenly he finds himself back in familiar territory. What an explosive start. We talk about, we know there's going to be a lot of team fights in this match. We know there's going to be a lot of action. But that could change if the junglers have an influence. And, given that there's 8 kills between the 2 of them, I think there's an influence.
Yeah, you'd a kill onto someone else. Claire is still behind, Katsuri is still behind as their laners go. And top lane has been doing very nicely as Dragku into Tien as well. You can see the kill on the CSD up there. But Croc now has a serious influence on the map. And he has to have a serious influence on the map with the lead that he built and took through that play in bottom lane to continue to get them back into the game and snowball it. Because right now, AV, I think, could comfortably say we're farming. But there is just a huge Lee Sin that is a threat running around.
Well, Avant still do have a 2k gold lead, but we have to see Croc once again influence these lanes to respond. Players are aware that mid lane is where the action is taking place right now. I'm in below enough right now to go for the kick. Double buff will expire.
And once again, Lisa in the right place. Mid lane has always been a priority, it seems. Zapi in a bit of trouble. That's a teleport.
That is a very aggressive teleport right now. It's going to be Tien looking to try and jump in, and they're going to respond and say, if you tower dive us, we'll tower dive you right back. That's going to be a kill for Croc. Click on in with the flash. Cataclysm onto 2. This could be good right now. Gunkrab gets himself on the score. And the Equalizer gets a shutdown of all things. Suddenly, once again, the swing of the hammer. And Avant are cleaning house.
Yeah, this time top laners come into mix. Katsuri presumably will die eventually. There's only so far that you can juke before a wall gets in the way. And the Chiefs, they're the ones to make the play this time. And the counter from AV is what comes back to hurt them. And suddenly it's a 2-0-2 top laner. Suddenly Chad a whole boatload of kills, as is Gunkrab. So we saw the Venn diagram of Jarvan ultimates to no avail there for the Chiefs. And we'll see this one again, because Uppy starts very low. But note how long it does take to kill him as the kick comes in. It was a flash kick. They don't get anything here for quite some time. So Croc now is caught out from Lisa with the flash engage. Dragku makes sure that Tien has to get out of the turret. And then you actually could just see nipples on the ground as the rest of AV get here in time and try and really take out the rest of the Chiefs. They're destined to die from that dive.
It almost feels like there is a bit of a curse for tower diving in this game so far, because as soon as you try to make a proactive play and really force them to lose so much CS underneath the tower, backfires on you, and that was our very first ace of this game.
And it's about spell checking and things like that, Like, the bot lane of AV was pretty low, and that does look like an thing to go for. And the similar thing could be said to AV when they were diving Chiefs before, because you do look at that and you're like, this is objectively the correct move for us, because like if this works, we break the turret, we all in a lane, we can flip the map however we want, and funnily enough, as it backfires, AV are the ones who flip the map and they get the lead.
The narrative is going back and forward. I don't know which way to turn the pages on this book.
Croc's got the Q on.
Croc was looking for it. Dashes on out. Goes back on in. Who's going to collect it? Rumble
Oh.
picks it up. They're going to look for a kill on towards him. The execution comes across, the third kill for Gunkrab right now. Depth charge is not enough disengage.
Gee, that was close for Croc, but unfortunately he died. So if you're AV, you take that tempo that you've got now. Chaz picking it up, Dragku coming mid lane. You would expect they just summon it here on this wave. Maybe get a plate first before you could summon it if you want to be as efficient as possible, but I think Claire might hit them.
Gunkrab's going to be careful right now.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Ooh.
That minion wave safe. No flash on a Nautilus. Would have imagined that's what he'd have been looking for.
And they go for the... They don't summon the Herald in mid lane. They just take the objective. The Herald could be summoned at any time, I guess is something that is playing in their minds. In retrospect for them, of course, you've got a kill top lane. He was maybe hiding in fog, though, so they respected that. And now they have an opportunity in mid if they would like. They may just reset without, however. Oh, we'll see. There you go.
Yeah, they'll get this plate down before they have the Herald collide.
And they don't step up to the turret to try and get any extra damage down.
That is interesting.
It seems like they really just wanted to force that. But they get the Drake with it and a lot of gold. You know, Dragku goes bottom instead of going mid to pressure it.
Absolutely.
More plates there. Top lane, good pressure as well has been exerted by... There's a plate gone there. That's a lot of gold influx that AV just picked up out of nowhere.
Yeah, suddenly you go from 2k to 5. And to make matters worse, it is going to be an Ocean Rift. So, window in which Chiefs can get themselves back into the mix. If they can collect 4 of those, a monster amount of sustain at their disposal.
Gunkrab changes his items. A bit of pressure in this lane now with potential engage. So that's the current items that he has, the Gravitum. Jarvan could actually look there, Chaz could move there, and I think between those two, a very good opportunity to hit someone to make sure that their spells connect, and that could be Dive City top lane. But, you know, last time someone tried to dive, how'd that go, Skimmy?
That's it. Absolutely. Maybe third time's the charm, as they say. Very interesting for me right now, Rusty. Avant haven't really found themselves in situations too often like this, not especially against the top dogs.
No, that's true. And the difference is that ahead. This never happens. Is Croc actually in quad?
Well, they go for the Ornhorn to try and get him underneath tower.
All right, Dragku.
Dragku gonna flex and show what he can do, but yeah, every lane right now is winning. They are finding turrets. They are making sure that gold lead stays healthy in their name.
And they're pretty mid-game comp is AV. So this is probably where they're getting closest to their strengths. You know, level 11 for Chaz and Dragku.
Yeah.
The first major item completions for both of them with Sorcerer shoes.
Yeah. Draku's got to be careful though. Does have that Black Cleaver available, but how much value can he? He is down and dead. They can't bot, and they are finally rewarded for their efforts. But as you say, yeah, Avant, they haven't found himself in situations like this too frequently. I'm really curious to see how they now mid-game.
Yeah, and once again, Dragku, you know, I guess you can ask the question of did he need to walk to that bush in the first place? What's going to be in that bush for him that's worth defending when his team is actively pushing the turret and has just taken it, you know?
Yeah.
Play safer around the map, let your team win. But it doesn't matter too much in the end, thankfully. He's still going to be a big boy. But yeah, with this lead, with the fact that I would say they're mostly a mid-game composition, they do still have some obvious scaling there with Aphelios and Rumble. But this is where I would say they're peaking. They're breaking turrets as we speak. They've got to... This is that really awkward spot in the game where you're like, you've maybe got 1 or 2 outers that you could look at.
Yeah.
Top lane outer, definitely the big one. I think Herald 2, the thing that will set the ball in motion.
Golden XP being the focus. To sacrifice an Ocean Drake if the lane setup accommodates it. Imagine if they group up again like they did before. The story shouldn't be too different with the Power Spike online. Protobelt now for Claire. But there's a massive difference between the AD carries right now. You can imagine Gunkrab is chunk of gold before he goes to shop.
And heavily delayed was that Proto Belt, right? You know, remember the double Dark Seal build from Claire hasn't been getting a lot of good attention, unfortunately, while Croc has spent a lot of time there. It's always been he's been forced to either reset or he's died.
Yeah.
Really struggling is this Silas, but he has found himself level 11 at the least, so that ultimate timer is a lot lower. And because he is Silas, he can be as useful as he wants to be. Being able to steal the Rumble ultimate, very useful.
Well, They've found who they want to go and try and target now. Draku is the focus again.
Oh, he's not going to be caught twice, is he?
He's hanging around deep in the brush. 4 members of Chiefs rotate to see if he decides to go venture again. But Avant will take this moment and just carry on breaking open mid.
Yeah, mid lane priority versus the top lane outer turret is going to be the trade there. In under a minute, so a lot of the focus has gone around this direction. Well, actually up in 20 seconds from now, so they're in the correct position on the map to take the dragon off cooldown, off timer. Whereas Chiefs, when they were going for the outer turret, they're just looking for some gold. So it seems like they're just going to sack this Drake. They'll get their reset timing and they'll push mid lane as the Drake spawns. But that's it. It's a bit of mid priority as a trade in the tower.
Be interesting to see what they decide to do. If they will look for the buy or greed it and run straight towards this Rift Herald. It's still a 5k gold lead, but there is a lot of gold in their pockets.
In an even game, Chiefs probably were going to go for a pick using the vision that would have had topside for the Rift Herald, but it's not an even game. Shows up with a Bilgewater Cutlass. So he's ready to build a Blade of the Ruined King, I assume, and he's going to be a split push Renekton. I have seen this every now and again. There was a Korean player who built it at Rift Rivals.
Yeah.
2018. I think it was one of the few times that I can
become a
recall
historian. Memory lane obviously has been buffed quite significantly on 10-5. Should make it a little bit easier to try and match Tien in a 1v1.
Yeah. It just means that, you know, and a Silas and a Misfortune are hitting him. He doesn't have a Sterix gauge to survive.
No.
He doesn't have a Gargoyle Stoneplate or a tanky build. You know, he's going to be doing a whole lot of damage if he gets onto you. He's fighting in a side lane, but that team fighting does suffer a little bit. I don't think that matters too much when they're all so far ahead. If he can keep an on with him, I'd chalk that up as a win.
I would too. And I wonder if that is them, you know, going into this matchup, respecting that Chiefs will look for those side lane advantages if they do try to group up as 5 and push their objective. And quite curious to see how this one does decide to play on out. But mid lane and top is the focus, so, you know, Chiefs are looking to try and find advantages by capitalizing on Draku, but Havana just finding twice the value.
Herald's going to get attacked here by Tien before he gets the charge. Maximum damage. Almost 18 HP as it finished that charge, so actually very close to not getting that one off, but they will break it. Mid lane inner falls. Top lane outer is traded for... And the Chiefs are just trying to trade. A lot of their focus right now is just get as much gold as we can. AV are not snowballing the game out of control. We're keeping it at 5,000. I think that that's a very good thing that the Chiefs are able to do. AV just consciously trading. They start to get their items on board, then really I think the Chiefs will be happy with that. Ornn closer to 2 items, closer to hitting level 13 and evolving those items. Now it's 13, not 12.
Yeah, to imagine that is the play, as you say, is giving up these objectives on the map, giving up these turrets and trading for really looking for level 13 to come online and onwards, where they can make sure that the likes of an Infinity Edge and Black Cleaver, Sunfire can find their maximum value, because there is no question about Chiefs mechanics. But when you're down that amount of gold, an item difference, level spike.
Yeah, if it stays at 5,000 and they continue to level up, Chiefs can basically make that 0 gold difference through ornaments. So I think that's a pretty good strategy for them to follow through. The question now is, you know, with AV, what are they going to do? Baron being available, 21 minutes Baron, but it is available, and starts to add a pressure point on the map where the Chiefs can't just feel comfortable trading.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because it's definitely putting a time on this game right now of knowing that there is always going to be that threat of the coming online. Now we're going to see some of those 2-item spikes, the likes of the Morellos as well as the Hurricane. So a lot of damage at their disposal. You talk about the mid-game power. If they were to look for a skirmish or for that team fight focus invitation.
It basically means you won't see Chiefs go into this area of the jungle that AV are in.
No.
If they're worried about Baron being taken, they'll be focusing on their own red side quadrant of the map.
And that's where all the vision is right now with the map.
And AV go against the grain with their pressure down in bottom lane, as Lisa does get...
There's a fight actually taking place in mid lane as well. The Ornhorn going on out. They're going to fight into the river as well. Maybe the Glacial Fissure to try and disrupt things. Buy enough time for Lisa to jump over that wall. He's going to look for the Cataclysm onto one. Lock in place. And the Rumble coming on through, completely cutting off that choke point. But it will be a shutdown. Aphelios with all that power, just unable to utilize it. Leeson destroys him. Clear.
If Braum hits a Q, they can chase. Lisa waiting on his flag drag cooldowns as well. Doesn't get the knock up.
Tien trying to apply the brittle stack there. They just don't have enough damage at this stage. And Draku slices through that like butter.
And that was a battle on multiple fronts. You know, Chaz was able to get some kills off screen at the backside of that. Croc is here. He wants to defend the turret. May be able to do so as well. He is playing with fire there, but he keeps Lisa low, keeps him honest, and pushes him away. Claire teleports in.
He's definitely letting them know what's card.
It's Dragon Soul.
And you can understand the play, right? If he had collected that kill, definitely would have made things harder for Avant to try and collect the soul.
And Chiefs have all the vision right now around this area. No sweepers, no wards available for AV. Just control wards to be placed, and they're even being bullied away.
Lisa needs to find some fruit on the map.
They can see this Drake.
Worth it at the stage, got nice healthy leads. Don't throw it away.
Ocean Soul is a game changer if they're able to get that one, but awkward timing on this fight, you know, considering as we'll see how this one starts. It was blocked nicely there by Appy. Gunkrab has to flash his way to safety, though goes sideways, not over the wall. And then he does stay alive. You know, they get Draku into the fight. They're able to get the kills. But so's Croc on the backside with Korea CK, you know. They do find Gunkrab. They get another shutdown onto Croc like he needs more gold. And then it's just all about disengaging and, you know, drag them around the map, buy some time. They've got 2 teleports available. If these 2 survive, then it's best case scenario. But unfortunately for Tien, that Braum Q does connect. So he does go down. And so a bit of time bought there. And then AV overstay to push, honestly. If they just back away, maybe they get a reset off before that Dragon Soul fight. So they just got swept up in the moment and stopped looking at the map.
Fight that could have definitely been a tempo change because every flash was burned except the one on Rumble. They're looking for to make sure that there's no smite available. He's so damn tanky with the amount of shutdowns he's got. Has a GA at his disposal as well. Gonna have to settle for the Nautilus. Will be a 4v5 now as they turn their sights towards this Baron.
Getting that GA would have been a massive win for them. Unfortunately for AV, they don't get that one. Croc's still around on 0 HP. However, Chaz just needs to look at him and he dies. And this.
Chaz going to look for it, does pop that GA. Now going to go out with the equalizer to lock these members in place. They're quite awkward. Katsuri might not be able to find that time to sit down, bunker down and pop that bullet time. He's going to do it now.
Croc.
Instantly, Draku jumps on in with a shutdown looking for a collapse. Croc going to find a kill. They're actually turning this one around. They find himself a triple kill to start things off with. That's going to be the quads. Lisa, the sole survivor. And he is question marking his team as to how that went so wrong.
AV crumble under pressure there. Pretty mad, to be honest with you. Baron seemed like it was something that they were going to commit to finishing. And the second Croc checks the book, they try and turn, they try and fight, but they do it so poorly, unfortunately. The Chiefs just stand and deliver. And now they're bested. They lose a team fight. They lose.
Chiefs are back in the game again.
Chaz gets the GA and then uses his stopwatch after ulting so he doesn't have the flame spitter on. And this is just rough. Like, this one's rough. Aphelios ultimate hits just Tien. Claire on Gunkrab positionally has a flank. Dragku is a Blade of the Ruin King Renekton, so Katsuri kills him. This is not how they're designed to play this out right now. And the execution, very rough.
Well, Chiefs saw it, they wanted it, and in the end they say we take those.
A Randuin's here actually for Java. Doesn't go for the black extra damage in his build or anything like that. Also doesn't get the CDR. So he's got now building towards it presumably.
Infinity Edge has now been upgraded. Katsuri finding himself back into this game.
Yeah, and it's 2,000 gold with the Baron, so the gold difference is now, you know, I would say it's favoring the Chiefs. AV still have some control over the map. You know, Lisa 5, 1, and 10 is still huge. Takes a very long. Aphelios, still Aphelios. And Rumble's still doing a whole host of damage if that equalizer connects. But he's actually just Zonias, and this may be inopportune timing to fight. So I think they're just looking for the kill or the pick to stem the Baron completely.
To see how Avant
I
navigates
don't know.
this one. We can't see a repeat mistake happening again. It's going to be jumping to the back line, looking for the Cataclysm to try and lock members in place. Gunkrab and Happy nice and secure. The shield goes down. Croc jumps in. He's just going to one-shot Gunkrab. You're deleted. The response from Claire says this is how you equalize on down. Bullet time connects and Croc's just jumping so damn strong. So many tanks, so many threats to deal with.
Yeah, once again, that's a force from AV that they didn't really want. And they'll regret having. And I think things they'll be regretting at this point in the game, 27 minutes in, that Blade of the Ruined King is not going to help the team fighting prowess of AV whatsoever on that Renekton. And their lack of damage when Gunkrab is... He keeps getting assassinated by Croc and no one's there to save him. Things have really started to fall apart here for AV.
Chiefs now mathematically on the board, find themselves with the gold lead. Lisa retains that perfect score of 5-1 and 10, but the engagements, whilst looking good, this is no follow-up.
Gunkrab. You know, you can see Croc on your screen. He's just playing very aggressively into the face of Chaz. Now he goes over the wall into Gunkrab. And all of these tanks that are keeping the carries of Chiefs busy, who cares? Once your carry's dead, you don't have any...
Croc's allowed to get away with murder in broad daylight.
A lot of your composition is based on your R buttons if you are AV. There is some consistency in Drag Coup, but you know, he's a fightable champion if he's the only one really getting into the mix fighting. They want the fight again though.
Well, this is Avant's chance to try and get that soul. They really want it. The fight's going to take place before that even is a factor. Ultimate going out onto himself in place. The dragon continues. Croc incredibly low. Doesn't have GA just yet. So
AV is surviving this fight.
To try and survive in this situation. Chaz gets the Zonias. He survives, but Katsuri finds a double. He denies away the smite. They're going to find it. Gunkrab picks it up of all things. A scrappy situation.
Croc dies with smite up as well. Katsuri puts in a lot.
This is insane right now.
But
Chaz,
they got the soul.
He's running.
They stop Dragku's base as well. Minions are taking turrets on the Nexus. Dragku no dash.
Getting pushed in right now by delaying this, by finding that kill. You start to wonder, was the soul worth?
I mean, that was a pretty aggressive trade of champions for champion. The soul in that situation was worth. It's just that Dragku gets caught recalling on a ward afterwards. This looked like the makings of another fight where the Chiefs will just rinse them, but it's a lot closer than you would expect. Gunkrab's healing starts to become pretty obnoxious in this fight. And Chaz is putting in some serious work on the side here on Claire. You'll see this again. Claire and Chaz is just duking it out one-on-one. It's where a lot of the pressure goes from both of those guys. Equalizer not there to go on to Katsura, who would have died from it. So unfortunately for AV, that could have been even better. So Claire pressuring nicely. Chiefs on the individual level still holding their own. But AV actually pick up the slack in that fight and stay in the game.
And it shows what a perfection is when Affiliate stays alive. The fact he's able to steal it away when Croc is alive is, I'm sure, Lisa's best dream. Incredible at this stage. 19 kills to 17. Gold is dead even, but as we've highlighted, Ornn will have that ability to continue scaling these members on up.
And I don't know what the exact Ocean Soul is in terms of like a number value to it, but I think there's an argument to be made where having that Ocean Soul kind of equalizes the Ornn's value in certain, you know, the amount of healing that you get from just having that soul while in combat as well, like in combat healing. Gross. Ornn will make his team just objectively stronger with his item. But now things start to equalize just a little bit more. You know, they both have something in their back pocket, that secret weapon there.
Katsuri the only one with the healing cut online right now, so be imperative.
Just run down mid. Baron hasn't been started yet. If they can keep tabs on... yeah, AV have to pressure them here.
Need to find a nice bullet time to make sure that our Ocean Soul finds no balance. finds no ability to try and make this thing happen in their favor because Avant jumping aggressively. They go for the two-man Cataclysm. They're looking for the follow-up. Clear responds and Croc jumps in. Once again, he's looking for Gun Grab. Does he have the damage to He pops the GA. He lives. Appy's there, says, I've got you. We will survive. We will live. We will win.
They do it. AV.
Nobody from AV drops.
Tien down mid lane. His only option here is to pressure the Nexus. It will force AV to go back to base after the Baron anyway. They'll catch the waves, defend their base, but they've got the Ocean Soul, got the Baron. And that was back-to-back team fights that they're able to win. And Guncrab gets supported.
This time, finds support and is able to live, but oh my, this game could really go away because Chiefs have nearly destroyed everything protecting this Nexus.
It's one of those, have you ever watched G2 play losing games in the LEC?
I haven't, no.
God, I hate it. The reason I hate it is because they're so annoying. If you're watching that game and the opposing team against G2 has like an 8,000 gold lead, you're like, there's no way they lose this. Somehow, G2 still takes inhibs, still takes turrets, still just runs them ragged and annoys the crap out of them. There's someone split pushing when they shouldn't be and they've actually got control. You're like, this is ridiculous. Like, how are they even within winning? That's what it feels like in this game.
Yeah.
Chiefs able to break an inhib. They won fights that maybe they shouldn't have. Maybe those fights shouldn't existed, but they're able to force those out. Croc with his inhuman moments of brilliance as well. Navigating the game expertly to bring it back from being 0-2 to 4-2. Really forces their opponents if they want to win the game, and it's consistency. AV need to win back-to-back team fights to win. But if they win one from now, the game is just over.
Interesting to note the isolation coming across now. There are no items targeted to keep Guncrab online. You parallel that with Tien having a locket and a Knight's Vow on Korea CK. Katsuri will be harder to drop on down in these situations. Won't have to be as reliant to go for those pills. How much value do Avant find with this Baron? They've been grouping up, making it a 5-man stack. They're going to very aggressive Cataclysm and stack it with the Equalizer, but it gets negated completely by a flash. Guncrab is doing a lot of damage with that ultimate, forcing out multiple flashes here as Chiefs and Avant run it straight down mid. The Ornn ultimate comes on out, it gets denied. The bullet time spreading damage across their members. Healing cut is there, but where are the members looking to go?
But the Ocean Soul's doing everything.
It's just keeping them alive right now, and they stay dispersed.
With Croc dead, that's just going to be game. AV have just got a clean ace against the Chiefs. The top dogs taken down again.
That's going to be it. They're going to respond through the middle inhibitor. And they're going to say, we look to try and make this happen from the very first minute. Difference from our performance coming out yesterday. What an opponent to bring it to. And we have definitely jumped back on no horse because we are picking up big dubs from the big dogs.
And you have to say the unexpected result here for certain. AV pull a rabbit out of the hat. If you compare it, it's a completely different team. A whole new performance out of them. That's very impressive stuff from AV. Lisa night and day. Chaz, when he's got the support, very clearly has a night and day performance. Finishes like 10 to 11 or something ridiculous. You know, the Rumble was huge. And that was... And just a good win from AV. I don't want to say clean. Like, I hesitate to say the word clean because there was still a lot of hiccups. But they did get the win in the end, and they won back-to-back team fights once they got the Ocean Soul. It was taken by Guncrab, and that was it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Chiefs will never let it be a clean, easy win, right? They are a team that will fight to the end. And as you say, paralleling it to the G2 situation, inhibitors in a situation that just looks like it should not exist. If that fight goes slightly different, maybe they get a couple of kills in that trade, there's the possibility that somebody just TPs in and goes for the backdoor attempt, right? This was so damn exposed. You're so proactive in looking, can we keep Guncrab online? Where is Croc? Where am I having to respond? Tien's just breaking down your Nexus.
There's been a lot of heartbreaking games for the Chiefs through this split in their losses as well. You know, one of them against Legacy, they were literally a single shockwave that sombreroed away from beating Legacy, and then they the game. This game, they were losing, and then they pulled it back. And you're like, well, they've got Baron. They've got an effect. They're going to win this game. Surely it's the Chiefs with the lead.
Yeah.
And then it just bounces back against them once again. And I really feel like, you know, there's been a lot of heartbreaking moments for them, but you have to give them credit for pulling games back, just being good individual players as well. And, you know, Croc to me is always going to be a standout so far in this league. He's just been going above and beyond expectations and has been tearing through the entire league.
I mean, the jungle difference really today, just from him alone, right? The amount of pressure, the ability to really get Chaz online like we wanted to see, but then Croc just to respond in such a fashion, in such an early stage, going to bot, finding a quad, and then saying, look, now I can be a threat. Look, if you're looking to try and abuse this gold lead that you've acquired, I can go in for that aggressive dash because I've got so many items, skills, levels on you guys that get that dream smite across.
But that's the thing though, right? Like Lisa was amazing. He was always in the right place, and you know, sometimes maybe not intentionally, it's just crossing between mid to go to a different jungle camp, but Croc camps mid, Lisa's always there to counter, always there to get the kills, and suddenly AV look like an entirely different team.
Yeah.
And I think there's now proof in the purchase of if you help Chaz, Chaz will help you, and you look like a completely different team.
Well, a bit of an upset there at the top of the table as Chiefs fall on down to Avant. That does it for game number 1. Stick around for game 2. Teleport right now, it's going to be Tien looking to try and jump in, and they're going to respond and say, new tower dive up, right back. That's going to be another kill for Croc. Pulling on in with the flash. Cataclysm onto 2. This could be good right now. Gungrab gets himself on the scoreboard, and the equalizer gets a shutdown of all things. Didn't quite all right, not be able to find that time to sit down, bunker down, and pop that bullet time. He's going to do it now. Croc instantly, Draco jumps on in with a shutdown, looking for a collapse. Not going to find a kill, and Chiefs are actually turning this one around. They find himself a triple kill. With. That's going to be the quads. Is Croc incredibly low. Doesn't have GA just yet. So
AV surviving this fight.
To try and survive in this situation. Chaz gets the Zonias. He survives, but Katsuri finds a double. He denies away the smite. They're going to find it. They go for the 2-man Cataclysm. They're looking for the follow-up. Clear response, and Croc jumps in. Once again, he's looking for Gungrab. Does he have the damage to survive? He pops to GA. He lives. Appy's there. I've got you. We will survive. We will live. We will win.
They do it.
As Chiefs disperse and Avant run it straight down mid, the Ornn ultimate comes on out, it gets denied, the bullet time spreading damage across their members. Healing cut is there, and we have definitely jumped back on our horse, because we are picking up big dubs from the big dogs.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. There's a long way at Macca's.
Well, don't we look like idiots?
Yes. What a game.
What a game.
How exciting. It was, Lisa, early game, and then they sort of handballed it back to Chiefs, and then Chiefs it back again.
I liked the way that it seemed like AV would whittle out kills, sort of chip away at Chiefs and sort of stack it up. And then it's like, oh, they're really getting elite. And then Chiefs would come back and just smack them down with a team wipe. And then AV would like whittle it
like slowly
away
building
again.
like a Lego tower.
Yeah.
And then Chiefs are just like
Lovely
a big
tension.
bully, like bang.
Totally.
No tower.
It's like AV heard what we said about them.
Look, I know OPL players, and they probably did. I know a lot of them love to watch the stream. I'm back we used to play from home a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Really, all the OPL players I knew were watching the stream up until their game. So, look, I'm not going to claim responsibility for AV's win, but at the same time, I do think I was instrumental in Lisa's jungle party. No, honestly, I thought AV played really well. Lisa had a monster game. Yes, that bot dive sort of gave Chiefs a window back in. Croc sort of does what he's done all season and picks up a couple kills and starts to put the pressure on. I think that solo kill on Gun Crab in the mid game was super important when he dashed over the wall, got that solo kill in the team fight. I think that team fight was looking very dire, if that. But after that, I mean, we see it so often with upsets. I think particularly in this region where the underdog will get sort of an early lead, but they have real trouble out. Whether it's nerves or inexperience in playing from ahead.
Yeah, like you don't know what to do
because they're regularly behind, and that's sort of what we saw a little bit. They did a little bit at the Baron, and then there are a few failed force engages that we saw after the Baron was taken. That sort of, Chiefs came back from I think like 5k down and the gold lead once more until Gun Crab somehow secured that Ocean Drake and the Ocean Solar as a result, and that was really the final nail in the coffin.
Indeed. And while the game was going on, we also came up with a new potential segment, Nick's Naps.
Yes.
Because we're slightly sleepy boys at the moment. And
yes. Well, I have a thing where I don't usually drink energy drinks, but when I come here, there's so many energy drinks that I sort of feel overwhelmed. And then I'll have one. But energy drinks to make me tired, sort of.
Yeah, right.
Like I'll get energy, but then
weird.
at the same time, I'll be yawning the whole time. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there.
You should ask me money back on those. We could do We could do a sleep stream because apparently this is a very big thing these days. We could do it on Friday night. So we cast Friday, then sleep. Yeah. We all spoon Rusty Friday night, and then we wake up fresh as daisies on Saturday morning, go out for a nice breakfast. Rusty, you're nodding. Go out for a nice breakfast in the morning, and then we're ready for the next day. And we stream the whole thing.
That'd be cool, I think.
LPL's not doing that.
I actually don't know if you're allowed to stream sleeping. I thought that they banned that for a while.
No, I think they've changed it.
Okay.
So people have really started doing it.
Well, let's do it. Why
I reckon
not?
we could slip in some content there as well. I reckon there's lots of opportunities for little League of Legends integration sleeping. No, this is a real thing. I'm getting excited about this. All right, something else I'm getting excited about. It is the Nick Bag. You can sleep on that couch.
Did they run out of stork sounds?
Well, this was pre the good title.
Okay.
This was way back in the 2019 days.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's an oldie but a goodie. Our first one comes in from Brent Jones. What's the worst experience you've had with a housemate? What actions did you take? I wanted to ask this because you go through them.
Yes. The worst experience with a housemate. Depends on whether you Andre's laughing.
There's one
it depends on whether you count the gaming house. Because if it was the gaming house, I have 1,000,001 stories that are all horrible. But in terms of people that I've actually lived with, it's funny that you ask because my housemate who lives with me now lived with me last night. That this morning he was flying back to Canada. So he's just sort of upped and left. I need to now find a new housemate. I'm paying rent on an extra room. And we went in this morning to sort of look at his room and what a big, and he left all his furniture in there. There was like a big hole in the wall from him, I guess him moving furniture or something.
What?
Yeah, and now he's in Canada. So
Is there extradition
Thanks for the
laws
question,
between
bro.
Canada and here? Can we get him back?
yeah, I don't know. But I mean, basically, he was here for like uni, and his uni got cancelled because of 19,
Yeah.
and so it was like, well, there's no point in me being here, so I'm going home right now.
That's bad. That's bad news.
Anyway, the show happened to me literally this morning. Not the worst thing that's happened, but definitely the freshest.
yeah. Bad. It's one of the most expensive things, probably.
Yeah, it's pretty sock.
Okay, well,
Yep.
if anyone out there is looking for a room, when I moved out of my childhood or parents' house when I was 18, moved in with some friends. We had this great house. It was awesome. It was just like the house that everyone came over to. But one of our friends wanted to move in, and we were like, "We don't have a room. Those rooms are taken." And so he just started passive aggressively sleeping at the house all the time. So it'd be like he'd for like 4 nights just crashed on the couch. It was like, "You've started to bring stuff here and leave it. This is the living room. I don't know what's going on." And then one day I came home and he had a blow-up mattress in the kitchen.
What?
And then he had his shirts hanging off the fridge. And he was like, "I'm just going to chill here for a couple of weeks." I'm like, "What do you can't stay here." And then he was like, "I'll make it up to you. I'll cook you dinner." So then the next night, he cooks his dinner. He makes this clam pasta, which is just cooked spaghetti, a tin of clams dropped in, and olive oil. And I'm like, "This is ridiculous. Out of here. You can't cook. You can't sleep in our kitchen." He didn't wash up any of the clam pasta dishes, so clam is baked onto everything. And he's like, "Fine, I'll go." And then so gets all his stuff and I swear, next morning I wake up, I walk outside, cup of coffee, bare ass naked to the world, as we do in the country, and I look in our shed, and I just see sticking out there, and he's sleeping in our shed. I nearly called the cops. I was like, I need to legally evict you at some point. But then we ended up just letting him sleep in the shed. So he slept in a shed for 3.5.
That's insane. But that's such a classic story where someone is like, you know what I mean? Like that's that's what I'm going to contribute. I'm going to cook. You'll love it. Can never cook.
No.
Never has anyone ever said that to me and then actually been able to cook after that. It's always been like just like frozen peas in my spaghetti.
Yeah.
Or like something like that. You know what I mean?
Because people who know how to cook know how much of a chore it is.
Yes.
And like how much work goes into it.
They
They're
know
like,
what's involved. They're like, I'm not cooking for you.
Not every night. That's insane.
Not as payment for sleeping on the floor anyway.
Abby Stiff says, "Do you have Panera Bread restaurants in your area? Have you ever eaten a bread bowl?" I don't believe we have Panera Bread. I believe
I think that's the US, right?
But have you eaten a bread bowl?
No.
Can I tell you?
Is it bread in a bowl or a bowl made of bread?
It's a bowl made of bread.
What?
Yeah. They take different
what's that called? Cob loaf?
Yeah, like a cob. They scoop it out. They fill it up with like lobster, clam bisque, or whatever you
Clam
want.
pasta.
Yep, just clam anything. Yeah, can I tell you? Like, this borders on legit fantasy for me, eating out of it. I don't know where to find it. If anyone has a tip on like where I can find a bread bowl in Sydney.
Isn't that I thought that, what's that called? I thought that was like a traditional Australian, was like a cob loaf, but I forget what you fill it with.
You think of a pie?
No.
Okay.
No. It's specifically like a cob loaf, and then it's like, I don't know what it is because like Australian, so like I've never had it, but I remember that all my girlfriend's friends laughed at me for not knowing what it was.
Yeah, right.
And I feel like if I could just remember the name, it would all be worth getting laughed at.
It would be for this moment right now. I have seen it at a party once. Someone put like a tzatziki or something in there.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
But I want it to be warm. I want it to be like a
meal.
warm, saucy stew thing.
Yeah.
Rip off the crusty edges, dip it in. Honestly, I'm getting very comfortable right now just even talking about it. So if anyone could tell me in 5 minutes time once the chat delay has caught up, then I would love to know where I can get a bread bowl. That should be a seg. We'll cook our own bread bowls one day. All right, it's time to move on to game number 2. We've spoken enough about it. It's now time to talk about Legacy versus Order. You.
Yes, me.
Well, you haven't been preparing all week for this. You've been preparing.
Been doing very little in regards
really
to this specifically. But the team has been preparing.
Yep.
Coming off a nice win yesterday against AV. Order, I think, will be a tougher opponent today. They are, of course, playing from home back in Melbourne. So, you know, we're all assuming that they, you know, without the travel, that they're going to play a little bit better. I think they yesterday pretty handily.
Yeah.
I can't remember who they played against, but
They played. Who did they play? What did they play yesterday?
in any case,
We'll find it.
I remember. No, that's today. Anyway, I did watch that game and they did win. Gravitas. Yeah, and they played quite well. So today,
Yep.
Obviously, I hope the boys get over the line. Legacy, that is, but I don't know.
And we hope the other boys don't, because Jake's not here. This is the Legacy lineup. These are the boys to which you refer.
Yep.
Which one of these boys is your favourite? The diplomatic answer would be Jensen, because it's
Yes.
like a different category.
He's
but I won't
outside
let
the
you
boys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like them all. I'm a fan of Tally, of course. I played with Tally for a long time. Personally, I have him in the house. He's always very positive. Asks me how I'm going. He likes to come over to my desk and just sort of.
So the personal touch is what you're really looking for.
Well, that's what I like in a person.
The personal touch.
The
That
personal.
makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. All right. Well, Tally and the boys are going up order. His team from last year, you got Swiper only, Harry, Rare 7, and Ayla. Of course, Coach Spawn not here, not being salty on the couch, can dedicate him to this team, who at this point should be, if history is any indication, making a run for it.
Yes, we are getting towards Gauntlet time. Different this year, so we'll have to see whether or not, you know, Order Gauntlet buff still exists with a different format. But look, if there's any time of the season to start improving, it's now. If I think they are currently 5th Order, very important that they hold on to that 5th spot. They don't want to drop down to 6th and miss the finals altogether. So they've got a few important weeks coming up.
And if there's any week where Carbon does not want that to happen, it's this week. So let's jump into game number 2 for this evening. It is Legacy versus Order, and it's coming. Is Gem Select.
They got all 4.
Let's game number 2. It's Order taking on Legacy in what could potentially be the second upset of the day, top of the table. Both times Order have played this roster. They've tried to create something quite unique and out there to combat Legacy, and they've definitely shown signs of bringing it to them. Never able to find that full-on victory, however.
Yeah. Game, Legacy wanted Chiefs to lose, without a doubt. That'll give them outright first place.
Yeah.
But now Chiefs want Legacy to lose. So we've got a lot of rivalries going on here where Chiefs are very big Order fans right now, you would have to expect, and we'll get to see perhaps some social support there from them. But Order, very hard team to go against just in general. I would say, you know, like there is a top of the table, there is a bottom of the table, and then there's Order. And Order could be either. They could be none of it. They could be all of it. You never know with Order.
They're kind of like the
change per
gatekeepers
minute.
at this stage, aren't they?
They change per minute. And the thing is, like, if they're gatekeepers, I don't know where. Like, it's a moving bar. So it's like a high jump maybe more than a gatekeeper. But we'll see what they choose to draft here.
And if anything, Direwolves are kind of just sitting back with the popcorn enjoying the show, right, with these teams battling things out. Order going to open up with the center. Not going to be banned away. They decide to take off Raze's Callista, which he found good success on last week. Legacy going to open up, however, with a classic, basically showing what Order can do and say, hey, look, you run this, Yumi and Olaf.
Yeah, so this draft usually a Yumi Ezreal duo, but because the enemy team here of Order could go center Tarm Kench, we've actually seen Raze go for something like a Cogmore.
Yeah.
You know, to combat that, maybe to match the scaling, but still bully them out. So I like that Legacy choose to show the Olaf second. They don't just pick a bottom lane. And now the ball is in Order's court. You know, where do they want to pick? And is it going to be a Tarm Kench? Because there are supplemental picks work with the center that aren't just a Tarm Kench. The thing that is irreplaceable in that lane is just actually... So they've got what they needed. And now we get to see if they want to flex that support champion that gets to farm. just go for the Tahm Kench now and pick winning lanes elsewhere.
All of those strong picks are available. Can be locked in. Set is taken as well. They're going to go for the Tristana. They want aggression. I suppose this is counter to the fact that, yeah, when you are playing against a Yumi lane, it does feel like a little bit of a 2v1. Incredibly strong during the mid and late game for those team fights, but you're not that body to soak up damage. Israel butter.
Is it Trist AD carry?
I want to imagine it is.
Or is it Tristana solo lane?
So potential. It can definitely
I'm
be
not
flexed.
sure. Ezreal lock-in, I think, still makes sense here, though, given that the Tristana's there. You know, you can build yourself the Iceborne Gauntlet. You can be pretty tanky and self-sufficient with an Olaf. Legacy's composition still makes a whole lot of sense here. All we're really missing now is something that can either complement the we have in mid lane or something that can disappear side lane and split push. And you know, Tally is a top lane champion player. There's going to be a lot of top lane champions perhaps focused in the next ban phase here of Order. We'll see the direction he chooses to go. You know, something like a Victor could actually work with what they've got right now.
It's quite interesting to see, and you can understand really what Legacy are looking to achieve now with this composition. They want to go forward in a and have nothing that can slow them down. Obviously, Set brings you back, whereas an Azir and Cassiopeia would stop you dead in your tracks. Definitely want to make sure that when Olaf is going, he is going forward.
Kalista banned, though the Cassiopeia ban isn't for that. Makes you wonder where they'll go, if there is a mobility champion or if it's just getting rid of scaling options from Hayri, which does still make a whole...
He played fantastically as Azir last time.
Yeah, if you want to go like a Karma mid lane, Tally has played that already. You're just getting rid of things that will handle you well in lane and start to outscale you.
Oh, this is interesting. And basically kind of having a bit of a jab at Swiper there. A pick that he's incredibly comfortable on. A bit interesting, or a bit exciting actually, you know, to have Tapoon on one of those champions. Kind of resigned to playing the more support Soraka AFK top lane style for the last few games.
Yeah, and he's a very good Gnar. So it is good to see him back on the pick. Has been a little while, like you highlight. It'll be very refreshing. The composition of Legacy now has a split push potential there as, you know, another AD carry in the mix. What's to stop them? Just pick a 5th physical champion. Just do it. They really in mid lane.
Big Kindred jungle comes online.
Probably Orianna is your best bet, but mobility's maybe even preferential there, and a lot of that's been banned. Corki? Yeah, Ori.
You don't have the Cassiopeia near there, something to slow you dead in your tracks and just... And a Shockwave is very good at doing that.
So waiting watch laner here from Legacy. They're one of the hardest teams to understand when it is just top laners going in mid lane, exactly where the champions are going. But yeah, waiting on a top laner to picked in mid lane, unless Tally has reinvented himself. He has actually been playing a lot of Twisted Fate and solo queue this week.
Okay.
There was a couple of highlights posted on social media there of some idiots on the other team, which was very funny to watch. I recommend checking it out. Tally is actually going to lock in a mid laner.
Beautiful. Locks in a Twisted Fate has been confirmed to be playing the rest of Split 1. Has been working on that champion pool. As we see the faces of old making their way to the big stage, and I feel for Bryce, you know. One of these seasons, it hasn't been easy for him to really take that leap of faith to go to Korea.
Look at them all, successful, smug bastards. Nah, I do miss them all, actually. And they're not. Shouldn't have said that.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting. Legacy get the Olaf Yumi Israel composition. They've got the global threat always with the TF.
Yeah, they've gone for double cleanse here, though. On orders, 80 carries have chosen to go for that. And I don't know exactly how Twisted Fate's ultimate works with the obscurity of Senna. So that's something that we're going to have to watch, because you would imagine that it reveals all things.
When she goes into a mist, yeah?
Yeah, but is it proximity even with the Twisted Fate ultimate? In which case you'll have to ult on her face to even see her. So maybe one that could work against the Twisted Fate for all we know. But I think it's very obvious what Legacy are looking at right now. They've got a powerhouse jungler. They've got a team fighting or split pushing top laner. So a little bit of diversity there. But a Twisted Fate's going to be ganking those side lanes, and I think that's definitely the way they want to play this one out.
Definitely seems like a way to allow Raze and Isles to get themselves quite healthily in the game without too many troubles, otherwise they will fall down to the aggression that can come out of this Tristana and Senna. A lot of CC, a lot of raw damage, a lot of mobility to get on top of you and really punish the fact.
it's important to point out how fragile a lot of Order's comp is, except for the set. You know, there's a lot of healing, there's a lot of range, there's a lot of potential out on the side of Order.
Yeah.
Mobility from Set and Orianna is lacking. Senna and Orianna is lacking, but Tristana and Kindred have it in spades. So it's actually a very interesting game to watch. Just how it's going to unfold against the likes of Legacy's comp, because Olaf can run you down, Twisted Fate can catch you easily or get into side lanes. Ezreal Yuumi will always catch you if they're chasing you. And then Gnar can actually scoop all 5 of them with Mega out of it. Kindred ultimate, you know, can catch them all very easily if teleport flanks are there. So there is, I would say, a lot of room for Legacy to just run over the top of Order positionally. But if Order gets ahead, you know, one of the weird things, and this, like, they may have picked the only champions in League of Legends that can do this, but Kindred, Tristana, and Senna all get range as the game goes. So they're going to be harder and harder to actually lock down.
Sure.
Like Tristana with levels, Kindred with passive stacks, Senna with passive stacks. At a certain point, they're just going to outrange your damage completely. And that's really hard to deal with.
So are you are wearing Pentanet.gg masks? They're playing late game style.
Not exactly. The Tristana and the Senna can happily do that, but like a Kindred does need to get stacks from some the enemy jungle,
hunt. Yeah.
right? So it's either kills or enemy jungle camps that randomly spawn. So I don't think it's put on your Pentanet shoes and just sit back and very passively farm. You know, Pentanet also aggressively in the early game sometimes with their Lee Sins.
You can see the shown here by Legacy in the bottom lane. They're going to go for the barrier on Ezreal and the heal on Yuumi to make sure that they don't fall victim. Not looking for the ignite for that all-in potential, just need to survive. Make sure that they can hold their own and be an influence to contest. Obviously when Twisted Fate hits 6 and Olaf can rotate for these drags.
And there is a lot of interactions around this Kindred, and it is definitely something that we'll have to watch and monitor as the game progresses. But like a Nask, a Set ultimate as well when he suplexes people out. There's going to be a lot of mobility. Tristana ultimate as well. Shockwaves in a weird way can be very effective with that Kindred ultimate as well. I think a lot of the game does revolve around like how does Only play this game out and what summoners or spells are available at the time of the fight happening.
I love Kindred. Whenever I get a chance to play her, I just find it such a satisfying kit. As you highlight, you know, with the stacks. Any champion with a stacking component, it feels like a slight mini game.
Yeah, for better or worse. Someone who is a Bard player, I can tell you, it can often be for
Chasing
worse.
your chimes.
You kind of lose track of where you are, and suddenly you're inside the enemy jungle and you are dead. Kindred all that same fate now and again. If I'm against a Kindred and I want to kill her, just look at your map and see which camp she needs to kill, and you'll probably find her there.
Well, junglers aren't going to meet just yet. But will have double buff and come on down for a nice handy scuttle pickup. Once again, asserting their dominance towards the bottom side of this river.
Yeah, the marked scuttle is top side, however, so that is still the first mark for Only. We'll be very happy with that. No contest here from the side of Legacy, even though the Gnar has very much got push and is very forward. Mid lane priority is noticeably there for Hayri on this Orianna, so pretty comfortable first start here, and now Only is going to try and navigate his way around what potentially would be wards, and he's done so successfully. Swiper could flash forwards and hit the face breaker, stun off the back wave minions if they wanted to make this play happen.
They may look for it indeed, and that's exactly going to be written right now as Only comes in from the flank, looking for the damage. He's going to actually flash away from the Haymaker.
Just unfortunate timing there. Top in very early on the runaway. So something is wrong. We'll quickly disengage. It means the Swiper can't hit the stun with his E, just the pullback. And so he is able to get out to safety there, top in, flashing only when necessary. It only shows his hand, which means free reset for the Olaf. Boots in his advantage as well. Back onto the Rift faster.
Sure, Swiper knows his matchup better than most, having a lot of experience on both these champions, been very comfortable in this set, had some standout performances with his ability to slam dunk multiple members and almost hard carried a team fight as a result. So I have to keep tabs on how that goes.
And we've spoken a lot about the Kindred interactions with a lot of other champions in this game, but I think it's really important to highlight what kind of is like the glue to Order's team composition. I really do think that that is Hayri on this Orianna.
Sure.
So far, been playing the lane out fine, has a pretty big CS advantage, honestly, for 5 minutes in just raw 1v1 laning. That is 10 CS. Of course, the wave will be caught here by Tally. But the only magic damage on the team, strictly the only that really exists there in this game for Order. And if he falls behind, it's a lot easier for Legacy. You know, Ray's being an Ezreal, building an Iceborne Gauntlet. Well, what if Hayri's behind and there just is no magic damage in the team, right? Suddenly Legacy looks like they're going to be a lot stronger. So very important for Order that Hayri does well and at least gets towards his item breakpoints to be in this game successfully. And then those shockwaves connecting. He does have some setup there from the rest of his team. You know, if Senna hits a root or if Swiper hits a big superplex, but those shockwaves I think are the team fight in a sense for Order, where Legacy I'd say much more conventional in the way that they've drafted.
I like that because yeah, as you say, there's a crutch to make sure that they can reach this point of the game where they can get kills like that. And if you get this champion online nice and early, then yeah, obviously you have the time to allow those stats to add on up.
Nice time to highlight that one though, huh? Orianna gets the shockwave off. They get the first kill going into the mid lane of Order, and suddenly some gold in all the right places and a mark towards Order. So very good stuff there from them.
Pretty big punishment onto Tally. Had to use teleport to get back to lane. Already behind in CS. Babbitt will catch that. It's going to be a bit of a rough showing for him.
4 members strong will show themselves at the Drake as well to secure the objective after the kill. So Order +1. Babbitt with a very small monster lead. Very insignificant lead at that, as the Kindred still gets those kills and extra experience to get himself to 6, though Babbitt will get there right now. Definitely there first.
Very early execution is now coming online for Ayla, really shutting down that annoyance that Yuumi is with the infinite sustain. Already got the Fiendish Codex online, so working towards that of Fiends, which just makes it out.
One of the nice times to be a center support is when your opponent is a Yuumi. You know, very much matched in the strengths that they have.
Yeah.
You can't get poked out. Your poke's pretty even. You're a ranged champion, first of all, so it's just easier to navigate. And yeah, your sustain's there.
Yeah, the worst nightmare is obviously against the likes of Fresh, Nautilus, and so on. Easy to stack up Absolution. Glaive comes online as well, makes it very easy to control the vision.
I want to say a pretty relaxing start to the game here for both teams. I think that Legacy are comfortable scaling in this game. I don't think there's any pressure on them. One of the first breakpoints that they would have is hitting level 6. You know, having a Twisted Fate, there's opportunity to map right now if he would like. But has gone for the Catalyst build, so his damage is not the highest right now. It's about sustaining in lane. And because he's gone for the Catalyst, it means he hasn't gone for damage and he has boots. So a lot less priority on him just ulting at level 6, finding the lane and pressuring side lanes immediately. But if he does choose to, there are some pretty good options, especially once Yuumi hits 6. Nah gets Mega.
Yeah, would love to have found that issue come online quite easy for them and rotate towards that first dragon, but Order find the advantage, finding that first kill onto Orianna and allowing her to itemize towards more damage to keep that lead healthy in her favor right now, which is sitting quite comfortably around about the 20 buffer.
Yeah, and even then, you know, you've got your Cull on Nah, you've got your tier stacking on. You need your first item on a Yuumi. I think we are just going to see this for a little while. There will be certain breakpoints where things will start to switch on, you know?
Sure.
The next Drake is potentially one of those points. Ocean Drake's obviously just very valuable in general, and if they wanted to choose a Drake to fight for, it could be one of the good ones. They'll be getting close to their first item breakpoints around then as well.
But this is something that Jensen's been quite vocal about, you know, saying we're quite happy to donate a few objectives across. Look, you know, the first 2 Drakes, they're a freebie, you take those. Our competition, we know those power spikes, we know what items are required before we look to force those team fights.
Point as long as there's a reason, right? Like, we're happy to give them over because of X or Y. If that is because we outscale, then like brilliant, right? Like, you're giving objectives because you're taking gold for those objectives.
Correct.
Or
bit split pushing or catching up in CS, whatever it may be.
Nice damage.
Fair bit of damage comes out onto Tally right. He's looking for it. He's going to go for the flash, bring the ball with him.
Didn't even cleanse. Didn't even need to cleanse. Gets solo killed here by Hayri in mid lane. And that's a really big tempo swing in favor of Order. You know, it felt like they still had more control of the map than Legacy did, but this is really big turning points, it feels like, where that's a fed Orianna now, not just a strong Orianna.
And this is, you know, the best plan that they could have actually asked for right now. What can Babbitt do to respond? He wants that gold. And that shutdown.
Very
Find
important.
vengeance for Tally.
Yeah, very important. He needed that kill. They needed to shut down Harry as best they could. Was the ultimate, was the flash used by that Olaf, and there is 1 minute Drake spawns, so the cost was high, but that's so worthwhile. You know, that's something on the map for the Olaf, something big that they needed.
Yeah, otherwise they would have found it. Lots of losses across this map right now. Attention to the top lane, having picked up that Herald, going to break down some of these plates and keep this economy in their favor.
Yeah, and it's just the plate push. It's not going to be the turret push. Ray's even used his E aggressive. Twisted Fates use the ultimate, actually. They want to come in.
First signs of life for a team fight. TP as well from Na. Yuumi going for the ultimate, locking members in place. Ela finding the cleanse. They will decide to go for Only, who actually on the golden floor.
Swiper's coming.
It's a disco party as they jump around. Tapoon will find that kill and get himself into the score sheet. Can they find a second to make that dragon that much easier to go for? Massive grit. Isles gets the kill. Now to make his life a little bit easier to hit that Fiend's breakpoint.
Eyes on Hayri here, however, as he does have his full items and the shockwave is up and doesn't want to get to the top lane and look to contest this by any means. But Legacy are going to go for the reset, and they're going to look towards the Drake, it seems, off that reset as fast as they can. They're able to get the kills, and not only the kills, they're able to get the team fight, effectively stemming any momentum that Order had.
Order were building up their momentum in the top lane, really trying to make things work, obviously building off what Harry had achieved, but 2 cleanses were burnt. Teleports from both top laners. And now Tally is back into things.
They get the Kindred ultimate for one. The Tristan and the Senna now have nothing available for them. When you look at the cost of summoner spells last skirmish, very favorable for Legacy. They still have everything on their bottom lane duo. Topoon has the flash if he wants to get Mega Gnar and threaten in any forthcoming fights while he doesn't have the teleport. But Order, they try and really push the tempo. They get here first, and they will break that Drake down. No contest for Legacy.
None at all. It's going to be an Ocean Drake that they acquire. We're going to have a Mountain Rift this time around, so there's some nice beefy boys to play around with here. Armor and magic resistance at their disposal. Legacy quite happy to say, look, despite the fact that we took so much from you, still happy to sit in the phase and scale on up.
This is one of those points where lane assignments are very important, though. You know, you've got Harry against Topu, which is one of those weird matchups where in mini form, you can definitely kill the Gnar. In mega form, could potentially kill you, especially when you have no summoner spells. But we also have an Ezreal and a Yuumi against a Set. 1v2 in the top lane. And Babip also hovering nearby. Tally also playing the Twisted Fate will get close to that ultimate available.
Yeah.
And the cost of the transaction here for Order is that they want to push mid lane pressure, mid lane priority, and use that for objectives. You know, that's a part of why they're able to get these Drakes successfully.
Yeah.
It can net them control around the map, and you know, one of the bigger advantages of that is they'll threaten Topoon. So they pressure the Topoon side of the map, and it means that both teams are just trading. Just even trades now.
Had the protection of that tower. Already down 2 deaths. Make it a little bit harder for him to sacrifice those minion waves if he decides to go global. It's one of the weaknesses, really, of the set is, and you know, once that Iceborne Gauntlet's online, combine that with the Yuumi and her poke.
We've actually got Kindred and Senna moving up to top to defend that, it looked like. But Swiper chooses to finish that recall, and Hayri now. So they've actually flipped their lane assignments. They're going to match their top laners against each other. But the cost of that flip is here by Order. That's not just going to be plates in top lane, it's plates bottom, as one was taken by Topoon just before the 14-minute mark. And now that turret, because it ticks over to 14, becomes fragile. It just dies.
Does indeed. It's the first turret picked up here by Legacy. Had Babip in the by try. Control wards are down. Scouting out where these members are. Complete reign of this little quadrant of the map. Out comes the True Shot Barrage. Does connect. Yuumi Olaf with the adaptive power buff. Order still sitting in mid lane.
And that was pretty calmly played out by Legacy in such a good way. Harry, he's in trouble.
Yuumi detaches, the shockwave hits nothing, and an ult from Senna to make sure a shield hits. Well, Terrain at that stage, a big, big burn, 2 ultimates, and a cleanse.
Yeah. Harry now in trouble against the likes of the Twisted Fate, who will be able to influence the map now that that ultimate is available. Legacy, they see the Herald. They've got the Yuumi Olaf together and online. And they'll just start the objective up.
They'll make light work of this one here. And they'll be able to continue the barrage of siege damage they've already started here. Let's see how low Tapoon was able to get bot lane before. And Tally right now is almost playing like a Veigar, just sitting in mid. Doesn't need to really force anything, just collect the CS. You know you're down by 30. Just make sure that Order never had the opportunity to run through rampant.
So the bot lane outer was 4 plates worth of health before the 14-minute mark, and switched off top. Just use his ultimate there as well, and Swiper to trade back. But the numbers are here for Order, so it's maybe not comfortable if you're Tapoon. He wants to try and stop this wave from crashing if he
Only is sitting around for a long time right there, and you can see Tapoon just flirting with him, buying that time to delay the recall. He's got the vision.
Yeah, that was a big win.
And this will allow them to break open top.
And they'll probably get another charge off unless they can get the auto attacks on there. They're going to choose to let the Herald die. They'll break the turret. And I want to say it's a very influential lane turret to break, just because that lane now is just no man's land. And if you're Hayri, we just spoke about this, the kill threat that Tally now has if someone else is there is high.
Yeah.
But because that turret's gone, it's even higher.
Yeah.
There's no safe space up there anymore. And you've got that global threat.
Not going to be the ideal side lane for him to farm, with it being incredibly long in distance now. Have to keep a sharp eye on whether that CS does start to get closer. Tapoon hitting that first major power spike with the Black Cleaver. He's finding love in that split push to match Swiper here.
And so the thing that needs to be noted, you know, we spoke about the importance of Hayri in this game. What we didn't really speak about is where he's going to be assigned during this game. Legacy have built themselves a pretty good 1-3-1. And as a result of that, you have to think about who's going to answer the ones in that. And it is going to be Tally split pushing, probably against Hayri, will be the assignments. And if that's the case, that's building armor, you've got a Yuumi to support that, and an Olaf that can stack it as well if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Very hard to get through those three. And I think that, you know, effectively being an indomitable 1-3-1 comp, they'll start to run away with this game at the 2 to 3 item point unless Order find his strength. You know, if it's that Twisted Fate will just die to the Orianna if they're in that lane, then that is one of the potential strengths that exist.
Legacy will find one of those first major power spikes, and as you can see there from the heal buffer that comes online, Iceborne Gauntlet for Ezreal, and a Fiends for Yuumi. The more damage you do, the bigger that heal comes on out for. Can be very, very strong when these two, as well as Babbitt, group on up.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to spike. Of course, the same can be said on the other side to a degree. You've got your Infinity completed for the Tristana. You've got the stacks on the passives coming through as well. You've got the levels starting to stack up, so individually, Order are still hitting their stride, just maybe not as much as an Ezreal, who has a stupidly cost-efficient build.
Yeah. Order doing a fantastic job there, hiding in the wings, the pink wall down. Going to be the response here with Yuumi to try and make sure that they don't give this one up for free. But Order will find a lot of value, not only taking down the tower, getting very close to it, I should say, denying away the red buff too.
Rare always loving himself a bit of a jump forwards. I just see that aggression come out. I think I took Isles by surprise for a second. I was like, oh, throw the ultimate out just in case. But still, pressure continues in mid lane. He's jumping again.
He's
no Yuumi ult.
Instant exhaust happens because that explosive shot, when it explodes, does a deceivingly amount of large damage.
Yeah, good harass. And of course, having that Executioner's call in there for the means that the trade was favorable. Yuumi not able to heal that through. That was close.
We're looking for this one, and as long as those Mystic shots connect, he's going to find it. One
Red
would
buff.
have done it. Oh, very close true shot barrage.
Lost the 50-50 there. Ayla cleanses for no reason. Rare also, remember the heal was used.
Oh no.
I don't know why Ayla cleansed. I think that was a misclick. That's unfortunate for him. That could hurt in the coming moments. There is only the Baron up in the next couple of minutes. You know, 3 minutes until a Drake spawns.
Yep.
So maybe that cleanse won't be one of those unfortunate things that was just wasted.
Be one of those things where you say, hopefully those guys didn't catch it. Move on. Flip the script. side lanes now do take place, as you highlighted before. Tally going to sit to it. But Harry has just been doing such a fantastic job of making sure that this lead stays in his favor. 50.
Yeah, he's very fed, and he has two pretty cheap items compared to the other opportunistic ones, like a Luden's Echo Death Cap, the more expensive build.
Sure.
When he hits those two items, could 1v9 the game, but he's gone for the spike sooner rather than later, and he could still build those items afterwards. I think that's important. He needs to always be strong. Wait for those spike timings.
Will this be the moment where Graves wants to fight because he's got the 3 crucial items online? And he's there to pocket him. Olaf always waiting in the wings, just looking for an objective to contest.
And we had to really see a big influence from these top laners coming into the fights. Teleports are both there. The ultimates are. The summoner spells all. If we see a Gnar come in, Mega Gnar, team fighting is going to be huge. We see a set come in, it's always going to be huge in team fights.
Absolutely.
And we're just really waiting for those fights themselves to have a reason to out.
I mean, there's an argument you could make to say that both Gnar and Set almost function and facilitate the same kind of engage, right? With the shove into the wall, just a slam dunk into multiple members. Get the ball rolling.
But in saying that, if they stay in these lanes, if they just constantly stay in the side lane, I would always rather be a Gnar. At this point, the closer you get to the 2-item completion, you go for your Frozen Mallet, I would always rather be the Gnar.
Well, the 1-3-1 continues. And the sustain of the Yuumi will come online.
And the 1-3-1 isn't always just that strict, right? Like, look at where Tally is. He's currently hovering. So it's not just a 1-3-1, it's a 3-2. It's a split push either way. And that is how Legacy want to win the game, is by pressuring a side lane while having an Ezreal, Yuumi, and an Olaf that are almost unkillable and just hanging out. Iceborne Gauntlet, AoE, clears waves, slows you down, makes things annoying and impossible, as does a Yuumi. And if you catch an Olaf, he just presses R and yells away. One of the variations that's possible there from Legacy, and good thinking coming out of them.
Look at the gold difference, as you can see right now.
1.8 in top lane.
Hopes really are relying on Harry to get them through these mid-game skirmishes with that magic damage, as you highlighted.
Yeah, the only person ahead is him. Everyone else pretty significantly behind. Like mentioned, while the 80 carry difference in items is actually very significant, even though the gold difference isn't, just because of the cost efficiency of those items. Swiper.
Forced to burn that flash as TF revealed him even missed. They were the ones first to take the Drake. The Legacy are the ones to claim it.
Yeah, top end showing up on Mega, all the reinforcements there from Legacy collapsing at the same Drake. 2 Mountain Drakes, very tanky. It's going to be the side of Legacy if they're able to get any more. Could potentially have a 4 Mountain Drag, a Mountain Soul game. And I never want to verse that.
Nobody dies.
Nobody dies. Not to mention the Yuumi and the mobility that they have. No one dies.
You put all your eggs into one basket. Yuumi just jumps across to somebody else, tops them up, and between the resistance and the heals, you're breaking keyboards.
Oh no, Yuumi to help ya.
This is a big situation right now. It's a fantastic shutdown. Red make it happen between flash, jump, and heal, but he takes that. Where Israel's in one of those big power spikes.
Absolutely. Yuumi trying to walk to mid lane, walks a very greedy pathing, regrets it, and switches back. Suddenly is just jumped on the other side. They kill one, they push mid, Shockwave just mid. Oh. That Shockwave threat could have secured them a little bit more pressure, even on a second turret in mid lane, but they'll break one for free after the nice pick.
You can see the idea there, Senna starting things off with the root. Shockwave, as you say, would have done it. Still hunting, however. Hanging around in the shrub.
Yeah, Senna basically using W off cooldown at this point.
Really is.
He's looking for those picks.
Does have Glaive online as well, so it's quite easy for them to set up bush parties like that.
So I think now's a pretty good time to do a stack check for all the stacking champions. You've got Rare level 12, so his range is starting to build up nicely.
Yeah.
Of course, he's not going to spend a lot of time in a solo lane doing anything massive just yet. The other 2 champions that we'll need our observers to look at sooner or later will be the Kindred and the Senna, for how many stacks they have on the bottom left of your screen.
Triple executioners.
That's 3 for the Kindreds. That's actually really tragic. 24 minutes in, only 3 stacks.
74 stacks, not too bad though.
Yeah, Senna hitting almost the 80 mark.
Once you hit 80 and you're going towards 100, that's when you're in big man land. But triple executioners online right now, which makes the Olaf dream with the Spirit Visage and a UB attached that much weaker.
The concern with Kindred only having 3 stacks is not only less range, but just generally less impact on the map.
Yep.
Hurts to be a Kindred and hit that point. Of course, there's still a lot of fullness in the champion. It's high damage, high utility from the ultimate to keep your team alive. Let's say you're facing off against an 4 stacks might help you dodge that axe. 3, not going to help you at all.
Legacy will still sit around in this mid lane. They really want to take that tower down before the fight. We are going for this Baron. Down to half, you can see what happens when the heal comes online, even with the healing cut on. Instantly top back up.
Yeah, you want to take even trades. Just hang on a sec.
That's actually very aggressive as Tapoon just jumps in amongst multiple members. Down goes Kindred, and that's going to be the... Well, just a slam dunk, quite honestly. He goes golden. He's looking to jump, and massive shockwave onto multiple members, and followed up here by Set. Swiper finding first signs of life in this game, but it will be raised to get a double kill amongst it.
Swiper and Harry put in some serious work. That much is for certain. The way that the fight starts is not favorable for Order. And so they do still limp away with only 2 people left alive. Similar thing could be said for Legacy, however.
Yeah.
We just disengage and we reset. And we're looking down the barrel of a 3rd Mountain Drake for Legacy.
Very slow game when it's come to kills. Only 11 on the board right now. Legacy will have that lead, as we've seen before. But definitely playing around these objectives and really stubbornly trying to take down that mid turret.
Potential of what happens when the top laners get into the mix.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Topoon, we saw him miss almost everything. And then Swiper just picks on the Gnar, right? Play the set into the Gnar. He's used his scoop already, and only if he has used his scoop already, ult him into the team. If he hasn't, do not touch the man, because then you're just gifting him a free ult.
First signs of what could look like as everybody comes to mid lane. Tally very close to having that teleport online. Same with the ultimate. Multiple ways to engage. Multiple ways to be creative. As the ARAM continues.
First real time in the game, we've seen some serious pressure placed towards the Baron or topside river at the moment, you know? That means, 27 minutes in, it's a real threat that the Baron could be taken. I think that Legacy have made a conscious choice to even look at that.
Yeah.
Or sneaking away the Drake from under their noses. I think Legacy are late to react to this one. Will they get there in time? And the answer is yes, if they heads in.
They may be able to. They're going to reveal it now with that TF. Just the amount of damage that comes online when Ragnarok gets proc with Yumi on top. Tally finds 1. They do get the Dragon. Order find 3. But the fight means Legacy take you down. And I think really at the end of the day, Rusty, they say you can have that Drake, because now finally we can get that turret.
Yeah, basically they're giving them a choice order. They say if you continue to do this Drake and we engage on you right now, you die. You'll get the Drake, but and then we go over to the Baron with that kill advantage and we try and take that one out.
Yeah.
Only stays alive, yes, because he gets the Dragon and no one touches him. But because there's 2 people gone, Rare and Swiper, a lot of the damage missing. No one's going to be able to contest this Baron buffer whatsoever. Legacy win out on that trade.
One of the benefits, I suppose, really, of the Twisted Fate, the ability just to sit stubbornly in mid lane and then have him reveal where everybody are and go, oh yeah, they are Drake. Let's go towards that now.
The problem with taking the first 2 Drakes of the game in, I don't know if it's in game, but it has become that obviously, is that your opponent can get 4 of the same soul type. And that really does start to play on you. 2 Mountain Drakes in, you're like, do we dare give them extra 10% resistances 3 times over? So we have to go for that. And then Legacy, we're fed, so we can kind of just walk in there and see if you're doing it. Make the choice that we believe to be the objective best choice. And look at how that worked out for them.
60 CS. Desperately clutching on to make an impact. And when these shockwaves have landed, they've definitely had moments.
Yeah, you're putting a Set and an Orianna in the same team composition. They have a crazy amount of AoE damage that they can layer together.
It'll be interesting to see how they decide to use it. The push takes place to Poon down bot sides. Set clears top.
Ray's used his E, so he's not going to be able to open more until the Yuumi comes in. It's an intricate dance that you've got between an Ezreal and an Orianna. Raze can get one hit. Legitimately can get one hit from that bow if it connects. And anytime that Raze has the E, he's able to step up aggressively. And it's a big game of bait. Will you throw the shockwave? Will I use my dash away on this?
Ribble's there, doesn't need to use cleanse, doesn't even have cleanse. Managed to find a dash over the wall.
Stake could cost a lot here for both of these teams, but I think that the way that Legacy are playing this one right now is very much risk averse. Why make the mistake when we can pressure multiple places at once?
Yeah.
As Tally once again isn't splitting.
I was going to say, the fact that Tapoon is commanding the respect of 4 members to that bottom side, then back to mid, top lane is just left as it is, actually pushing favorably for Order.
They could. Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Okay, that's what they're looking for.
See you, mate. All right, sweet.
Patience pays off. You can one-shot me, but I can... That has to hurt.
Fair enough, man. What do you mean? That was the most casual death I think I've ever seen.
Well, 2 inhibitors down as Legacy break through this base, utilizing Baron buff effectively and finding a fantastic pick. Won't have much longer left on this buff, however, but they turn their sights now towards these Nexus turrets.
Top Moon hits Meganar as well. He's hunting.
He is indeed. Now goes to Halo Ground to make sure everybody stays healthy, stays alive. This team fight. Tally's going to find one. The Nexus turrets will start to fall on down, and they are farming the fountain. Third time the charm, they say, but Legacy won't give them that window. It was good for the start, but Legacy claim it in the end. Finally, shutdowns look good, but it doesn't matter when you're the last sole survivor. Legacy will take down Order.
And they get it with the triple killer. Once again proves that he's just far too clean on the Ezreal. And the 4 members of Legacy, of course, with the Shadow playing in mid lane. Kind of like Shadow in this game, actually. He was just protecting the rest of his team from start to finish. He knew he wasn't fed, so he just played his role. And
yeah,
I mean, that's what happens when you're a top laner with years of experience. But I would say we're challenged to a point. And then it really just started to go all in their favor, and then they just run over the game.
I think it was an interesting point when you highlight the stacking component of what these champions had to offer on Order. Definitely you can see that Tristana had those power spikes, but wasn't able to really find those desirable team fights. A bit of a quiet game, except for that one rare occasion where, ironically enough, Rare was better and bully out what Israel could achieve. Kindred felt at many stages of that game just an ultimate bot.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, felt ultimately invisible for a lot of the game as well. There was, and it's not was invisible early. You know, there was the early ganks in mid lane. They killed the Orianna.
Yeah.
The attempts were definitely there. The opportunity not as prevalent as they would have liked. And realistically, we just didn't see a whole lot from their comp. I think it's a risky comp to pick. You know, like, a credit to Order for going for that decision, but they just picked a bunch of ranged champions against a comp that will happily, or if they want to, avoid them. And that was very easy for Legacy to do once they got the lead. Is, you know, you've got your Twisted Fate, go to a side lane. Nah is always going to be fine in a side lane, can build however he would like.
Yeah.
And then an Olaf, Yuumi, as possible to kill, impossible to deal with if they're ahead in the mid lane, the 1-3-1. And that was really it for Order. Once it hit that point, that hit the break point where Legacy set up their lane assignments how they would like, kind of boomed.
I think Legacy, you'd argue, actually found the best dragons to even achieve, right? Between the ocean and the mountain, just resistance, tankiness, the ability to say, if you're itemizing this heavily into execute, well, I think there was like 3 the last time I checked. The fact is, look, we have this many resistances on top of that, right? And it's just going to be that hard when Ragnarok gets popped with me on top to say, me down, and just ran straight for the team.
I mean, as long as it's not a Cloud Soul, I think Legacy would have been very happy with that. You know, the Mountain Soul's nice because the whole goal of the Orianna in that comp was to be able to one-hit people.
Yeah.
That becomes harder to do with every Drake that you take. Ocean Soul would have been nice because you just sit back and throw spells at them. Infernal, we saw Hayri die basically for no cost of legacy at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been even easier for them. So very happy with how they played that game, honestly, once they got that lead.
Well, another person very happy with that game will be the one returning on the couch after this one. Don't go anywhere. Only who actually pops down the golden floor.
Swiper's coming.
It's a disco party as they jump around. Cocoon will find that kill and get himself into the score sheet. Can they find a second and make that dragon that much easier to go for? Massive amount. That's actually very aggressive as Cocoon just jumps in amongst multiple members. Down goes Kindred, and that's going to be the... Well, just a slam dunk, quite honestly. She goes golden. He's looking at jump and mass to multiple members, and followed up here by Set. Swiper finding first signs of life in this game. They're going to reveal it now with that TF, just the amount of damage that comes online when Ragnar gets proc with Yumi on top. Tally finds one. They do get the dragon, or to find three. The fight means Legacy take you down. Down goes the Halo Ground to make sure everybody stays healthy, stays alive, stays in the mix of this team fight. Tally's going to find one. Turrets will start to fall on down, and they are farming them at the fountain. Finding kills here, shutdowns look good, but it doesn't matter when you're the last sole survivor. Legacy, down order.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
A full tankard in a warm tavern was the plan. Not extra watch.
Whole countryside's on edge after Fuss Barrel.
Yeah. Mages. They show up here. They show up here, and I'll come. Tedric? Hey, Tedric. Tedric!
Help me!
Tally is back, and he is reaping his vengeance on his former team.
Yes. What a game.
What a game.
What a game.
For you guys.
For me.
Yeah.
No.
I like how you... I was involved in none of the preparation, didn't do any of the organising, but on the win, what a game for me.
I mean, what use is it being the boss if you don't get to claim all the credit?
100%.
Right? Otherwise, why do it?
The only thing I'll quibble about is that most bosses don't say, I don't do anything, and then take the credit. They just take the credit, and you assume that there's a lot of behind-the-scenes machinations going on.
That's just another positive about me. I'm very transparent.
Yeah, right. In some ways, it's even more bossly because you're showing how just inept you are
Just
at
how
work,
useless, how irrelevant.
but how you still get to take all the credit. That's
exactly.
That's a real power move.
Yes. No, in any case, it was a good game. I thought Legacy with the 1-3-1 and a 2-3 a little bit as well. But playing the side lanes very well. Order had a scaling team fight comp. Unfortunately, weren't able to get to the late game. They had a few team fight blunders early on. I think dropping the Herald in the side lane against Fate coming out of the base. You know, Orianna can't follow up easily, and they found themselves in a numbers disadvantage. And Kindred ended up losing her life. Kindred's one of those champions where as soon as you're behind, it's very difficult to play the game. And unfortunately, that's what happened to Only. Olaf Yumi, you know, very strong, very good against ranged champions. Not much peel on the side of Order. So once they sort of deployed into that 1-3-1, where TF had the ability to either gank the Gnar lane or force into the enemy jungle, I thought it was a very difficult game for Order to play from behind. They were going to have to do a lot of good things in terms of turtling in order to get that win. And fortunately for Legacy, they weren't able to.
Well, it'll be interesting to see once we manage to pick up the games that we missed from last Saturday's broadcast, which was postponed, and then we'll be able to see the standings, whether or not Order managed to stay in that top 5 like we were speaking about before the game started.
Yep. I mean, losing doesn't help, but I think the bottom 3 teams are AV, I mean, who did just play very well, but AV, Gravitas, Mammoth, their records are pretty far out there.
It's only
really
AV,
unlikely. It's only AV, and I think AV, I don't know their record off the top of my head, but I don't think it's great either. But, you know, if they keep playing like how they did against the Chiefs, they could turn around.
They could turn around indeed. But we don't need to talk about that anymore. We need to talk about the Nick Bag.
I really feel like it's haunting me.
Yeah.
Like it's howling.
Yeah.
Like it's a were-stalk.
A were-stalk?
Yeah, like a werewolf, but it's obviously...
Stalk, yeah, of course. I only just noticed there's only 4 toes on baby me.
Is there something you're not telling us, Nick? Take your shoes off right now.
I'll do it. Wait, am I allowed to? Is that like
Surely
breaking some
not.
Twitch TOS? I'm getting a big no. And you'll never find out unless you
press 1 in chat if you want to see Nick's feet.
Yeah. We'll find out
in 5 minutes' time.
Yeah. So for next segment, then you'll get some sweet foot action. Toned TNT says, can you ask Tim why Tal got the wrong 10-pack of eggs on stream last night?
I don't know. It's a short answer. Sorry, I wasn't watching Tally's stream. I have no idea. I didn't realize he even bought eggs. It's unlike James to do shopping at all. This is just all around a shock to me. So, I mean, why did he buy a 10-pack of eggs? First of all, I don't know. Second of all, he bought the wrong 10-pack?
Yeah.
What? I mean, like, obviously there are different you can get. Here's something sort of relevant to your question, but much more interesting than Tally. When you buy free-range eggs, the minimum chickens they can have in a hectare to qualify for free range is 10,000.
Yeah.
Right? 10,000 chickens in a hectare. But you can buy free-range eggs that, if you read the box, they all have to say how many are.
Yeah.
You can get down to, I have my chickens, 1,500.
Yes.
1,500 to a hectare. That's crazy.
I've seen, I haven't seen them in supermarket, but I've been to the website where you can.
They have chicken cam.
There are ones.
They've got webcams.
There are ones where it's 45 chickens a hectare, and I'm like, this just some boutique
luxury chickens
egg outfit who's only selling to like 30 people.
Bourgeoisie chickens.
This website. Yeah, I mean those chickens. That's the life.
Those
are
eggs.
Still pretty good.
They're the best that I've found. I haven't done like any special online research or anything like that, but
here's my thing. I didn't know you could buy 10 packs of eggs. Isn't it 6 or 12?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Wrong thing?
Maybe that's what's wrong. You have to ask James, I'm sorry. Maybe he'll stream tonight, you can ask him. He's finished his game now, so he's probably watching right now. So in 5 minutes' time, when this segment goes to air, he'll probably reply in the chat for you.
There you go, and keep an eye out for that. And if he doesn't, TNT, please send me an email and more context, give me a clip from the stream, something I need to know. Luke says, hey Nick, can you ask Carbon when the 2020 Legacy jersey will be available to buy? A man needs to represent.
We get this question a lot. I don't have an answer for you. Unfortunately, we are working on it right now.
You're very hands-off as the boss. But when it comes out...
I don't know, because I actually don't do anything. I'm sure it'll appear at some stage, and when it does, I'll be sure to take credit.
Excellent. Jake Osipenko says,
hysterics.
Hi, Nick. What do you think acceptable colours to dye your hair for an esports broadcast, and what colours should not be acceptable?
I'm not big on gamer hair.
Yeah.
I feel like gamer hair, like the trend of, they all do crazy stuff to their hair. I feel like it looks good on a stream where you're controlling the lighting and all that sort of stuff. And it can look good on a broadcast too, but I've seen a lot of gamer hair outside a broadcast, and it just doesn't hold up.
No.
So for me, gamer hair is like, I understand, like if you're working in the industry, if you're streaming every day, you want some gamer hair and it's going to improve, you know, your confidence and the quality of your broadcast, go ahead and get some gamer hair. But for me, the crazy colors and stuff, like I see it day so many times, just like at the like I'll be taking a gamer to the supermarket or something and he's got crazy hair and I'm just thinking like, you look ridiculous.
I like how, because it is gamer hair, it's very true. But I do like the fact that you keep calling it gamer hair. And then you said, you know, I take a gamer to the supermarket. And it's just this idea that they're like chickens or something, where it's like, they're not people, they're gamers. Yeah. I have an image of you with like, with one of your legacy boys wearing one of those backpacks that have the lead on it. And so it's like a Tibbers backpack with a lead and you just make sure that they don't run away in the supermarket.
Sometimes I feel like I need that.
Look, you can do whatever you want with your hair. That's fine. I tend to agree. I think where it falls over, I do like different hair colors. Where it falls over is the home dye job. Because it's just this block of color.
Yep, okay.
And that's not really how most people's hair is. Most people's hair fades as it goes, as it like lightens and
grows
things, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. You need to go somewhere, spend all that money you're not spending on rent, and go spend it on your hair. Get a good gamer hair dye job. I'll take any color. I don't really like green because I just think it washes out the face. I like a pink. You see a lot of blue. I like silver. I do like silver hair.
I think silver's one of those ones where, like, because you see that on non-gamers as well.
They're called...
I call them normies.
Yeah, right.
But you see a lot of regular people with silver hair, and I think that can look good. But a lot of, you know, regular people when they get their hair done, well, that's also not true. Sometimes I imagine they do home jobs as well. They're more likely to go to the salon, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
If I forced you to dye your hair a different color, what would it be?
I don't know. I'd be afraid to dye my hair because it goes quite brittle. Afterwards, it'd probably all just fall out.
But I'm forcing it.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe like green. I'd normally pick green. Color? Yeah. Here's the thing. I hated the color green growing up. I was never big on green. Yeah. Never really liked green. But I've conditioned myself to enjoy green. And now, you know, if you catch me playing a game with customizable characters or anything. All green now. I'm green top to bottom. I've never enjoyed the color green.
You are contractually obligated to enjoy green.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's is there green in Direwolves? There's a little bit of what's coming up. We've got the Direwolves versus PGG. I mean, I was debating whether or not that was green or like a tealy blue kind of situation. And really, I don't think at all any of this is important. What is important is we got Chippies, Mir, Shock, Vital, and Decoy. Coach Kai, Direwolves coming in for what for me is probably the game of the day up against PGG.
Yep, playing out of the Esports High Performance Center today, so they'll have that nice view of the SCG, which is always very cool when I see photos. Yes, playing up against PGG, who last weekend had a very good weekend, but last night did not have a very good night.
No, not a very good night at all. We got PGG's lineup, please. Bring it up. Who have we got? Carbon.
Panther playing Sully playing jungle, Get Back in the mid lane, Praedyth and Rogue playing bot, and they are coached by Western Way.
Sorry, I was very... PGG, we'll get to your chance. Very distracted. The chat finally caught up to the egg conversation. It was TFT eggs.
That's one of those ones where like you need to know at the time. Yeah. Because we also very seriously spent like 5 minutes talking about eggs and it had nothing at all to do with the question.
We went so deep on eggs when we could have been about at least a Riot product.
Yes.
But I have to ask, how many chickens are laying these Riot eggs that we sell to everybody? We need to find out the hectareage on that. Okay, PGG, they are here. Bit of a grudge match going on for Direwolves and PGG. Who are you tipping for this one?
I like Direwolves. They played pretty well last night, and I don't think PGG's form looks great. They did not... I mean, everybody has an off day, but for me, Sully yesterday looked really shocking. I think that, yes, okay, if he turns it around, this could be a very competitive match, but I think Direwolves have, finals on their mind and in their eyes, and very keen on potentially catching, if Chiefs keep losing games and Legacy lost games last week, if the top two keep losing games, there is potential there for Direwolves to catch. So I think Direwolves going to be very motivated, or would have been very motivated this week in training, and I think they're going to come away with a W.
All right, well, I'm going to back PGG just because there's been a big upset tonight already, and I'm ready for another one. Let's find what happens. Direwolves versus PGG is coming up with the Macca's Champ Select.
The third game of the day brings us Planet.GG taking on Direwolves, and if you're a Direwolvian fan, I tell you what, they definitely want to win after seeing them from those first two games there, Tim.
It is looking like a day of upsets at the moment, if that AV game is anything to go off.
Yeah.
Direwolves absolutely will not want that to happen. Both legacies are sitting on 3 losses at the moment, so if Direwolves are able to come away from with this game with a win, then I think they'll be in pretty good stead for the last 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah, currently sitting at 10-4, so definitely in a situation where they are hot on your heels, and you can definitely feel that burning sensation behind you. But Pentanet.GG have definitely shown us that they can make things happen from time to time again. They're doing what they did yesterday and sticking to that high on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, Miru is a keen Lee Sin player, so not a huge surprise to see them take it away. But yeah, I mean, shouts out to Sully for the confidence. After yesterday says, not going to be defined by one performance, willing to try it again, and I can appreciate that, and I wish him the best of luck.
Look how confident Shock is, though. There was just no hesitation. As soon as that looked in, bam, Syndra, I am taking it. I don't care about the matchup. I will play it. It's my most played this split, and I can do it with a fair amount of conviction. Rek'Sai as well, so a strong early game for them, and I think you can almost understand it as a Lisa comparison of, not performing too well yesterday, going absolutely balls to the wall today, and thinking probably Sully's going to do the same and try and make something crazy happen so I can just here.
Yeah, could be. Shock Syndra is really good, has been for a while, so not surprising to see him take that away early. Rek'Sai is the traditional sort of counter to Lee Sin, just because he's able to stop the Q damage with his Unburrow and then sort of answer very quickly with damage of her own. So I don't think Rek'Sai is super strong in the meta right now, but certainly still a good matchup and very aggressive early game, so keen to see what Miru can get done. The counter pick of Echo into Syndra is an interesting one for me. Syndra is supposed to punish this lane really hard, so in terms of the laning phase, it's not a counter pick necessarily but certainly if he can survive the lane phase without falling too far behind, it becomes very difficult for Syndra to kill Echo in the side lane. So Echo sort of has that scaling, I think, on his side. Maokai, blind pick Maokai lock in, potentially flexible to bottom lane.
Sure.
So we might see that because Olaf, Chippies is really the only Olaf top player on the server. He's pretty big on it. He plays a lot in solo queue, and he'll often get first blood level 1 or 2 just with the axe spam. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Maokai get flexed into that. But at the same time, we talk often about how Biopanther is a tank player, and I'm sure he's quite adept at the tree.
Well, 580 carries, technically 6 of you. Count Sen is still in that. Taken away so far, so definitely going to limit the options of Vital and Praetor in their champion pools. Be quite interesting to see how things then finally do wrap up, with now Brom also denied as well, so still got all those heavy engaged supports, the likes of Fresh, Leona, Nautilus, and Vital. Well, if that was a Twitch, would have been quite excited.
Brom, for me, suggests that this Maokai is going into the bot lane.
Okay.
Brom is pretty good into Maokai. It's really hard for Maokai to engage at all against a Brom.
What is the true strength of the Maokai support?
Look, it's it's an engaged support. His W makes him untargetable, and it's an unavoidable route, which is a very, very strong tool. So easy setup for ganks. In the mid game, his ultimate covers a lot of ground. Another easy way to engage, set up a flank on the side. But at the same time, it's not the best support. It's you have saplings that can be a bit annoying early, but in comparison to the other melee supports, he's not great. Lock in though, so it isn't going to be Maokai. It is going to be Maokai top into the Olaf. So we'll see how Biopanther's able to weather that lane.
Yeah.
AD carry bans are in. I don't think that Praetor has a very big pull. I think, you know, he often he plays a lot of the same AD carries. But opting into the Varus here, we'll see how he goes. That's an engaged champ, and then into the Zyra Khan. This is going to be a tough lane for Pentanet, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it will be his first Varus game, so quite excited to see how that one comes to fruition. A lot of CC for them to juggle around with a lot of engagement tools, especially if the teleports come down from top lane. Sully gets involved there on the Lee Sin as well, so yeah, going to be a rough laning phase for them between that and the Lover's Joy to go for the 2v2. I think Direwolves, especially with the form that Vital, Chippies and Shock are in, quite scary to deal with them.
It's a weird comp. Looking at it again from Pentanet, it's a weird, like... Okay, so they have Maokai's really good team fighter, but not great in the 1-3-1. Lee Sin is sort of... He can do a little bit of everything. But then Echo very much wants to play to 1-3-1, not to team fights necessarily. But Varus is a team fighter, but then Tahm Kench sort of wants to 1-3-1 to the side wave. So for me, the comp's identity, I'm not seeing it. Whereas for the Direwolves, it's very clear. You know, it's win lane, win game. Should win that lane. Syndra should win that lane. Zyra Khan. Bot lane, I'm not 100% sure about, but I'm pretty confident that
they should win as well.
That they should win that lane as well. And then the Rek'Sai wins the jungle, should win the jungle matchup. You know, 60-40 against Lee Sin. So, you know, Direwolves, the comp identity I see very clearly. And we'll see. I mean, we'll have to see whether or not Pentanet can stand up to this.
So what you're basically saying is we need Western Way here. Damn COVID-19.
Yes, it would be. I'd be very interested to hear in what he has to say. I suspect it would have something to do with champion pool limitations.
Sure. And
the bans. You know, I could be completely wrong. For me, the big question mark is this bot lane, but I don't know it. So, in any case, we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose you obviously got Tahm Kench there with the Devour to make sure that Praetor does get jumped upon. Is it going to be that squish? Have that get out of jail free card, but
second invade
does look like an invade as Direwolves good at the sort of recent.
Okay, they're gonna. Ooh, Miru walked in that bush and we saw a bunch of pings go down.
Yes.
Pentanet. Sully's got to be suspicious.
Well, Pentanet are fanning out right now. Sully would have spotted that one. But they're going to reset.
I mean, they must have researched. Like, you know, they must have researched. They must have seen something. But that was. I don't know, that was weird. It would be weird for Pentanet to enter that bush. But.
Unless they're looking for a late invade.
No, because you can't late invade with a bot lane, right? Because Direwolves bot lane needs to walk back bottom in order to get to lane in time.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. We'll have to write that one off and just say that Direwolves knew something that we didn't.
Well, they are going to place a ward down towards their Raptors, protect the invade that may come out from Miru. Both going to start top side. Parving towards bot, we're going to see. And then we might have a bit of action in that bottom lane to understand exactly how this 2v2 matchup fares on out. But I am quite excited to see the influence, the redemption story, if anything, really, for Sully.
Yeah, definitely had a tough game yesterday. I mean, like I said in the pre-game, not defined by one performance.
No.
But at the same time, you do think about it, and he'd certainly not want to repeat.
I think, especially in these kind of games, right, when you are really challenged top spots, when you're looking really for the most desirable positioning when it comes to playoffs, so it's good to check of your form, of your dominance, of your prep, scenario, situation, surroundings.
Not much happened so far. Both junglers just, well, opting into the full clear, so Sully, no intention of ganking early. Probably a smart thing to do. Most of his lanes need a couple levels before they really come online.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to be caught by Miru in the river. Most of his lanes are getting... And like I said, Lee Sin has a pretty hard time 1v1ing him anyway, so don't mind the pathing here.
Miro will go in for the invade now on towards red. Ward will expire. He's going to find him. Going to go charge. Doesn't connect.
Miro has missed, and he's got no tunnel.
Now out comes the Burrow to climb, get himself into a situation. Looks good right now. He's going to burn that flash to get on out. Incredibly low, drawing the aggro of both mid laners. But Soy, quite happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, Miro misplayed the micro pretty hard there. What makes this matchup Rek'Sai favored? The fact that when Lee Sin tags you with his W, you can just hold your unburrow either until he Qs in or until the Q wears off, and then you return with damage. But Miro used his tunnel, which meant he had no way out, and on top of that, he unburrowed before Sully had even thrown his Q. So Sully got to land both sides of his Q, essentially for free, and if that happens, then the Rek'Sai's in real trouble.
In the top side as Miro just finds action again, and he's got nowhere to go unless he's got that tunnel up, which he does. Very long cooldown at 24 seconds.
But not the worst.
Fraction.
Yeah, it's not the worst. He does get tracked, so Sully should have an idea of where he's going to go next. But the fact that Miro was able to secure the crab before having to run away means that he won't be too far behind in XP. Definitely never feels great. Meanwhile, in this top lane, Chips has developed quite the CS lead, and he's got the wave shoving in as well. So assuming he gets all these, we talked a little bit about Maokai in the draft, and I think you could say pretty comfortably that this counter pick is working out for Direwolves.
Absolutely, and it's warranting the attention of push that wave in to get crashed, have it come back towards him. He was out of mana.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 24 CS lead, and Chippy's probably going to shove this next wave in before he bases as well, so definitely a game for BioPanther, but this is a pretty impossible matchup, to be frank.
He's going to hold on to his teleport and run back to lane as these minions do fall to the tower. We're going to be a fair...
That's tragic.
It's getting worse by the minute.
There must be... Do they have a set play in mind? Is there a bot dive coming from the Maokai at level 6? Like,
well, that's what I'm... You know, you talked about this 2v2 matchup, and you're thinking, surely there's a case where Sully shows attention to the bottom side, Echo collapses in with level 6 for the freedom.
Yeah.
TP comes in, and they just go, look, I can't do much. I'm just going to root somebody in and hope for the best.
Saving the TP is like, the wave is pushing back to Olaf, so Chippies doesn't need to TP either. I mean, I guess you don't want to lose TP advantage already beating you in lane, but...
Sure.
But, you know, this lane is going to get worse before it gets better.
He's got the Warhammer online now, so extra cooldown, extra damage at his disposal. Make it that much more annoying to deal with.
Miro is on the race. We'll see whether or not he looks for that tunnel over the wall. Get back is 6, so that does make it difficult to dive. No, opts into just Higgins. Sully looking for an opportunity bot lane.
Now this would be the situation where you'd wonder, does the teleport come out now from the Maokai? Miro has his eyes set fixed on mid lane. Get back will have the ability to jump on back if need be. Hangs on to it. But this means there's a lot of priority now for Direwolves to make the move.
Yeah. I think Sully picking up the crab here, using his bot priority to get the crab is pretty big because it might have been a tough spot otherwise.
Sure.
Like you said, Syndra has a lot of priority as a result of that gank. Get back doesn't have the TP available, so he's going to be on this for a little while now. It'll be hard for Sully to do much else. Miru invading on the top side now. Sully.
He's not going back.
The chickens aren't there. The camera's not on him on the minimap, but he's sort of been walking back and forth on where chickens would have been otherwise, and getting into doing the dragon now.
I mean, for the solo.
Dragon's not a bad, you know, it is an objective. It's, you know, obviously beneficial, but, you know, to lose your topside camps definitely hurts.
Bot lanes do go back to the 4 reset. Sully was pinging for before, just saying, where are they?
BioPanther has just walked mid, I guess to help the shove. I mean, he can't go to lane,
no.
I guess. That's it, right?
It looks like Olaf's freezing.
Yeah, he can't go to lane. There's nothing for him to do there. The problem is his Dragon's down as well, so I think we're about to see that bot lane die. Bios, from this position, the Maokai ult is extremely difficult to avoid. We'll see whether they pull the trigger.
They surely are. They're going to come for it right now. They're
Here
going
it
to start
comes.
off with the Maokai. How do Decoy play this one? Both going to get rooted. Both going to look to use those summoners very early on. Heal comes out. Decoy survives. Vital flashes away. Decoy does go down in the end as the sniper comes out from Varus. But Chippies gets amongst and he falls on that massive lead, accounting for very little. And more members come flooding on in. Get Back wants to make it happen, but the turnaround rocks on up. Mira getting the execute, flashing in forward for the second. Direwolves finding aggression underneath their own tower.
At the end of the day, it's 2 for 2. Very tense dive there, to be honest. The fact that they got the kill on the Olaf is pretty huge, because that means that he's not going to have the TP anymore. BioPanther has the opportunity to re-dive when his ult comes back up. So strategically, I think PGG, this will alleviate a lot of pressure, but the replay coming through, we'll see that both the roots land here, but because there's no creeps under the tower, nobody is super keen on tanking for too long, and you can see Bio, he tanks 2 and immediately walks out. Olaf not quite strong enough to 3v1 there, and the time Kench Devour coming in clutch. Vital gets the tower, but Shock being here, manages to get that flash stun, and 2 easy kills for Miro after that.
Chippy's holding the wave in there with the teleport on that last minion. That Pentanet was so desperately looking to try and crash on into that tower. And as you highlight, made it quite easy for them to buy time for the response. Bio does hang on to that teleport, gets himself back to lane, but still down by double.
Chippies could be in trouble here.
Chippies wants to make something happen. He's sitting pretty in the
Oh,
bottom
Rogue
lane.
is
He's
taking
just going to
so
flash
much
forward.
damage.
It doesn't matter how big Chippy's got you. He's got you with the axe. Sorty for the second time finds a kill.
Yeah. Just not able to save Rogue there. A bit slow on the kick, perhaps. Rogue probably would have died either way, but look, it's not the worst trade. You know, support for the top laner, particularly in Olaf. The problem for Chip, if he keeps dying like this, you know, he's going to fall off very quickly, and if BioPanther is able to, you know, sort of stabilize this lead a little bit, pick up some XP, pick up some CS, he's going to be much more relevant in the mid to late game. Could be in trouble here, though.
Could be in trouble indeed as Decoy goes for the dash. Plenty of mobility, though, and that will buy enough time to distract the attention of Pentanet for a second headbutt.
Almost a 3k gold lead, despite kills being even. CS lead in pretty much every lane.
Yeah.
It makes the game difficult, but I think a lot of that is just what happened in the draft. You know, Direwolves seemed like, you know, if I'd seen the draft at the end, I would have assumed that Direwolves had somehow counter-picked every lane, but of course we know it was a blind pick.
Raw confidence, really, from the get-go. There was certainty as soon as they locked in Elise in. I'm taking their mine. Rek'Sai was pondered for about 10 seconds, but once again, locked in. So Direwolves almost felt like you can play whatever you want. We have a clear idea, a clear vision of what we want to bring to the Rift.
I think there's a dive coming bot lane as we see Vital and Decoy making their way into the bot side of the jungle. BioPanther, I mean, I know he carries the moniker of tank, but he's not very...
Not very tanky at the moment. What about those 2 core items online? He's going to meet the wrath of 4 hungry wolves, and they pounce on in, burning an ultimate as well. Decoy, amongst all of them, will be the one to pick up the killing blow. And without any minion wave there, unable to get any more plates.
Yes, this is... it's one of those ones where, yeah, you know, the dive is successful, but you know, they committed 4 people to a tank that only has 40 CS. Well, actually, to be fair, Dragon is spawning soon, so in terms of the macro, it is an advantageous position for Direwolves to be in, certainly, but yeah, BioPanther feeling the pain this game.
Looks like they're going to trade bot tower for top, but then they will, as you say, have the positioning advantage to go towards this Drake and also look for mid lane ganks as Get bites off a little bit more than he can chew.
Yes, mid lane hasn't been super relevant this game yet. I think Get Back has done an okay job. He hasn't fed in lane, but at the same time, you know, he is 30-odd CS down, and he only has the Merc Tread, so it's going to be a little for... He's a real backline threat.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, this is a very difficult matchup for the Echo, and we'll have to see. I think once he gets his Proto Belt finished, if they are much further behind by that stage, I think it'd be pretty relevant. Now, Tom Kench has just gone to base, and the axe landed. I don't think Praedyth is long for this world.
He's just stood still. He knows what's happening. Even Chippy's just like, what are you going to do?
Stands and delivers, but unfortunately nothing doing. Burns that flash, realizing how much trouble he was in, but yeah, that's the thing about Olaf. It's hard to run.
Yeah, he thrives in those situations. Even if he's the one on low HP, kicks in. And he is the king of punch-ons. But as you said, definitely finding the advantages in those individual matchups, which is what you highlighted from the very get-go of draft. Able to find himself a nice little gold lead here. 2K is stabilized.
Yeah. For me, what the biggest issue with the Pentanet draft is it outscales, you know, sort of, but not hard enough. You know what I mean? Like, it's really, for me, it's like, okay, yes, Maokai is more relevant in the late game than the Olaf because Olaf falls off really hard and, you know, tanks are always relevant. Yes, you know, Echo's going to win in the side lane in the late game against Syndra for sure, but it's not like they have anything that's hard, you know, like Xayah Rakan, much better than Varus. Tarm in the late game, you know, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, more or less the same. And even then, you know, it's not like Syndra is bad. Syndra's still very strong later in the game, so if they can keep the gold lead at around this level,
wow,
I think they're in a good position, but
that was a aggressive, optimistic attempt at a gank dive there.
yeah, and I think
Burns
they're going to pass. I think they're going to their mid tower probably. As there's a scramble to try and return to mid, but yeah, unfortunately they use the Tarm ult to get to bottom lane, which means no tools left in responding to this mid push, and you can see that Sully is standing behind the Olaf in the hopes that they could maybe save, but Getback says, nah mate, I'm half health. I don't do anything to this guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm out of here.
Doesn't want to have to burn any more resources than they already have, and as you say, it's getting a little bit rough right now because he's got the Black Cleaver online, soon working towards that second power spike. Death's Dance just becomes a joke.
Yeah, what I like about what Direwolves are doing is they're not pushing the tempo too hard. You know what I mean? It's not like, yes, okay, they drafted to win lane, but at the same time, like, they're not worried about that scaling. They're not in a rush like, we need to finish this game right now. We need to, you know, we need to be diving. We need to be doing X and Y. Because you know, they don't bad, but also scaling is going to be relevant for another 10 minutes or so, and they're still very much in the driver's seat of this game.
Definitely feels like they're the ones looking at reactive plays to say, well, if Pentanet are trying to push the objective and really make a play happen across the map, if they can't collapse in it, we're always finding. Once again,
looks like it might be a team fight.
Yeah, once again, Pentanet are the ones trying to force some action. They're going to start the Heralds. He's going to catch the attention of Direwolves that are buying time to wait for Olaf. He's coming in, and from enemy lines at that, Getback needs to make something happen before Chippy's rocks on into this fight. He has Flash, he has Ragnarok, and he's going to run straight into this backline. They're considering it. When do they go in? Redemption pops them up. Featherstorm to lock them in place. And they just run on through every single member of that composition. 4 members full. Man Ace, Miru's on the hunt. And every ultimate is burnt.
Yeah, I mean, Pentanet's so desperate to eke out any small return they can get, you know?
Yeah.
Just hoping on a prayer that they can sneak that Rift Herald under the noses of Direwolves, but Direwolves are just so strong right now. We see this replay. Yes, Getback has a flank, but unable to make the damage stick. Chippy's flank is just so much more relevant. Lands a 3-man axe immediately, and then, you know, after that, once that first axe lands, when Olaf's in a position where he killed, there's no escaping. It's just so easy. You just run in a straight line. He's throwing that axe over and over and over again, and Pentanet just get cleaved.
Pick it up, chuck it down once more, and become a lumberjack in these dark times because he is chopping you down. Yeah,
and that 2k gold lead has grown to a 5k gold lead, and
yeah,
this is where this game gets extremely difficult. You know, it was balancing on a knife's edge for a little while where we were talking about, okay, maybe when Echo gets his proto belt, maybe when Maokai gets some, you know, some deep defensive stats.
Yeah.
But at this stage, it's Miru soloing Dragon while they're pushing in mid-wave, while Olaf is pushing. You know what I mean? The members are so strong individually that really they can just take whatever they want.
Yeah. You can see there on your just how much gold is in Praedov's pockets. I never really find that situation to showcase what it can actually do for Pentanet, however, because the rest of the members are far down compared to their counterparts.
Yeah, I mean, it is, again, one of those games where we're watching and it's like, well, you know, maybe Praedov can carry. You know, maybe
becomes a boring narrative at this stage, right? Just seeing the same thing happen with him having this many
I mean, yeah,
resources,
it's a meme. You know, it's Marky time. Mark Lewis. You know, you're just sort of hoping like, you know, can he do some double lift, Uzi, crazy, absorb all the farm and just 1v9 carry? And, you know, it's so rare that he actually does, as we see more Pentanet members just getting picked off way outside their tower range.
Direwolves are just able to find members out of position, out of time, out of ability to make something happen. Praedov falling on down. Thank God for the Direwolves not being able to execute before Devour came out from Tahm Kench.
But if you forgive the pun, it's becoming more and more dire for Pentanet.
Yep.
It's trying to force outside the tower when they're behind. I mean, you can see the desperation. You know, it's desperation, drop Herald top for a tier 2 tower while you're losing mid, Dragon, and bot. You know, it's, you know, I understand that you need to trade when you're behind to try and, you know, eke out some gold, but too little, too late. I think at this stage, got about 40 seconds or so until the Baron spawns.
And that surely becomes the next most relevant objective for them to really try and make something happen, you know? Double the amount of towers that they've lost, double or triple actually the amount of kills that they're behind. And there are so many bounties. 4 members of Direwolves have it, you know? If there's ever a comeback potential, it's when you're sort of thinking, look, maybe we step back and let Direwolves be the one to make the move. And ideally, we find a play around that.
Yeah, the saving grace here, I suppose, for Pentanet is that they do have a pretty counter Baron team. Echo very good, diving into the pit. You know, his W covers most of the Baron pit.
Yeah, the big
Maokai ult covers the Baron pit, and then you know, when they're all confined in a space like that, Varus ult easily spreads, and it becomes easier for him to kite from outside the pit. So they do have, you know, a team comp that's good at defending a Baron, but I fear that, yeah, at 7k, it becomes a mountain of a task.
Sunfire Cave only online for BioPanther now. Complete, however, for this Varus. If he can get the uptime, he's got a lot of attack speed at his disposal. But compared it to the 2 major items completed with BF swords as their major Infinity Edge and Essence Reaver, this Xayah is incredibly protected.
Yes. I mean, Guinsoo's Varus is very strong. And if he can get a reset on a kill and he gets his passive going, he is able to pump out a lot of DPS. But the problem for me is that, well, he's just deemed level 11. I was going to say he isn't even ranked 2, and Shock is just so strong.
Okay, well, this is the time they need to try and make something
TP
happen.
coming in.
TP is going to come on out. We're going to see that engage come across. It's just going to be a little bit too little too late. That Baron got shredded.
They might have to fight here anyway.
They're going to look for it. It's going to be the dash on in and the kill to collect, the redemption to go down, the top up to connect. They're going to look to try and find the Featherstone flashed in aggressively to look for the double roots. And not a single member of the Direwolves will fall on down, but they find blood and they find everything on this map. Knock up CC, everything they want, and get back for the 2nd time in a row, the sole survivor.
Yes, I mean, he does have the ultimate. No one else on Pentanet gets to have 2 chances at yeah, just a little bit slow in reacting to the Baron. Obviously very difficult through the fog of war, and unfortunately they commit to the team fight, but the Baron was already dead. Easy for Direwolves to turn in that scenario, and 7k becomes 10.
This is a really scary Direwolves team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, like, I don't think Get Back. When I watched this replay, and I should have told you guys to watch Get Back from the start, but he does not look comfortable. This team fight and the team fight at the Herald before, he throws out the parallel convergence. He ease over the wall to try and get that dash, but he's not using his proto belt to get onto the back line. He's not actually done on anybody. You know, in the Rift Herald team fight, he committed to the Rakan and did nothing. He just got charmed immediately. There, he eased over, sees the AD carry, doesn't proto belt, and just ults to get out straight away. You know, we don't have live damage charts, but I'm going to assume that at the end of this game, I'd be surprised if he did more damage than, I don't know, Tahm Kench.
Let that one sink in for a second. Third Dragon picked up here for the Direwolves says, really, is there an opportunity for Peninet to get himself back into the down by 10k exactly. Every lane is pushing in. Mid lane exposed in Herder falling down before. Perfectly timed with the reset to pick up the Drake.
Yeah, I love what I see here, and that is going into not shoving that wave in immediately. Just standing next to the wave, keeping the creeps barren so that they don't die, but allowing Olaf to shove that mid wave in. It was lagging a little bit behind so that both waves crash at the same time. That's how you create the most amount of pressure out of a Baron push.
Really getting Peninet to think as to how they want to handle this one. Top lane left to its own devices. They look to try and break this one through and find themselves a second. Team wipe would do it. This game would end.
Barasalt misses. They're just sort of giving up the tower now. They know that their engage has fizzled out, and I mean there is the opportunity for Biopan to throw his ult, but they really do not want to fight outside the towers. So they're just giving up their inhibs for now. Creeps are coming in. We'll see where the Direwolves go for the end.
Direwolves have no flash. There is an exhaust still available for Rogue to find on one fed member. Bear in mind, Shock is 5-0, incredibly fed with that Rabadon's cap. Can one-shot anybody.
Now,
Aaron is gone, but those super minions are starting to flood on in. First Nexus turret will fall down eventually.
Stiff Breeze will do it, but they're going to wait for the... We've got supers crashing now, so no Baron, but these waves are still pretty tanky.
Pretty hard for this situation right now, especially when you get CC'd like that. Get back, forced to dash on out. Still holds on to his ultimate.
Looks like they are not going to try and force the issue here. They do have in 3 minutes, but that's a long way away. If I'm the Direwolves, I'm just committing to that top lane tower now. They have 2 inhibs down. You just pick up that 3rd inhib, get the double supers out, then you try and single Nexus tower again.
Well, they're going for a reset onto Shock, who's now got damage at his disposal.
Oh.
10 stacks
What is
to
the
Dark
AP
Seal.
on Shock?
I
would love to see that.
Yeah, if we switch to him.
540.
540, yeah.
Level 15. I mean, he's got 4 levels on the jungler, 3 levels on the enemy mid top laner who's supposed to be the tank. He's one-shotting anybody who looks at him the wrong way.
Absolutely. Between that and the magic penetration he has online right now, where is the magic resistance?
There is none.
There is none. You got Merc Treads, but as you say, Echo hasn't really been a factor for them to even worry about. 0-1-0.
Yeah, Echo does have his 2 items, and he's not too far behind on XP, but it's not like he has a lead, you know? If he lands that stun on a backline target, there is the potential for him to kill them, but it's not that Echo that, you know, Pentanet would have liked to have seen. It's not that Echo that is just EQ, auto, and that's essentially a kill. He's definitely going to need, 2 rotations.
Decoy's actually got more money than this Maokai at this stage, right? So this Rakan is
he does.
Is fairly strong.
He does. And yeah, I mean, what can you say? You know, it's been 26 minutes of Wolfpack hunting.
See the discipline there, not to really hard force that this turret down, realizing just the amount of bounty they have at their disposal. If they were to get cleaned out with a shutdown, that's repeat shutdowns. That's a lot of gold that then suddenly swings in from maybe a power spike that Peninet can find.
Yeah, I mean, if they kill them, sure. You know, there's a lot of gold on the table for Pentanet. That mid-tier 1 is still up. Like you said, there's a ton of shutdowns, but you know, for me, I was, you know, more or less going to have to go AFK. You know, there's going to have to be some sort of emergency at the house where it's probably not even enough that one of them AFKs. It's probably 2.
Yeah.
You probably need 2 of them to disappear, and maybe then. But
really
here we go.
Signifies how far ahead they are, and that really demonstrates it. Look at how deleted. Sorely off the board right now. Double kill is found here by Chippies, who runs rampant. Team fight. Get back gets the Rico. He dodges out of Hodge and he runs away. The mid lane is completely exposed. Let's retake down that inhibitor. Let's go for this Nexus. Let's go for the victory.
Here we go. That'll be all she wrote, I think. Rek'Sai comes through.
They just want to pet this KDA. They want to get more kills on the board. They will find it. Never the full feast. But is that really a problem? 19 kills to 3. Direwolves find victory.
Amazing performance out of the Wolfpack. You can see their line up there. They'll be very happy with that win. Pentanet, I think Hype Train, well and truly derailed. We talked a lot about them at the beginning of the show on the Friday, that they had the last 2 weeks, they had beaten both Chiefs and Legacy.
Yeah.
They looked like maybe they were going to be giant killers, but 2 pretty tough losses back-to-back for them. So they'll be back to the drawing board for Pentanet. But Direwolves, amazing game. They've looked so strong this weekend. You know, week 8, only 2 more weeks to go. If they can keep up that form, I think they're a red-hot champ.
Lots of 2-0 weekends for them in recent times, right? And it's definitely showing that their form is in... It's in a spicy flavour. It is definitely one that you don't want to have too much of and find out that you're out of milk. You know, in these times of crisis, if you've got no milk, no yogurt, no nothing to really stem that spice in your mouth, you may be crying for many more reasons than the spanking you've just received.
I mean, I don't know. Keep the yogurt on deck, I guess.
I don't know where we're going with this one. Nick is laughing. I feel like this chair has
it's
a
your
bit of
shit,
Nick.
man. You're piloting it. I'm just
Nick in this chair, and I just feel like stuff comes out, and I've embraced it. I've become him in a small way. But regardless, let's jump back to the game because that's what we should be talking about. Were there signs, really, if you could find one, where Pentanet showed any signs of I can get into this? Obviously, Maokai was down low. We saw him come down for that gank.
Yeah, I mean, that one opportunity was that bot dive. I thought that was very creative from Panther. I like that a lot. You know, it's probably something that practiced in scrims, maybe using the TP instead of walking, or, you know, I'm sure he'd prefer not to do it while 40 CS down or whatever. But pretty creative, and it was pretty successful. Unfortunately, the wave wasn't there, so they weren't able to, you know, in an ideal world, they quickly execute that dive, they kill Xayah, they kill Rakan, and they get out of tower range. But because there was no creep, no one was tanky enough to really tank the tower for too long. It gave Direwolves the opportunity to regroup and punish on that dive. And yeah, I mean, they were already behind when it started, and they sort of threw caution to the wind to make a play against tempo, and really hurt them.
Well, the race for top 3 gets that much closer as we jump into the final game of the day. Right after this break, Gravitas take on Mammoth. Both going to get rooted, both going to look to use those summoners very early on. Heal comes out, Decoy survives, Vital flashes away. Decoy does go down at the end as the sniper comes out from Varus, but Chippies gets amongst, and he falls on down. Get Back wants to make it happen, but the turnaround is Shock Rocks on up. Mira getting the execute, flashing in forward for the set. When do they go in? Redemption comes down, tops them up. Featherstorm to lock them in place, and they just run on through every single member of that composition. They're going to look for it. It's going to be the dash on in and the kill to collect, the redemption to go down, the top up to connect. They're going to look to try and find these kills. Featherstorm flashed in aggressively to look for the double roots. Shot just deleted. Sorely off the board right now. Double kill is found here by Chippies, who runs rampant through this team fight. They just want to pet this KDA. They want to get more kills on the board. They will find. Never the full 5-man ace, but is that really a problem? 19 kills to 3. Direwolves find victory.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way at Macca's.
Hello and welcome back. We were trying to figure out, 37 flavors is an astonishing amount of flavors to put in frozen drinks. And I the producer during the break to name merely 20 flavors, and he couldn't name 9. So I don't know what the remaining, 28 flavors are, or 29 flavors, but there's a lot of them.
I'm not the one to ask with that either. When it comes to flavors, I'm the most simple man. Like vanilla, if it's a flavor available for everything.
Here's what I suggest. McDonald's, bring in all the flavors, and I will taste test everyone, and I will rank them. That would be that.
That's content.
That's a seg.
Yeah.
That's just content. All right. Speaking of content, Skimmy's mixed metaphors aside, how are you feeling about Game 3? I was feeling optimistic about PGG going into that. The optimism quickly disappeared like the burn of a hot tongue under some cool skim yogurt.
I was trying to think of how to explain that game nicely, and the conclusion that I came to is Pentanet were like toilet paper this last week. I just can't find them anywhere. And they just didn't exist this week, right? Like they came in the week before, taking it to the best teams, and that was a very different Pentanet this week again.
Yeah,
so
right.
Very different from them.
Yeah, right. I could have taken that in a different place, and I won't because I feel fondly for Pentanet.gg. All right, it's time to jump to the third seg of the day. You asked for it. It's coming back. It's an echidna. Or is it the Intel logo? No, it's an echidna. It's an echidna of the segment where I basically rip off It's Academic, title sequence that is, and I give you some clues. You need to guess what animal it is. Make sense? Let's get rid of this cord. No, let's get rid of this cord.
It's also the segment where none of us got it. It was
I think
really hard.
You got one, didn't you?
Spawn got one.
Maybe you got one.
And that was on like clue 3.
Yeah. Here's the thing. It's not interesting if it's just very obvious clues because it's stuff everyone about that animal, right? That's the dilemma.
Yeah.
It needs to be weird facts.
Yeah, and I like these facts. That was the thing. Like they were good facts.
They're good facts.
But I just couldn't answer. Like it was a challenge.
Let's see how we go with this one. All right.
Now it's just me.
Animal number 1. I know, it's so unfair. We got to figure this out. Animal number 1. I live literally everywhere, from the deepest ocean trenches to deserts.
Snakes.
No, but you're closer than you think. I was the inspiration for Cupid.
Cupid being the
little fat kid with the
Valentine
arrow. Yeah.
bow and arrow guy.
Yeah. Little perv.
An animal that is an inspiration for Cupid. Is it because of the arrow?
Yeah.
It's because of the arrow?
Yeah.
And Snakes was close.
Snakes is close. It's because of the arrow. Don't get caught on the arrow though, because I don't have an arrow.
Yeah.
I can be turned into a musical and my mucus inspired medical adhesives.
Is this like conch shell?
It could be.
I don't know what animal.
Could be.
Lobster thingies. What are they called?
It's not that. It's not a lobster. It's not a lobster.
No, it's
Lobsters
not a
don't carry around
lobster.
conch shells. You don't go to a fine seafood, get a pair of pliers and crack open a conch
Cupid
shell.
doesn't have 6 hands?
That's true.
I don't know what they are.
I can sleep for 3 years. There you go. Those are all your clues. Those are all your clues.
So when you said the bow and arrow thing, or like the Cupid relation, my first was like stonefish.
Oh, interesting choice.
Because like that is effectively like a barb is its weapon.
Yeah. No.
But that's as close as I got. And then I thought of like ocarinas and shells as instruments, and I don't know what go in them anymore.
Okay, what animal goes in a shell?
I don't know.
There's
Like
literally
the
one
name,
animal.
Yeah, but the name, I'm missing the name.
No, it's very... Okay. Snails. So, snails. Some snails shoot quote-unquote love darts at the object of their affections that contain mucus that increases the chance of their surviving. because snails are hermaphrodites and both individuals receive sperm during mating.
Okay.
There you go. What do you think about that?
That's
What do you think about
unusual.
that? What do you think about that in an esports
I
broadcast?
think it's unusual.
All right.
No other comments. Your
Animal number 2. God, I love this game. I am the only animal who can't jump. This feels like a dubious fact as well, but I'm going to take it on face value. Only can't jump.
Odd.
I can already think of one that can't. When the male of my species produces must, it can increase its levels of testosterone by a factor of 60.
Is it giving it away if we discuss the size of this animal?
No.
Like, is it a big or a small one?
Well, I think the next clue will help.
Okay.
I create a ton of poop a week.
That's big. Is it a hippo?
Oh, you're so close.
Rhino.
Oh, you're getting further away.
Ah.
And not only do I create a lot of poop, I also create my own sunscreen using mud and sand.
Okay, so big.
Yep.
Lots of poop. Lots of poop.
Lots of poop.
Can't jump.
Yep.
And what was and sunscreen? That's
Yeah, using mud and sand. And then there's the must thing.
yeah. And I just don't know what must is, so I ignored
Ignore
it.
the must one. What's a big animal?
Well, I wanted to say something, and it's probably just completely wrong now, but like crocodiles or something.
Bigger. Think bigger.
Like blue whale.
Think smaller.
like a less big whale.
Yeah. Yeah. Can fish jump? Is it jumping if you're never technically on the ground?
There's flying fish.
Yeah.
So like, do they jump because they burn water and back in?
That's true, but do you have to be on the ground to jump?
So it's an aquatic animal.
Yeah. No.
No.
Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Mud and sand.
Mud and sand.
It's an elephant.
Elephant?
It's an
Wait,
elephant.
I didn't say elephant.
You didn't. You said
Wait,
you said hippo. And I was like, you're close, and then you went to rhino. And it's like, that's
But how's that further off?
Because a rhino, like a hippo is like a small elephant. A rhino, we're heading more to like a triceratops.
But like a land.
Yeah,
hippo.
as soon as you incorporate, yeah. I mean, I don't know, just in my head, you were getting further away.
Elephant was the next guess for me.
No!
And then you
And I
said further away.
And I was like, nah, you're getting too far.
Oh, smaller.
Okay, here we go. One more.
Okay.
The male of my species checks to see if the female is fertile
Oh, God.
by tasting.
Well, that doesn't help me a bit. That's also just very gross.
It is, of course, the human. I can only sleep 10 minutes a day. So I can sleep only 10 minutes a day, and I don't lie down.
Shark.
No. Again, can you lie down if you're floating? Is that lying down?
Well, that's...
Julius Caesar once got given one of my kind as a gift, named it a camel leopard, showed it off at the streets of Rome, and then fed it to his lions. Camel leopard.
Yeah, what would you... Camel
Leopard.
So
Camel?
It has humps and patterns. Is that...
You got half of that right.
has patterns.
Yep. Camel. Leopard.
What is a camel?
The final clue. Why would it... No.
Oh, damn.
Meerkats, I imagine, sleep a lot.
I don't
can
know.
definitely lie down.
Actually, no, I
when
did
they
watch
do that.
Meerkat Manor growing up.
Yeah, right.
They sleep.
Final clue. My tongue? Proof.
Anteater.
No, but that's a good guess. That's a good guess.
It's
That's a
also
good
like that
guess.
had the leopard feel for me as well. Maybe I don't know.
So camel, leopard,
yeah.
leopard,
You've said
Tongue.
those words a lot.
sunproof tongue. Chat's finally catching up to the first one as well.
Julius Caesar.
It is, of course.
Is he an idiot? Resemble a camel leopard.
It does. It's a good description.
Okay.
When remove the hump, and you're there.
It's like a horse. A pony.
So close. You're so close. You're so close. Just stretch it a little bit.
A stretch like a giraffe.
Yeah, buddy. It's a giraffe. There you go. Look at that sunproof tongue.
You managed to pick a lot of facts that I had no idea would be related to a giraffe.
That's the point.
And
There you go.
giraffes are obvious creatures.
It is.
So you did very well.
Thank didn't do well. Mother Nature did very well.
Whoever chose the
Congratulations to everybody who is currently still playing It's an Echidna. It's an OPL favorite. We'll see you next time for Echidna.
Do giraffes have patterns?
Yeah.
Like, is that where the leopard? Like, I don't.
Yeah. Giraffes have like brown and orange.
Okay.
And no two giraffe has the same pattern. It's like a snowflake. There you go. Ruminate on that. All right, it's time to get into something else while we ruminate on giraffes. It is Gravitas versus Mammoth. It's the final game for the day. The Gravitas lineup, please. Rusty.
Yeah, there's changes in Gravitas today. It'll be Beats in top lane, not Nobody. Praylist, still your starting junglers. Human mid, Belong 1 as the AD carrier, and Trashly as the support. So a lot of changes coming in today for Gravitas.
Got like 47 members. How many coaches do they have?
They have two.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Yeah, only one here, I believe.
Yeah, well, here. Okay, cool. Gravitas, new lineup. This is a synergy we've not seen yet in the OPL, so excited to see how that goes. They are, of course, taking on Mammoth. Rusty.
Yep, Maui in the top lane. Bass in jungle. Lived is your mid lane, and Mboma and Artek as your bottom lane, who I would say played pretty well yesterday.
Yep.
It was obviously a lot of the games yesterday were hard wins or hard losses for each respective team that played, but saw some promise coming out of that bottom lane, and now they're up against a different bottom lane as well themselves.
Indeed, and good to see back for for day 2 of week 8. Let's jump into it. Let's not wait any longer. It is Gravitas versus Mammoth, and it is coming up with the Macca's Champ Select.
It's the final game of the day, and it could not be a better banger. Gravitas taking on Mammoth. Line here, Carvin. They are fighting to get out of the gulag that is 8th spot and get themselves to 7th. There's pride on the line here.
Absolutely. I said it earlier, 7th is but it's a lot better than 8th.
Definitely is, and there's not a lot of love lost between these two teams. They've definitely showcased that they have a lot of flexibility in the roster, as we saw both Russ and Nick go over beforehand. Do you think there's an obvious favourite with these changes in mind?
Between these two teams, or between the different players in the roster?
What I saw, your experience of noticing these changes and not leaking too much really from scrims, but just your own personal take. What is your take on these players and how they sort of influence?
I don't know that the players are chosen on form.
I'm trying to understand really what the idea is between.
It seems to me that they sort of switch players arbitrarily. Like it's rare, that we see certain, because sometimes we see the players play well and then not play the next game.
Yeah.
Or they play well one weekend and then the next week it's another player. So it's something to do with like availabilities or.
Sure.
I'm not sure because Gravitas is the only team that don't have a gaming house. So I imagine, they've got a lot of things going on in their own lives, perhaps.
Sure.
But no, I'm not sure. And I know that for me, I really liked Mboma and Artek. I thought on the Mammoth they played quite well yesterday, and it is good to see Kweku back as well. I think Kweku has some promise as a top laner.
Yeah.
So I have to see what happens this game. It looks like Gravitas either or perhaps they lost the ban because they've...
That's an empty slot.
It's an empty ban.
That looks like my solo queue games.
So either they were too late to lobby or they've got some sort of 200 IQ super draft.
Wouldn't that be the biggest disrespect? We don't even need to ban champions away.
Sometimes on blue side it does make sense because you only have one first pick. It makes sense that you want to leave as many OPs open as you can.
Would you not just throw away a ban on a Teemo?
I don't know. It's a good question. I guess, there's no loss.
Full disrespect. Just leave it
Yeah, I guess that's true. You could throw it on a Teemo or something. It's always something to ban.
Well, they go for the first pick on Renekton. The response from Mammoth is, let's pick up those OPs, as you highlight. Affiliate in already today, coming out of many teams.
A lot of priority on the Echo the last 2 days. A lot of players very keen on playing the Echo mid.
Yeah.
Suiman did have his account Blanc both banned out, which is fair enough. He's very good at both those champions. But I don't feel like... Well, then again, actually, Lived also played Echo, so I guess they're sort of taking it out of Lived's hand. I don't really see Echo as that strong right now.
It's always been a pick that I think even from the very first time Prayless busted out, said, look, we're going up against Mammoth. They're a very solo queue eccentric team. Get away with it, right? And definitely when he has been able to get online, it has been incredibly strong. What's interesting for me is they've kind of shown away their solo lanes already in these first 3 picks. Yes, I know you can obviously flex the Lucian in multiple different roles, but it doesn't seem as if it's going to be a Lucian AD carry anytime soon. Unless Belong One has been practicing it. We have seen Katsuri play it, so out the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian bot isn't horrible. It could be Lucian mid, but it's definitely a counter pick. You know, Lucian blind pick mid is not, you know, it's not super strong.
Sure.
Renekton can be flex mid.
Yep.
But for me, the big one is the Echo, right? To me, it's quite obvious that the Echo is going, well, actually, Prayless does play jungle Echo, and he likes to play carry champions. He's been playing carry champions recently.
Yep.
The Hecarim yesterday. So it wouldn't surprise me to see the Echo go into the jungle. But I feel like Gravitas right now, a lot of flexibility in that draft, so hard to take too much. Also, with them banning supports,
yeah,
it's
only going to get worse, right? With Tarek now being taken off the board as well, fresh too. So
yeah,
just
but
a lot
neither
of shields, ult, regression, everything, right?
Neither committed to a support already.
No.
You know what I mean? So they're both sort of pinching the support pool, but they both need to take one. So the point I was trying to make is that it's not really teaching us much about the Gravitas flex. They're just pinching the support pool.
Definitely keeping Mammoth still guessing is what we're getting at, right? What have we still got online? Obviously, Leona is still available there. Rakan, Brom.
Yeah, there are still plenty of supports available.
We start to working into Enchanted territory.
Yeah, it's more about, do you have a priority support that you want to take away?
Yep.
Or do you want to pinch the pool and then counterpick with some obscure, you know, you let the other guy pick Brom and then you play or something along those lines.
Yeah.
But they've blind picked the Brom.
They didn't. Yeah, after all those support bans, they're going to actually just lock it in. Not even going to leave it till last.
Yeah. Pick Bard is quite good into Brom. You know, blind pick Brom is sort of like a, this is what we're going to do. You can pick whatever you like, and let's see what you have. For me, Blitzcrank is not a very good counter at all, because if you hook the AD carry, Brom jumps to the AD carry, puts the shield up straight away, ults. You know, he's very good at peeling. That's the sort of scenario Brom excels in. And if you hook the Brom, well, I mean, it's the same. It's just, you know, wall up and he jumps backwards. You can't kill him. So, I'm not sure about the Blitzcrank, but...
Syndra is locked in.
Yeah.
Once again, Syndra can be flex bot lane, can go mid. So, a lot of flexibility to keep Mammoth guessing for this final flex.
Yeah, I mean, for me, at this stage, you know, Echo jungle is...
that's a guarantee.
I think it's Echo jungle, Syndra mid, Lucian bot. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy here. I thought it was just... the only thing that really spun me was, well, you know, Echo, I assume he's going mid because I just saw him mid last game, and I saw him mid yesterday. But Echo jungle, we don't see more. It is quite strong, especially if you get rolling, but it does need a little bit of time to ramp. And, I mean, Prayless, you know, we've been singing his praises the last little while. Have a great game yesterday, and Echo is definitely a snowball champion. Dark Harvest is the rune of choice at the moment for Echo.
Okay.
But that's also very heavily reliant on being able to execute kills.
Finding that value in those execution targets.
Yeah.
Wants to try and forget about the Hecarim performance and put that in his very distant mind and really get the ball rolling with a pick that he to Mammoth last time they faced up against each other and get them something to weep upon. But you look at these two different drafts. You mentioned obviously the bot lane being interesting one with the Brom to go up against what is going to be the Lucian and Blitzcrank, but is there any other lane that really stands out apart from the jungle?
Not really. I think Renekton is supposed to early, but Set is also just in a very strong position right now. Just a very strong champion. Obviously has that engage. I like the synergy between Set and Orianna. Orianna, I don't think is supposed to do too hot into lane, but if he can survive the lane phase, will be very relevant in team fights, of course. Philios just really, really strong. Still strong. Even now, I think he's been nerfed a few times, but still, insane. And Braum is sort of that classic team fighting carry, support rather. He's been a stalwart pick in Oceania. People have been picking Braum since the very beginning of the Oceanic. Just one of those guys who excels in scrappy games, which is often what we see. And then at least Echo is early. It's at least favored, but once Echo gets rolling, it's up for Elise to ever do anything. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I feel like Mammoth definitely opting into that team fight, whereas Gravitas are going more the direwolf route of win lane, win game.
Definitely seems to be that
could
way.
be in trouble here.
Could be. There's already a ward down. The face breaker comes on out because that's a flash by Set, and that's a first blood onto your AD carry. The dream start here for Mboma.
Yeah, you take that for sure. Mammoth rather obvious. Their research, we're expecting Prayless to walk up the ramp there, and they were rewarded for their hard work.
It's interesting, right? Because Mammoth, typically speaking, only from these games they've found so far, they get first blood 33% of the time. So it's usually been them falling down in those solo kills and lanes. But this time, they're the ones to do their homework and catch Prayless out.
An extra long sword and one more pot in the bot lane is nothing to be mad about. To see whether or not Mboma can make it work for him, but no flash on the Set does make him a target early. It's very easy to close that gap with the slice and dice and the W. So we'll see whether or not Prayless makes his way up there early.
500 gold dispersed amongst the team, primarily there. Onto the Philios, which already has such a insanely strong laning phase, especially when he has that sniper. Going to be able to keep this Lucian at bay.
Yes, looks like full clear coming through for Prayless, so no early top lane visits, I don't think, are on the cards. Bass is going for blue, so probably going to finish off that Gromp afterwards and might be looking at an early bot lane gank.
Maybe indeed.
Kweku has put the hurt onto Beats. Didn't see what happened, but Beats is already a pot down and also forced to recall. Probably just didn't respect the level 2, and it's not a good start to the lane.
Isn't ideal by any stretch of the imagination. Teleport to get back to lane to make sure that he's not going to miss anything as it falls down and crashes into the turret.
Prayless spotted on Wraiths. So Bass will have a good idea now of what's happening. You would have seen that 2 camps finished already and he's working on his 3rd, so he knows that he's done the golems. Expect that full clear.
Is pathing towards top side right now, so we'll still have a window to actually capitalize on the fact that Kweku doesn't have that flash.
But it's just it's going to be too little too late, I think. I mean, besides the fact that Beats got sent home early, it's going to be another 30 seconds before he's ready to gank, and by that stage, I think Bass will be back on the top side. He knows that Kweku is winning this lane, pushing in hard, so he wants to sort of bridge that flashless period for the Set. Make sure that he can continue to win this lane without too much jungle interference. I think we might see a crab contest here as Bass throws the...
Been exchange really here,
vision
isn't it?
Out. Yeah, looks like he's giving that one up. He doesn't have a top laner in lane. I think Lift was getting shoved in as well, so does the disciplined thing. Allows Prayless to finish crab, but it does mean that Kweku's got to be careful here.
Yeah, going to be the gentleman's agreement as they both go for the scuttles, top and bot side. Top were held roughly in the middle, so neither laner's wishing to forsake that for the wave management.
Lift training pretty aggressively. Suiman is almost out of mana and Lift AP, so this lane going very well for the Mammoth mid laner at the moment. Bass is standing on a ward. Gravitas doing their best to keep him interested without far forwards.
Is interesting. Note where the wards are right now. One in try, one very close over the wall to spot out any potential flank. Gonna catch him now.
I mean, the high level thing here for Gravitas bot lane to do is just to continue farming outside their turret as we get a dive in the top lane, but Kweku says, I got a 1-2 for you.
incredibly hard to try and dive a set, especially as two melee champions as well.
Yep.
Finally reducing the aggression, saying, look, we're going to punish you for hanging around in this bot lane for so damn long!
Heal, nope.
Final bullet will do it. It will respond in the flash, having to be used by this Lucian, but the summoner heal to try and counteract out this ignite wasn't enough.
And we see ganks fail on both sides of the map at the same time. Echo goes top, tries to dive, nothing doing. Bass standing on wards for
minutes.
Most of the game.
Yeah.
Most of this game so far, he was standing on these wards, and yeah. Gravitas get fed up and they say, hey, if you're just going to stand here, we are going to kill you.
Has to
Use
bend
that repel so early. And yeah, heal not enough. But Long One manages to close the gap with the relentless pursuit there anyway.
Yep.
Actually going to go home. Nope. Just channeling the recall for fun.
Lucian die, right, as cybernetic fans that we are, be it TFT gamers. Lucian needs to be fed, right? He needs to get that static shiver line, become 2-star, just really carry the team.
Yes, that is very important. Of course, that is Cybernetic Lucian. Cybernetic Lucian is the Project Lucian. Because that's the thing. As they change the sets, the same character, you know, they're different people.
Yeah.
The skins take on different personas. Whereas in League of Legends, doesn't matter what skin you have, you're the same guy.
Skins do get wins. It's kind of like C's get degrees, even though that is a very terrible analogy to compare to. But regardless, Mammoth will crash that wave in with Gravitas having gone for a reset. A bit of an awkward timing. That means they can freely rotate over and go for the very first Drake.
Yeah, it's been a... it's not been a great Elise game for Bass so far. Wasn't able to impact the map early with any ganks, really.
Yep.
Has now spent some time doing the Dragon as well, and at a surface level, you know, taking the is a good thing. You know, you think, well, at least he's an early game champion, and he's using that early game to secure objectives, but at least his early game is really centered around, you know, stacking those waves or forcing a skirmish in the river where you can cocoon the enemy jungler, get your mid laner those double buffs.
Yeah.
Taking the time to do the Dragon just allows Prayless to farm for longer when to worry about his lanes falling particularly behind. By the time that Dragon Soul is really on the table, Prayless is going to be so much stronger than Bass as that hook lands.
That's the max range hook. Burns at the flash, followed up, stun, and without having the ignite, the Syndra will not be able to get that execute, but does utilize a fair bit of pressure.
Monster hook there from Trashly. Didn't on the sides of Gravitas, so yes, ultimate down, but will be up relatively quickly in comparison to that flash at least. Lived lucky to get away with his life.
Now this is interesting because Mammoth have already flipped this map. They're gonna
Trashly could be in trouble here.
Be in position to really try and capitalize on Trashly, but I think a support v support matchup is not anything we want to see.
Supportable combat, certainly not between Blitzcrank and Braum. Shaman Boma moved away when he did. He didn't want to lose any more CS, but there was definitely an opportunity for a pick there if there were more people in that brush. Nothing doing though, so just going to reset to neutral.
I believe Echo was able to successfully steal away the blue buff too, and will have his own one spawning up very shortly as he's pathing towards topside, so huge victory for him to continue that lead you were highlighting before.
Oh, absolutely. And this is the point of the game where it gets very difficult for Bass. He doesn't have any obvious gank opportunities anymore. He never went mid, so Suimin has had that entire time. And Prayless now is at a stage where he's clearing camps fast enough that he can accelerate this gold lead.
And now Syndra has blue buff too, so...
And here's the very quickly before this teamfight starts, here's the problem, is he's trying to force another objective using his early Elise pressure, but because he doesn't have any lane advantage for ganks, he's probably going to lose this fight.
We're going to see how this one goes out as the hook without a flash, that makes it quite disastrous. Glacial Fissure goes up, but Prayless is the first one to find the kill. Bass will survive for the meantime. Who's going to pick this one up as the shockwave connects on only one member? Gravitas have the angle. Beast will hack dash, and he comes in with the scissor. He collapses, he destroys, and he executes. Only one kill here is found by Kweku as he goes for the slam dunk. But with 4 members of the team choo-chooing on down, they are looking for the 4-man collapse. But Set, not an easy target to take down.
And that's it. I mean, thing on the wall, it's exactly the same as that Dragon, you know. Echo, he's just so strong in comparison to the Elise, and Bass feels like he has to get something done.
Yeah.
But, you know, with Elise, you really need that early lead, and Yeah, they had the turret set up, and Trashley just lands that hook yet again. And I mean, it never really looked like Mammoth were doing do anything in this fight.
Onto Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I mean, Beats just comes over the wall here. They didn't have a ward. They had no idea. They were stuck in the back of the pit and manages to just slice and dice all over the back line. And, you know, yeah, he's pretty good when he's outnumbered, but not like this.
Not like that at all. It's a quad kill, all things said and done, in exchange for a Rift Herald. Must definitely find the better exchange when it came to gold and efficiency.
Yep. Gold lead, only 1k though. And Rift Herald could, you know, he's still 3.5 minutes before platings disappear. So, you know, there is opportunity here for Mammoth to even up that gold lead.
Prelus has done a fantastic, even if it wasn't through the means of a gank. To get the Syndra back in the fold of things, was down a lot of CS for a bit of time, by able to steal away the blue buff and then donate his own to the Syndra. There's really a powerhouse now, sitting at 3-0-2. These hooks don't land. Sorry, these hooks don't miss. I don't land my stake. I tell you what, Trashley, I'm never judging you again.
No, this Blitz is for sure MVP of the game.
That's a beautiful flash to dodge at that one. How long could he live under this tower? Artec, beautifully orchestrated.
I'm not sure he's safe yet though. Suiman is on the way, as is Prelus down the river.
On the hunt, both have flash, both are chasing.
Looks like they'll get to the safety of their tower. Prelus realizes he's stuck on a ward, going to choose to clear that pink instead. The hero dive. Nice little dive there. You know, picking up the kill on the Lucian, pretty important. Weren't able to drop the Herald afterwards, unfortunately, because they were so low and that rotation was coming from the mid lane. But for me, MVP of this game has to be Trashley. He's roamed mid so many times, created so much pressure. He was also the one that he landed that hook on Bass at the Golems to set the Elise behind. So
yep. He's not missing his hooks.
The robot with the fist, the God Hand, putting in work. Here he goes again.
Maybe
why
looking
not?
For another franchise movie. He wants to become Thanos 2.0. Not going to happen today.
Lived just outside hook range there. Once more. Okay, Rift Herald dropped on the top side. Trading for that bottom tower. Kweku's going to get some extra gold there. We'll see whether or not they go for 2 charges, as Elise is moving down the river towards mid lane.
But there's no one to respond. Only Beats at this stage. Belong maybe can path on through, but it's going to be risky through this jungle. Second headbutt will come on out, and I think that's a good identification, really, of try and get online. And, you know, Kwaku in that 1v4 situation, yes, if he has members, might be a different story.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games where experience is going to mean a lot, I think. Mammoth have the wherewithal to realize that they're actually not that far behind. I think they can play in a way which sets them up well for the late game. Sure. They for sure still have a very strong team fight comp, and when you press tab and you see the score is 7-3, you know, it can be quite daunting, particularly as a new player. You know, you're not used to playing competitive, play mostly solo queue where you know what the gold lead is, except for the kills. And you know, you press tab, you see that 4-0 Syndra, 1-0-3 Renekton, and you think, man, we're so far behind. Sure. It's going to be really difficult. Giving up objective, let's stop contesting. But, you know, when they review this game and they realize that, you know, at 13 minutes, they were really only 900 gold behind, they for sure can contest at least this next round. For sure, if they don't lose too many towers, they can team fight in the mid to late game.
Jungle's even.
We'll have to see, yeah, we'll have to see whether or not they recognize that or whether they're, you know, content to keep a few objectives.
Well, the next objective that will be spawning will be a Drake in 3 minutes. There's going to be a bit of a lot of action for contesting neutrals, so it's going to be up to wave management and vision control as you see Trash looks to assert some of that, specifically around the entrance towards top river.
Yeah, Herald isn't too far away. Maybe 30 seconds or so until the Herald spawns, and we'll see us opt into trying to secure that. You can see that they're placing their vision on the top side. Prelus is playing towards Suimen in that top lane, getting the shove out. But Mammoth as well, they've sent Kwaku to match Beats in the bottom lane. Could very easily see a team fight here in a moment.
Prelus on the hunt. Decides to go away. The ball would have spotted him regardless. That's going to going to be a little bit of a battle to see who can assert dominance with these control wards. Aggression is
Beats
going to take
all in.
place. Now, this works right now for Beats in a solo exchange. This will be fantastic. Both burn flash. Ultimates. But the Crocodile comes out on top.
Not sure what happened there. I mean, Kweku's ult is also on cooldown, so he obviously used it. We didn't see the W, even though he had full grit.
That's a Blade of the Rune King rush as well.
Yeah, it's not meta in the sense that everybody is doing it, but certainly, I think on Reddit a little while ago there was a big post. Okay, here we see that solo kill. Kweku's just, oh, there it is. Okay, wastes his W on the wave, and Beats knows immediately that means win this all in, and heads up play from Beats, just sits in that bush, picks up the solo kill.
Patience, preparation, and the payout. Work here for the Gravy Boys as they now allow that to mean they can pick up a second Rift Herald. Yep. One in their arsenal now, one that they can use to try and break open this map and look to build on this gold lead, which, as you say, was 900 gold, only slightly buffed up from that, but still, Mammoth are in with a shot here.
Yeah, well, the Herald did fall while we were watching that. So Praelis has picked himself up that Herald, which means there is the opportunity to break a tower or to perhaps use some pressure from the Herald to open up that Dragon Pit. We've got 40 seconds until the drag spawns. So expect to see Gravitas moving into that bot side river. You can see that Beats his top lane, whereas Kweku has committed to the bot side, hoping to get some tower damage down.
Elise is still roaming around the map right now, trying to find some form of influence. What would you be looking to do as an Elise in this situation?
Right now, there's not much she can do. Orianna walked top to help, to try and shove that wave out in time for Dragon, but has decided she couldn't actually reach the wave before Drag spawns, so instead she's just going to walk down. Herald gets dropped. That's probably going to be dead in one charge.
Yep.
Mid tower down, and they're going to use this priority. Wait, Seaman's all inning. Kweku's in trouble.
He is in trouble right now. The ultimate goes out, and they get it a lot by that shield. The action takes place in bottom, but it also takes place in mid with the Herald dropped.
If Kweku can survive here, he does have the teleport to get back to lane, and the available. I think that sidestep might have killed him. Yep.
Tried to juke something, but it wasn't enough. The turret will fall down as well. A double prize achieved. Mammoth almost stunned, a deer in the headlights.
Yeah. Kweku just caught out 2 times there. Caught out the first time by Beats. Solo killed a second time by Suiman. You can see that they're getting some damage on this tower. Trashly's too long to threaten that hook. Lived has got his ball in a very precarious spot, but they're happy to trade that for the Dragon and the bot tower. Gravitas still coming out ahead.
It's going to be an Infernal Drake picked up here, so a fair damage boost once the soul is achieved. No Elders today. It's all been about and they're on. But Praelis is definitely allowing his solo laners to get online here. Both Syndra and Renekton are huge.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, you can look at Syndra's gold there, 8.5k, far and away the wealthiest person on this map. She'll have a bit of a bounty on her as well, and it's one of those ones where Suiman will dictate the pace for the next few minutes. But, like I said, Mammoth, their team fighting comp is... Yeah. They're only 2k behind. They're not that far down. And a strong set Orianna combo. Syndra, yes, she has the flash. Yes, she has the cleanse. But once those 2 tools get burnt, she's a sitting duck.
Haven't seen Mboma for a while. It's been a quiet game for him. Been sitting under the radar, farming away, keeping that gold lead advantage over Belong. Working towards those big power spikes that can be achieved. Doesn't look like he's going to be opting for the rune.
Who's getting all in again, but Orianna away.
She is indeed. The slam dunk comes down, but Beats now popping that dominance, looking for the 2v1. What can he find in this situation with Merc Trades there, with the lifesteal not online to do enough? Kweku will get a kill.
This time, he's got a teammate. Takes another all-in 1v1, but he says, hey, Liv, there's free money here if you can get here. Liv says, away. Picks up that kill. Suiman looks like he's going to take that top tower, but Kweku did take that bottom tower as well. So probably a trade, but kill goes over to the side of Mammoth with a flank mid, but No ult means they're probably not going to commit to anything. Boma trying to protect the choke, puts down the turret.
Good job here of zoning the members out from this bottom side of the jungle.
Here comes Trashly.
He's on his way. He was pathing towards the bot side, but then is considering, do I go and group on up? Quaker going for the full reset, now going top side, catching that soak. 2-level difference now between the mid laners.
Yeah, Suimin is huge, for sure. 650 Gs against her name. The Syndra. Very ready to carry. If she can just get into a team fight. I've been playing the 1-3-1, which has been working. But if Suimin can you know, get any sort of effective team fight off, if he can land any, he's going to do a lot of damage. Trashly's been a bit quiet the last 5 minutes. Not really fishing for hooks. Hasn't needed to. But Gravitas was definitely looking a lot better when she...
Quaker's now completed that Trinity Falls. He's been hard at way farming. I mean, he was sitting on a phage beforehand, so that's a massive amount of gold that he's just dumped into the spike there. And it begs the question, you know, despite how far ahead this Syndra is, you keep highlighting and going back to the point of Mammoth have a fantastic team fighting composition. Do you think there's a degree of paralysis on we don't want to force a team fight around Baron, given what they have at their disposal?
On the side of Gravitas?
Well, what Mammoth can bring, especially now with Trinity Force coming online, are they feeling a little bit scared? You know, even Syndra being not wanting to force a fight.
Oh, I mean, it's definitely not nice to play against a 5-0 Syndra, but I think for Mammoth, they're more than happy to just soak the farm. They're, you know, once Orianna can finish some items, once Set, you know, can get a little tankier, and Aphelios, you know, picks up a few items as well. Like I said, they're more than happy to just trade farm, wait for that, you know, 25, 30-minute team fight.
Sure.
Gravitas, you know, not a terrible team fighting comp by any means, but certainly not as strong as the Orianna Braum. Up in 45, you can see Gravitas setting up for it. Aggressive pinks, as well as a few regular wards in that bot side jungle. Just waiting for Beats to shove out. Once he's done so, expect... Oh, hang on.
This is interesting.
This is cheeky.
This is incredibly cheeky
They've
right
got
now.
no vision.
They've been prepping these waves because they believe that it's the obvious option.
They know what's happening.
Baron is
How
going to get
low
started.
is the Baron? How quickly will they check?
Trash, you got a pop a control ward down. It was... Ooh.
It was only about 6k. Not doing it quick enough. Spam pings go down with that dragon.
I like the option, the play, you know, the opportunity to try and make something creative happen like that when you've got the ability to jump on through with the blast cone.
Absolutely. I think the one big mistake there, well, it wasn't a big mistake. I very much like the idea as well. You know, they knew they had the pink down.
Yeah.
They knew the Gravitas were looking at that dragon. I think it was, you know, it was creative. It was cheeky outside the box. In a scenario like that, you want to make it as difficult to guess as possible, you know? So you want only the absolutely necessary members on that. So for me, you know, it's a 3-man with Elise and the bot lane. Or, you know, you leave Braum mid with the Set and you just take the carries to the Baron. You want to give the to the enemy team that, hey, you know, Orianna Set is mid. You know, we could be in a bush, ready to gank you. I mean, we're doing Baron, but we could be in a bush.
Yeah.
But when you only see the Set and he's also not in the side lane, it's a bit...
Something
They're
fishy
doing
is going on
something.
here.
I don't know exactly what it is, but I can smell something.
Would have been a fantastic ticket to get Mammoth back into this game. Done a fantastic job, however, keeping this gold lead not from blowing out any further.
I mean, they're definitely not out of this game.
It's been what we've been saying.
Are slowly, you know, that, you know, as objectives spawn, they are picking them up, looking towards that Dragon Soul, and I think that's the big win condition at the moment. That's the moment where Mammoth will probably have to say, okay, we need to commit to something now. But you know, it's been 2k pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, like I've said a number of times already, you know, all they need is that one strong Set Orianna, Braum Orianna combo. Frayless takes a lot of damage.
Burn his ultimate very early on there as both junglers go for the exchange. Would have been fantastic if a smite is removed.
Set had the flank there, but Orianna was in base, so they didn't want to commit. Gravitas Oh, someone's going to face check.
They are indeed. It's going to be beats at least the charge. Let's keep our eyes on towards that Syndra. How much pressure can Suman put onto this board? How much damage can he get done? Right now, it's all about Lucian as he finds himself a double kill, and he to get amongst it. Triple kill gets picked up here by Gravitas. Bass disengages and Mboma completely zoned from the fight.
What an absolutely nut from Trashly. For
Once
those
again,
who missed it, he just plucked Liv out of the middle of his team and they one-shot the Orange. You know, this whole Mammoth team comp revolves around Ori being able to not only get the ult off, but to get a few spell rotations off during the team fight. There's a 6-0 Syndra. She has Ludens, she has Decap. When your mid laner is just dying first, you are never going to win a team fight. Let's watch it. They're waiting for Ori. She wasn't there before, but now she's on her way. You can see she's at the back of the team fight. They're committing to the Elise. They know she's low. You can see Beats flash forwards, but wow, the God Hand sees Liv out of the corner of his eye and he says, hey, wait a minute. You're not supposed to be standing there. You're supposed to be behind your front line. Just yoinks him.
Scary times. Very scary times as Gravitas, well, what was a 2k lead for the best part of 20 minutes is now suddenly becoming 5k and beyond. And the window for really mount a comeback is getting slimmer by the second. Soul point available in a minute 40.
Well, I mean, that was the window, right? You know, they were willing to sack neutral objectives, soak farm, which they were doing very well. You know, we spoke about it a lot. They were maintaining that 2k gold lead, waiting for that one team fight. Well, that was that one team fight. That was the team, you know, they engaged on the support and the jungler. Both of them survived. You want the enemy to engage on your Braum, you know?
Yeah.
Those are the team fights you're supposed to win. But a micro outplay, you know, by Gravitas, Trash. It's that monster hook, and yeah, that was Mammoth's opportunity. Gravitas proved too good. They've got this Baron now, and it's only going to get more and more difficult.
And it is indeed. Now they work towards bot side. Is he looking for the God hook again? Doesn't decide to do it over the wall that time, because there's quite honestly no need.
Slowly working those waves forward, trying to maintain vision control, trying to choke Mammoth out off the map, force them back into their base. They're going to siege 2 lanes. Trashly's probably going to fish. There it is, but doesn't land. He doesn't have vision over that wall.
Yeah, control ward is down in their base, denying them from being able to see over the Swan, so it gives them the ability to jump.
2 cannons means they can just relax outside tower range. The cannons will take the tower eventually. Suiman just threatening with his balls. That again.
I was just going to say, that is a clip that's definitely going to be taken out of context. I didn't want to say anything, but he said it for me.
I don't mind.
Maybe he's got some scary ones.
I don't know.
Especially,
I don't want to know.
Especially as Syndra.
Syndra with balls.
Yeah. Swiftly moving on. Soul point. A lot of damage.
This is the soul point.
This will do it.
It's going to be the burn. Is that 18% bonus damage? No, 12. It's 4% now, right? They nerfed it.
Mm-hmm.
Really not that much. Anyway. Soul point. They get that bonus damage on the as well there, so probably makes up the percentage nerfed on those Infernos. Trashly sniffing around.
Down. Goes down eventually.
That's 1 down. Baron out. They're going to reset. 5 minutes on Elder. Probably 3 minutes on Baron.
It's turtle mode right now, really.
Yeah, I mean, the upside here for Mammoth, despite being, you know, more and more gold down, is that they do finally have some item spikes. You know, Lived is on those 2 items. Mboma has 3. So they've got completed items at least. There's a bit of combat power there. Unfortunately, when you look across to the other side of the scoreboard, there's a couple items there too.
It's rough for Mboma, right? Because he has been consistently ahead in CS.
Yep.
He's been sitting at 2-1 for the best part of the last 15 minutes.
He played a good game.
Played a
Honestly,
fantastic game, just unable to find, once again, those windows to really make something happen.
yeah, you know, the game plan was there. You could see it. You know, soak farm, don't play aggressive. You know, at least didn't work out early game. Okay, that's fine. We're just going to soak farm. We're going to wait for that team fight. And Bowman did a great job of collecting as much CS as he could. Has a pretty strong lead on top of Belong 1. But, yeah, Gravitas just proved too good in that one team fight. They got skill checked and they lost. And, yeah, well, you know, when you're waiting for that one moment and you're not able to capitalize, you know, you run out of moments.
Thing is, though, Carbon, I'm terrified of this Syndra, not only because of what we said before, but because of what he now has in his pocket, which is 2 completed rod items, Spellbinder as well as the Rab Cap, and he has a spell, so...
The Rab Cap.
Yeah, big Rabby Cap.
You're the first person who's ever said that.
Well, that's what happens when new casters get amongst it. That's probably why I'll get purged.
The Rab Cap.
Big Rabby with the stopwatch as well, so baby Zonya's.
Stop clock.
Plenty of damage and plenty of survivability even without the necessity for his team to back him up. Let's see how Trashly plays this one. So supers are a very far way down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, difficult to pressure, no Baron. Fair bit of wave clear on the side of Mammoth.
Yep.
You know, no obvious neutrals to go for. Baron is spawning within the next minute as Belong 1 playing aggro.
He's absolutely just shredding through. Plates the bot pan. Quaku just gets hooked on in, goes for the slam dunk, but slams himself into an early grave. And that is the window that Gravitas say thank you, because we couldn't see an entry, but now we find it.
Forcing their way in there. Bass gets caught outside the base. Trashly lands another hook. 5v3. That's one in and down. They're going to try and clear all 3 before pushing the towers.
Systematically destroying this Mammoth base, going for the double supers and showing them the pressure of these hooks, these damage abilities. As Aphelios tries to make something happen with the Moonlight Vigil, but he needs a front line to activate with. He's on.
He's pushing him off.
He's doing a lot. But
Makes
you
you
have
think.
to imagine if they had a 5v5.
Yes. Makes you think, what could he have done if every with somebody dying?
Yes.
Gravitas moving towards that Baron now. Still 20 seconds on Artek, so it's going to be a difficult contest. A lot of creeps rushing into the base as well, so
There's no
a freebie.
This is going to be a Baron pickup. Probably the final reset. And then the push to secure victory as the map from every angle on the rift.
Only going to get harder to clear once that Baron buff comes out. In at 40 on Elder, but probably don't need it to end.
No, not at all.
If the last 2 minutes is anything to go by, they should probably just run it straight down.
How do Mammoth play these last few moments out? Do they look to try and establish some vision around this Drake, or defensively towards their own base? Do they look for a bush party? Do they look for a pick to try and respond to what this Blitzcrank's been able to do?
I mean, for Mammoth right now, I would say the only thing they can do is you keep Oriana set in the base, you commit the other 3 to this Elder, you just say, we're assuming they're not going to try and end. You commit them to the Elder, you have the other 2 TP, and you take one final team fight at the Baron, but, sorry, at the Elder.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's a lot of foresight. It's a big gamble, assuming that they don't just have 4 people standing just outside of Vision mid lane waiting for you to commit to Elder as the engage happens.
They do indeed. They find the hook. Artek is deleted. He's gone. Quaku gets evaporated. There's no other way to describe it. Aphelios is doing damage, but it's not enough to find any pick at all. Golden, but he will secure the kill on towards Elise. That's a double kill for him to get him on the board.
Wait a minute.
What can they do? Simmons survives. It's not enough though. They get drawn in. It's off that juicy shutdown. Members fall on down just like their base. And Gravitas will single-handedly destroy this Nexus and take down Mammoth.
Gravitas too good. They leave the game ASAP. Not showing any respect to Mammoth. Yes, Gravitas, all the gravy boys there coming along for the ride. Strong win in the end. Strong win. I mean, they were against the clock, but every time we asked the question, they answered.
Yeah.
And in the end, not a close game.
Not a close game at all. Obviously, Syndra is the most apparent, obvious VP, right? If you look at it from a statistical standpoint, damage output, shutdown, all the rest of it, right? But a lot of that has to be facilitated by small micro decisions. The first for me had to be Prelius taking away the blue buff, then giving blue buff as well to actually allow that matchup to swing in his favor. He was down in CS, mind you, right? Oriana was clapping him.
Oriana had a very good start to the lane. I think the first 5 or 6 waves. You know, we watched a little bit there. I thought the Oriana was doing really, really well. But for me, the MVP has to be the Blitzcrank, Trashly. I mean, she showed her face. I don't know if Trashly is a boy or a girl, but
it's a guy.
The person's name is Ashley or Trashly, so I'm assuming it's a girl. Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
Played very well. He pressure landed a lot of really great hooks, got some dives as well, completely turned around that lane. I thought definitely was the MVP. I think the other big thing in that game was that early Golem kill, where again Trashly found the jungler. They managed to kill the Elise, and Elise from behind. Very difficult to play the game. Wasn't able to stick any early ganks. You know, she picked up a dragon, but then tried to go for the Rift Herald immediately afterwards, and I think they lost 4 for 1 or something along those lines. So I don't know, a lot to learn there for Mammoth, but yeah, Gravitas, I thought they played really, really well. A lot of pressure coming out of the support. Prayless doing the right thing, scaling into the mid game with the Echo, and then both and Suiman taking their turn, solo killing Kweku. It's a recipe for success.
It is indeed, and I think really we have to wonder, what is this recipe for formulating a 5-man roster on Gravitas? He gets the MVP today, but he won't be here next week.
Yeah, like I said before, I really don't know. Obviously, I don't have any transparency into how they operate.
Maybe there's 10 boys on Discord and all just cheering. What happens? Dead silence.
Could be. I mean, they are playing from home today, so a little bit more difficult for the refs to keep an eye on what's happening. But no, I don't expect that there's 10 players in Discord. Look, I don't know who will play. I think, on the side of Gravitas, I like the bot lane that's playing now. I think Puma, that's their other AD carry.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Puma. I think between Belong
He's had
One,
some big moments, like especially on the Vayne, for example.
I like Puma as a player. Belong One had a decent showing today, but I think, for me, I think Trashly is a really strong support. Had a really strong showing here. I would keep him on the team, and then Puma, Belong One. I'm not sure which one I would choose, but look, if they can recreate that similar level of play against some of the other teams, maybe they can wins.
Well, that does it for day 2 of week number 8. There we go. That's a bit of a tongue twister for you, but stick around. We got one final break and an NPL to follow.
Feeling the heat? Grab a pineapple or pineberry frozen Fanta mix at Macca's. With 36 flavours, it's the largest range in Australia. Grab one for only $1. A little goes a long way.
Alrighty, that rounds out the evening.
Oh, I need to move middle.
You can move wherever you want.
There we go.
Just own that couch, buddy. Okay, so that's been a full evening of League of Legends games. Obviously, Gravitas Mammoth rounding Gravitas. I don't know whether it's Gravitas taking that decisively or Mammoth losing that decisively.
I think Gravitas played pretty well.
Yeah.
And it was Mammoth did actually decently in the game, but then the second they start their support roaming, Trashly goes towards mid. Like the way that I see Gravitas in the past couple of weeks is Simon's going to do a lot of good stuff, and you need to support him to do that, and that's exactly how they approach this game. They put a Blitzcrank in support, and they say, you're a mid laner now, go get Simon. And then he threatened with his balls very aggressively and was able to win the game.
It's a Carbon special. Let's take a look at the results from this evening's games. Game number 1, the biggest upset of them all. Avant taking down the Chiefs. No one saw that coming. Everyone on Avant's side, very, very excited. Legacy winning against Order for Game 2. Dire Wolves, PGG quite decisively for Game 3. And Gravitas wiping the floor with Mammoth for Game 4. So, yeah, I mean, look, there were some good games today. Chiefs versus Avant is the one that will stay with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Chiefs vs Avant was, without a doubt, the upset of the night. And it wasn't all blue side wins, even though that was what I was looking at in that. I was racking my mind. I was like, who was on which side? It was actually blue, red, so...
Yeah, because it's the left is the side they get to pick the side.
choose.
That's what. Yeah, that's the. So apparently, if you get to pick, that's where the win rate odds go up for you. Win rate odds. Well, OPL anime competition is extended until next Friday. We've already got in a fair few submissions, but given the topsy-turvy nature of the broadcast schedule over the last couple of days, we have extended the competition until midnight Friday next week. You send in an OPL-themed anime of anything you want. The winners will get a Dark Star skin from the Dark Star skin range, and if you don't have the champ, the skin that you like, you get the champ. Good deal. You could even get that one.
They're good skins.
They're good skins. That one just, they don't have eyes on them.
You don't even need eyes, you're a star.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true. Do stars have eyes?
I don't know if we have one.
That's the stupidest question I've ever asked. But what we do have for you is next week's games. Next week is an impromptu super week. We're making up for the broadcast that, of course, was postponed last Saturday. So we're going to have 6 games Friday and Saturday. Friday night, you're going to see Pentanet.gg take on Avant for Game 1. Direwolves Mammoth versus PGG. Order against Direwolves, Mammoth, Leg Order, the Chiefs. So we've added in 2 games from the ones that we've missed from last Saturday, and then next Saturday the remaining 2 games will be played. So you get a cheeky super week for you.
Yeah, a lot of super weeks to be seen in the OPL this split, and of course what isn't on there is we're doing a super NPL, so we're playing 5 games. No, we're not. Absolutely. God, I hope not.
It's a 12-hour broadcast. Yeah, so that should be exciting. That's when after this coming week, then that's when all the teams will have played an equal amount of games. So finally, the standings will now be correct and make sense. We can really get an idea of where the table is sitting as we head into the final weeks of the split. It's all getting very exciting. Something else that is very exciting is the NPL. It's coming up very soon. A massive thank you guys for watching the OPL. A massive thank you to McDonald's, our sponsor. Thank you to Rusty. Your knowledge about animals is
astounding, isn't it?
Astounding. A thank you to Carbon for the balls comment. Thank you to Skimmy just for being you, buddy. You are the light of my life in this broadcast studio. We're going to be back with in a moment, so please stick around. We're going to be doing some TFT. Apparently, you were saying
they've been
Carbon and Skimmy
training for this.
Yeah, immediately went home after last night's games and just hardcore solo queue TFT. To get ready for tonight. He's been playing on the phones all day. Carbon strutting around, arms out. Come at me, bro. We will come at them in the NPL in a second, and we want you guys to play as well. So please start sending me messages in the league client so that I can invite you to those games. We'll see you in a second.
Flash that makes it quite. Fisher goes up, and Prelis is the first one to find the kill. Bass will survive for the meantime. Who's going to pick this one up as the shockwave connects on only one member? Gravitas have the angle. Beats will look for the flash hack dash, and he comes in with he collapses, he destroys, and he executes. Only 1 kill here is found by Kweku as he goes for the slam dunk. They are indeed going to beat the leads the charge. Let's keep our eyes on towards that Syndra. How much and put onto this board? How much damage can he get done? Right now it's all about Lucian as he finds himself a double kill and he dashes out to get amongst it.
As Belot one playing aggro.
He's absolutely just shredding through. Passive. Kweku just gets hooked on in, goes for the slam dunk, but slams himself into an early grave. They find the hook. Artek is deleted. He's gone. Kweku gets just evaporated. There's no other way to describe it. And Philios is doing damage, but it's not enough to find any pick at all. Praelis is golden. Members fall on down just like their base. And Gravitas will single-handedly destroy this Nexus and take down Map.
That's what I needed.
9 hours in this building with these morons.
Good work!
Let's go, boys!
Hello and welcome to the MPL. This, of course... Hi, buddy.
Hey, over there.
How are you? Did it again. You know, this is going to be like the next 6 months of our life.
Yeah, just two guys 5 feet apart.
Yeah. Thanks,
That's it.
Mordred. Welcome to the MPL. This, of course, is the OPL after show where the real action happens. You think Chiefs versus Avant was the
highlight of the night?
Feature
What was
content.
that?
It wasn't this. It's this. It's this. Rusty, I'm
Damn.
joining, and I have some friends who want to play.
Should have never invited me. A vampire. I need to be invited in. But once I'm in, wreak havoc.
It's creepy as hell.
Yeah, it's
Winner
super
ball.
weird without visuals on what you're doing.
I'm trying to get my carbon
That's
pose
weird
on.
though.
One lucky gamer. You can be invited. I'm just going to start inviting random people. See what happens. Height? Sure.
Turtle?
You're in. Friend
Turtle.
requests.
How good is that? That's my photo right there. TFT gamer red.
We are full up.
Oh, we're ready to go. Let's
Zuki.
go!
Oh, sugar, we popped.
His headset's not on yet.
My headset.
Yeah, he said sugar.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I
the
say
blinders.
You know what?
Yeah.
I actually say that a fair bit in real life.
Yeah?
Now. I say it so often. Yeah. It's sort of fun to say.
Do you remember being I feel like you would have been at the time, maybe younger. There was a song, like a rap song that came out that said sugar, honey, iced tea. And I was like, revolutionary.
Yeah. Was it?
Sugar, honey, iced tea.
I remember
Let's go!
saying that.
It was an R&B song.
What is that? No, I don't remember that.
Was
what
it
does that even mean?
Butterfly? Was it Crazy by Butterfly by Crazy? Come, my lady. Come,
Oh,
come,
yeah,
my
that's
lady.
it.
You're my
Was it
butterfly. You're my butterfly. Sugar.
Sugar, baby.
Come, my lady. You're my pretty baby. And I don't know if I can keep singing those lyrics.
Make me
Keep singing.
You definitely
It's really
can't.
like highly sexualized lyrics
Yeah,
for sure.
I was like, are we entering pony territory?
Is this how you... by seducing us? From a different room?
That's how I defeat everybody.
Is this the new version of
Yep.
like online dating? Just in different rooms talking to each other?
It probably is.
Damn.
Alright, so I forget everything about this game. I tried Chronos actually earlier upstairs and failed miserably.
No bueno?
I got 6. Like, what goes well with them?
Oh, like as your second tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I had brawlers and
Yeah,
I think I
right.
scaled off too much.
Take that. Someone in the chat wanted to know how to join the. Just add me, Nick Boy, and then you just send me a message when we're ready to start, and you get picked. It's as easy as that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna do this, and then we have a fast finger here. This one to grab it when we get some gold drop from these little ones. Oh, baby. He is my skin pimp.
Thieves' gloves seem sick, by the way.
These gloves?
Knuckles.
Double knuckles. You just get 2 temporary items every round.
Yeah, it's
that
awesome.
randomly
So
change.
they were there in set 2.
Yeah.
And they're fantastic.
Strong.
Fantastic.
It's
Doing
nice
it.
stuff.
We're not quite sure what we're building, but we're
Nice stuff.
experimenting, you know?
Yeah, I'm in a similar... I don't know what I'm doing.
I love the... How you feeling there, Tim?
I'm
Excited?
feeling pretty good.
Feeling good, bro?
Those
Yeah.
claps came through real...
Yeah, they did.
I gotta turn my sound...
Oh, what was that?
I always forget
no
my
more of
sound.
that, please.
Oh, good buddy.
Interesting.
That would have no damage, so
How
I'm
do
not
we
going to do that.
How do we feel about Star Guardian?
In what aspect?
In goodness.
I think it's good.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think Star Guardian Sorcerers are good. It's just like you need 6. Like I think
you need 6. I got 6 yesterday. It's just that you lack a bit of a front line. But I think I was making a big mistake. I put my Twisted Fate out solo.
Well, Poppy's a Star Guardian, right?
That's true. She's a good front
So
line.
what I do is either 2 Vanguards or I do like a Xin Zhao Rakan until I get there.
Yep.
Because those 2 as standalones is like a 2, I think are good.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
What are you laughing about?
I'm just laughing. I got destroyed.
So funny.
Hi, Crystal Shot. Destroying me. Don't come back.
Who wants to put a side bet on?
Straight into it, huh?
Ooh.
I've got
Do tell.
$10. That says
Yeah.
Nick Boy finishes bottom 4.
Nick Boy finishes bottom 4.
Come on.
He's got me.
What did I ever do to you?
I've got $10 on that. Who wants it?
Nothing.
I mean, that's it.
All right.
Just
fine.
remember, we're in round 2-2. That's a big bet to take this early.
Just saying, bro. $10 could be yours.
Could be. Or it could be yours.
Winnable.
I'm gonna win out of spite.
Oh. It's a bloodthirster Poppy. Damn, Nick.
Good, yeah. That's a good reason to do it. Oh, come on, Rusty. What was that?
You have a bloodthirster Poppy.
Yeah.
Is the bet still on?
That doesn't work if nobody accepts
Is
the
that
bet.
not a bad? I thought that would be a good decision.
I don't think Poppy should have a bloodthirster.
But she's up front. She's up front taking the most damage first up. So I figured she benefits most from the healing.
Bloodthirster is based on the damage you're right? It's heal.
I'm a friggin' idiot.
So if if you're doing damage,
I don't know how to play this game.
Bloodthirster's good.
Shut up. I get it, okay? Get it. You hate me.
I mean, that's not true.
You're
I don't
muted.
hate you.
You know what? I'm gonna give her everything.
That's fair. You should.
She's gonna get so fat.
If you can find like an attack speed up for Poppy, it'll make the Bloodthirster better.
Oh, you mean like a recurve bow that just dropped on her? Oh, shit!
Oh, I can see that working.
What are they saying?
I don't know, man. They're
just non-stop.
The gaggle over there. Pipe down, alright?
Unruly.
I'm literally hearing 50 Nick Boys at once.
What? Have you got the stream open?
Yeah. Stream got volume?
I'm hearing my own voice play back in my own headphones. I'm being trolled.
You've got the stream open.
You've definitely got the stream open.
I do.
Mate. My
You're a drongo.
goodness.
You are a drongo.
How good was that, bro? Got you guys baited.
You got us baited.
What do you think, Carbon, is a better word? Drongo or dingbat?
Definitely drongo.
Nah, you just call him a ding dong.
Don't do that.
Ding dong's not. Why would you do that?
What's that? What's a ding dong?
You just make up anything.
Yeah, what is one? What's a ding dong?
What is a ding dong?
Hard to know.
That's just another word.
Yeah. I just love coming up with just random phrases.
No way, really?
That's what I'm here for. That's what I got employed for. Just to make you appreciate me. I don't know. I need validation. Apparently.
Oh my god. You are just the id streaming out of a mouth.
Dig up, stupid.
Master Yi!
Pronounce Master Yi, actually.
Jog on.
Well, I'm just saying. New to League of Legends.
Blah, blah, blah,
and
blah, blah,
it's,
blah, 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 blah.
It's actually pronounced Master Yi.
Yeah, Master Ya.
This is a wild.
Let's go. Winnable.
Press 1 in the chat if you pronounce it Master Yi, and if you don't pronounce it Master Yi, please spell how you say it otherwise. 5 minutes. I'll check.
Man, that's plenty of notice. Yo, what's snipers, right? Yeah.
Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Take that, Crystal Shot. Take it.
Wait, who's doing my build? Serendipity, I swear to God. We can't both do this. But I've committed, and they've got better versions of it.
How do I emote?
Control and numbers,
T.
I think. Oh wait, T?
Oh, yeah.
If you hold T, you have options.
Sorry.
Most of this.
I was thinking of the different emotes, the in-game ones.
So I've got.
I don't know how to pivot out of this.
I think that's a good hiccup, right? Yeah, right.
Turning back now.
Exactly right, Ezreal. There's no turning back now.
Chat just caught up to the skin pimp conversation.
that
Chat got very, very wild during the skin pimp conversation. Is there Skimmy? Oh, hi, buddy. Hi. Oh, that's where all my puppies went.
Hello! I had that realization last round. It's like, oh, you have everything I want.
Yep.
And they beat me with it.
Yeah, it's not working.
Hiya!
Winnable, winnable, winnable.
You just hate to see it.
There is no dispute.
It's your Nick.
I may just come last. Taking bets on me losing?
You want to bet? You want a side bet that you will lose?
I bet you that I will lose.
That's fixing.
Yes.
Falling for that one.
I can't believe I veered away from the brawler's gods and I am paying for it. I should have moved my stuff. Ah well.
Crystal played last night and won last night.
Yes.
Ritsu Jin. Normally we wouldn't invite the same person, but because of the delay, the sort of like only catch up that we're doing this, start the game. So we kind of pick whoever's
Interesting.
Do I want to go? Just in case. Just in case. Just in case.
We'll do that. That's fair. Do I go? Oh, I mean, basic attacks only.
Yes.
How could you say something so controversial yet so brave?
Let's see this puppy carry. You better believe.
Oh, we're back at it again.
Boneyard boy.
It's me and what I wish I was. Duking it out.
Where are you?
Weakened yourself in the transition from
Crab
pirates.
time, baby.
Ah.
Feel the crab.
Oh, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, I'm getting scissored. Hard.
Yes!
Catch it on.
You're onto it, mate. I like you. I need some upgrades. Rough.
What do you build, man? What could actually? What goes with that? Trap, claw, shroud of stillness.
Don't you open that trap claw.
Oh, that's a lot of shields. What are you building, Skimmy?
I'm gonna rebel boy club.
Rebels. Interesting.
I don't know. I was just getting a lot of rebels, but like, now I'm not anymore. So like, I just do no damage, right? Look at that.
Yeah, you don't.
It's a bit depressing.
Okay, I'm insane is beatable. Excellent.
Boneyard boy, though.
Makes one of us.
Oh, but he's on a win streak up there.
Maybe I'll do this.
Actually, go. I think. Attack design.
What do we like more, Vanguard or Brawlers?
Master Yeet was the answer.
I'm always preferential to brawlers, but that's just me.
It's just personal.
That's my yes. Vanguards seem like they're really good.
Mr. Yikes.
Until you go against an Aurelion Sol Vel'Koz comp. So.
Oh, Dubsy's a real one. Dubs. You get the dub. I need some upgraded units.
I'm insane. What do you got?
I'm actually so upset.
Cybernetic blasters, brawlers.
Yeah, Blaster.
Just blaster. Oh, he only has one synergy. Oh, up.
Time to go to work.
Serendipity, snipe. Oh no. Snipes.
I hate when the items don't load and on the carousel and I'm looking at my thing and I'm like, I have. And the game's like, who cares, dude? Don't even look.
It's a Chogbog. What is that character? Is that Lux?
That was...
Is that Lux?
Oh no, I needed that.
Oh, who's upset? Nikki.
You building more AD items for your Poppy?
I should. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it could have gone either way.
How do I do this?
Roll a little. There we go. Worth. Straight away worth. Beautiful stuff. That was a successful roll.
Okay.
Out of my life.
Master Yeet. Who are we against? Oh, it's the Boneyard Boy. A spot of bother here with my low-level characters. Answer to that is I am.
Oh, it's pretty close.
Oh, to a degree.
Thought it was
If
going to
I
be less
kill that
close.
Lucian, oh, yep, alright, it's not bad. Take that loss.
Your skills are inferior.
If that's first place, then I'm okay for the moment.
Optimistic.
No, I mean, I'm okay. I just needed one more round of economy.
We
must press on.
Yes.
Okay. We'll see where this lands me.
Who are you against? It's you!
Hello.
What do you got?
What's
Star
happening?
Guardians. She's mine. Die.
Sniper Chrono Brawler.
Your Ari is a concern.
Yeah. Beast mode.
Depends on where her spell goes right now. Not a concern.
Oh, wow.
My Warmonk's Caitlyn, though.
Okay, yeah. Very uncomfortable.
Yuck, 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 yuck.
That Caitlyn's just... You don't even need to upgrade her. She's just doing the business.
Oh, but she will be, though.
The stars compel me.
Well, I actually don't know what to put instead. Do I go to Ash? I think I go to Ash. Caitlyn Jhin. I got a Jhin.
Wait, back on the skin pimping. How old is Nick for?
It's like a little bit of skin pimping.
I am... Well, it's my birthday coming
My
up
lord.
actually, next month. And I will turn... How old do I turn? Take a guess. Actually, don't. That could hurt. I turn 34.
What do you say to that? Do you say congratulations, or do you...
You definitely do, man. You definitely do. You made it through another year. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is. It's cool.
I'm a hero.
He could have just died.
Could have.
Sort of.
Stack this poppy so fat. Fat stacks of pop.
Oh, please!
Oh, your grave is nuts. Dead, but nuts.
Oh, how do you already have Ziggs level 3?
Well, you know, you do get that sometimes.
What is this? Million
no, I don't.
freaking
Perforus.
armor.
I'm learning.
Cheating dogs. Whatever. Let's just start shooting.
So what I was thinking, right, and I'm going to give chat 5 minutes to even respond to this, is I figured I would put Blitzcrank on the other side of the board to my snipers. Because then he pulls someone further away, at least, right? And they do more damage.
Yep.
But, like, I don't know what best practice is for that.
Oh, just in time.
Oh,
Yes.
I don't know if I should have kept Jin in. Do I swap? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Jesus, yeah, hold so much shield. That work! Survive!
Good lord!
No.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh, that was one
That
auto.
was close, bro. That was definitely close. Your gen's scary.
Rhino Vanguard. Get rid of you now. I don't need brawlers as much. Yeah? Yeah.
The time of man has come to an end.
The time of man has come to an end.
Charmed, I'm sure.
So you're gonna go in next, and so are you.
One more.
So.
I do.
Okay, just fingers crossed we can make it that far. Ah, no, I'm just getting blown up. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
This is absurd. This is disgusting.
Just rinsed me, Tim.
Damn.
Yeah, well, I tend to do that.
Damn.
You drafting the exact same comp as me? What is this copycat?
Yeah.
Honestly, bro.
Should have did that to me yesterday.
Yeah, should just get out of my home.
And I'm pretty sure you're copying me again
Get
now.
out of my home.
Yeah, just get out of my home, mate.
Get out of my home.
That's how that works.
In Canada.
Canada. Well, I mean, I'm just going to take the gold.
I don't really want any of these items, guys.
No! Get off it, Crystal.
Yeah, well.
I wish I knew, Dub.
Dubsy, he's talking about when you said, how does Rusty only have a level 1 cannon?
I didn't need to explain, I thought it was better that way. I think I actually forego that buff. What do I?
Press on.
Oh wait, I missed it. You ever just roll past stuff because you're not used to building it, like, in general? That's me right now.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate when I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play this comp. Then I like halfway into the game I realize like, oh, I skipped all these like 1-cost units I was supposed to be buying.
I might go back to 4 Chrono and put in Ash, so we will be stronger now. That's what I'm gonna do. Alright, we worked it out.
This one? Oh my god, I don't. Oh! Okay, we're fine.
Ouch.
We're fine.
Alright, I put you in. I put you in.
Instead? No, that doesn't really do
Where'd you come from?
Yeah, and then... I think I just need to take you out.
No turning back now. Pulse fire cannon prime.
Already got...
Wake in fear, fleshling.
The time of man has come to an end. The time of man, the time of
That's a good beam. That's good beamage. Okay, finally some damage, please.
Two nearest enemies. Okay, okay.
Wow.
Oh, crikey. Oh, that... Hang on a second. My Ash is inting.
Reporter, dude. Yo, I got report feedback yesterday. It was the best thing to come home to. I came home last night and I was like, I'll fire up a little league. And it was like, report has been blah, 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 got the guy banned. I was like, oh, yes.
That's good news.
That's what I like.
That's what I like.
I like to see that.
Started forgetting your age after you turned 20? That's crazy, bro. Just slow down. You can enjoy life. Ah, yeah.
That and that.
Latscanian in the chat says, Nick is okay to die. He's had
Oh.
children.
Whoa.
So, that's actually like almost the opposite as to how that works.
Ooh, bro, okay.
Whoa. Whoa.
That's, yeah, okay.
That do be sort of weird, though.
Yeah, yeah, do.
Just going all the way up.
Nothing could stop me. Where is immune to crowd control for the first 15 seconds? Pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. Oh,
I just
thought I was versing Carbon because there was just a random echo on my screen. This is not okay. I've just decided that is my royal decree. From not royalty.
Tinking, tinking, tinking. Is this actually better? Oh, I think it is. Alright, let's see it.
So honestly, this is probably where
You must press on.
I die.
There's no point doing that. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, no one took the bet, guys.
I want to take the bet. You're
Well,
all
it's
fools.
really only unfortunate for me.
If we took the bet, he would have won. Just throw that out there.
Rusty, against you.
Oh, no, I won't kill you.
Why you do me like this?
I won't kill
Wow, GP is insane.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
My face off.
GP is insane.
I'm actually really weak. Like, I'm on the way down very quick.
I hope so. Because I'm on 15 health.
You really did steal my comp skim.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Okay, but I don't want to.
So, what to build? Does it Sure.
There we go. Who's I'm insane at? 19 HP. Okay, we're actually all getting in time.
Okay, come on. Go, 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 go. Come on.
There it is. Oh, there it
Good
absolutely
old-
is. There it
Bad
absolutely
times.
is.
Come on.
Echo.
Skimmy. Why?
Oh! See
Why
ya.
you
Oh! See ya,
Oh
mate.
my god.
The MPL without the N. No Nick.
Valk's on the chrono comp? Any of Let's take you.
Gimme, gimme.
That's a nice one.
Here we go. This is it. For all the biscuits.
Putting that on your Yasuo or something, Tip?
Nah.
That. Yeah, good. Work on you.
Wait. Oh, that's why I started losing. Ah, shit.
Oh, the Syndra upgrade in the
What
last
the
minute.
heck? How did
That
this
feels
happen?
good. That feels good. That feels good. Come on, come on. Come on, come
Oh
on.
my
Come on, come on.
gosh.
Zuki.
Thanks, babe.
On your boy! Oh, you got top of Infinity Edge and Hand of Justice. Well, that's a fatty ass that you have. Oh my god. And you got Aurelion. GG.
Oh, it's me against my mortal enemy. Me.
I'm so dead.
Yeah.
God, I should have taken that bet.
Oh!
I should have taken that bet. How? I listened last. I did this last night. I came 8th when I did Sorcerers and Star Guardians.
Shit, man. I did this.
What got ya?
No, I deleted, like...
Who beat ya?
No, I have a level 1, like my 6th rebel I removed because I thought I had... But I don't, so now my, like, the one thing that's supposed to be winning me games, I don't have. And he's a level 1 cost unit too, so it's not like I can just go fish him out, you know?
Yeah, if you want to look at really sad aesthetic things, just check my bench.
Oof.
Just check Jake's wardrobe.
Ooh, double oof.
Ooh. Ooh. He's not watching. It's fine.
Yeah, he wouldn't be watching NPL. Hey, soul.
Oh my gosh. I just got rinsed by somebody.
Rusty, your... Oh no, sorry.
So useless
Carbon.
now.
Your level of synergies is insane.
Oh, yeah, but I'm missing the most important one because I removed it from my own thing, and it's making me extremely...
That's a hard tilt.
Why am I rolling on a PB? Well, I've committed now, so... Roll to 0 because I bloody can. Oh.
do I
do that?
Oh, well.
I think I do that. No, I mean...
Da 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 da. Ba da ba ba da.
Oh, Skimmy. Skimmy.
What, mate?
Skimmy, skimmy, skimmy.
A man after midnight.
Thank you for catching that one.
All right, let's go! Woo! 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 The big dog is online. Let's get after it.
Whoa.
Infiltrators, here we go. There he bloody goes. Echo.
Oh my gosh.
Brilliant soul.
Echo needs to stop. I'm dead.
Yep.
Shout
What
out
is that
to
gross sniper call?
Echo.
That just killed me!
I despise Echo.
I was so close. These are some sweaty ass games.
Did you see the there was a highlight clip on, I think it was on Reddit, of an Echo 3-star that sold versus an entire
I
board.
saw that.
He sold
Yeah,
every
I saw
unit he
that.
had,
Really?
and it had like a locket like as one of its items.
And it was
and
the
it
only
won.
thing on.
It was the only thing.
That's
and it won.
disgusting. That's broken.
Round of the game. So the other guy had full,
That is so
like
funny.
literally had full synergies, full everything.
Yeah, 9 units.
So
Yep.
funny.
Just watching Carbon now.
Yeah, same.
We're all dead, but like we actually all finished.
Oh wait, you guys are all
8-7-6.
out.
Well, I tried Chronos again. And that's what's going on.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
think
trying to
Chronos
play
like
good
the Corona
either
comp.
again.
I swear to God, like if I verse it, I lose to it. But then, never win.
Oh wow, I lost this. Do I just die? Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah, that's the guy that killed me. His snipers are insane, dude.
Okay, no, I'm living. Living for one more
See,
moment.
how come it works for him?
Snipers are nuts.
You weren't spreading yours apart, Zach.
They were actually pretty spread.
That's what
No,
chat said.
they were pretty spread. They minutes late.
Chat was like, yo, Zach needs to spread them.
Honestly, these clips.
I only hear that.
Oh, these clips.
You
dude.
only hear that airport, dude. You need.
John,
you
let's
need
not
a
make
love
this a
life. Come on.
conversation.
Come on.
Let's not make.
If you
It
only
was
hear
a
that
joke.
at airports,
I don't even want to defend myself. Awkward.
you're a handsome man. Back yourself.
I can't wait for these out of context clips on Twitter. It's going to be such an easy retweet.
Yeah, all right, Scissor Sister.
Yeah, honestly. But the thing is, I own it. I absolutely love it.
Who are you against? I'm insane.
Please, Lord, let me
He's
win
on a
this
win
game.
streak. Actually, they both are top.
Come on, Aurelian Soul, let's go.
You got this.
A misfortune. Oh,
You don't got this.
oh, I mean, I can't tell anymore.
Nah, you don't got this.
Oh my god, Misfortune.
No!
Holy
Did
cow!
you upgrade?
Damn, dude, I had level 2 freaking Aurelian Soul in my shop, but I couldn't afford him.
Damn.
Oh, that really stinks, dude.
Now we're just
Now we just have to watch
the view.
scum play.
Damn, how did I lose? That was crazy.
We're still on 1 HP.
I had a lot of items on my
1
Yasuo
HP.
still. Oh, well.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh, well. What can you do, you know?
On to the next one.
Let down by my teammates.
I don't know what I said 5 minutes ago that was deep, guys. Help.
Yeah, that's rough. Every time I alt tab, no idea what they're on about.
You don't? You don't just hear your voice repeated back at you?
Nah, see, well, you know, I just wanted your attention before, but I've calmed down a bit.
I'm insane's the only person on a win streak here.
What is he actually running?
Redemption, the more I see it, the more I'm convinced Redemption is just like really good.
Yeah.
Because the old one was like the actual circle that dropped where they died, right? And you'd want to put this one.
It's not a circle anymore.
No, it's
Oh, that's
800 HP for
broken.
everyone instantly.
Oh, really? I thought it was still the circle.
No.
Right,
When this person
okay.
dies, everyone's healed for 800.
Yeah,
That's broken.
that's nuts.
Yeah, okay, that's huge.
Okay, how's the sniper comp? End of Justice just seems
Crystal
the best
Shot
item.
Blitzcrank is just hanging out. It didn't move until it died. And he
I'm
mega
insane.
died. Damn.
Okay, cool.
So one more round.
The final one.
Alright, who have we got, guys? Side bets?
I'm insane.
I'm insane.
I'm insane.
Yeah.
All got I'm insane? Alright.
Serendipity.
If Serendipity wins,
Yep.
I get to cough on each of you.
Oh my god.
But if I'm insane wins, you can all...
This is content.
If Serendipity wins, Skimmy
Come on,
does a nudie
Serendipity! Come on!
run. Do we all agree? Skimmy nudie run?
Well,
and it's locked in.
yeah, cool.
Yeah, alright.
Do it.
Which one's which? I don't know.
Serendipity's the cat.
Serendipity, 3-star
Insane
Ash.
is the squid.
Serendipity is the one who is.
Oh, okay.
currently
Oh my
winning.
lord, that you know.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, but can the gin?
Didn't
But can
stop
the
doing-
gin?
Oh, the gin?
Can the gin?
No.
Oh, it can.
Oh.
Oh, he wins. That's 8 health.
What did I say again?
EG.
See you, Skimmy.
Come in here, boy.
I said Serendipity would win. We take those.
Did you? Wait, was that... Did
Yeah.
Oh, that's who I said.
Nas wasn't.
He gets the run.
I get to cough.
You wanted the misfortune.
I mean, Carbon, you actually changed name a couple times in there, and I forget which you settled on.
I definitely never change names.
Oh, I don't know.
Can you boot these good friends of ours?
Yes.
Serendipity, by the way.
GG.
GG to Serendipity.
Yeah.
We smurfed on us.
No, she smurfed on us hard.
Yeah.
So
We got smurfed on.
I'll be expecting the run in here anytime soon. Skim Dog.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you just name the time and place.
Wait, was that you, Stink? Gosh darn you.
Joe
Not
gets
my
invites.
choice.
Oh, there you are. There's everyone. Boom, boom.
Wait, do we have a full lobby?
Boom.
I don't
boom.
know.
Trying to invite Bell69. She asked if she could play, but she's not responding, so move ahead with someone else. Jessica JLT. What does a JLT stand for? Jessica Lost Team Fight Tactics against the
Boom! Just love Tim. Love Tim. That's what it is. Put you off your A game.
Yeah, just loves Tim.
Put you off your A game. What's the tension? What are you gonna do?
Wait a minute. Chiefs 2015 logo. That's an old school fan.
That's height.
That's an old school fan.
Height's an OG Chief.
Appreciate that, dude.
Wish it was 2014 though, am I right?
Haha.
Hey, Perfris has got the best icon in the game as well, by the way.
What's that?
I forget.
Can't even tell what it is.
It was for Ascension, when Ascension first came out. There was like incredibly stupid quests.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I forget what the quest was, but it's that.
I have some of the sickest ones. I have Santa Baron, which you received in season 1 for good behavior.
Yes.
So if your report rate was below a certain amount,
you were a good kid.
You would get it. Yeah.
Now I need to check.
So I got Santa Baron. That was pretty cool. I have the Dominion one. So it was like when Dominion exists. So it came out like 3 years later.
Yeah.
And it was like if you had played Dominion 3 years ago and over 100 games, you would.
That one too. Yeah, dude.
I got that one.
I think it was 100 wins.
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was 100 wins.
My Dominion. There used to be a website that would measure your elo in like normal queue. So like elo, your Dominion elo. My Dominion elo was higher than my solo
Wait,
queue
did we
rating
play
at the time.
Dominion together?
Probably.
Did you ever enter the Dominion tournament?
Oh, no, probably not. I wasn't playing tournaments back then.
There was one Dominion tournament ever.
Yeah, right.
And I won that one with like a couple of old players.
Wait, really? Like like NA or Oceanic?
It was Oceanic.
Okay. No, I didn't know. I didn't learn about esports until after the OS server opened.
Right.
Yeah, I was pretty late to the party.
What goes with guys?
Cybernetic.
Yeah, that's the most obvious
Rebels.
one. Rebel, yep.
Rebels. I'm kind of just forcing silly B.
If all the
Tar,
casters are out, they
I'm
should just
sure.
exit and start another game, lol. Wouldn't that be so good?
Do that.
You guys ever think about how fortunate you are to have met me?
Wow.
All the time.
That's pretty cool.
You know what, Tim? I am. I want to publicly announce that you've made my life so easy since moving here. So thank you.
No worries, mate.
That could have gone either way. That could have been so easy or a living hell.
So a living hell. I don't know. It doesn't really flow off the tongue.
No, it doesn't. I promise not to be one of your next Nick Berg roasts when you have to answer that question about.
That was such a funny, like.
Hey, how convenient was it?
Yes.
The right place, right time.
Yeah, that guy asked exactly the. Like
What?
Literally about the housemate, worst housemate experience or
yeah,
something,
amazing.
and literally that
Amazing.
morning, my housemate went AWOL to Canada.
Yeah, it's awkward, eh?
What are the chances?
XD.
Of my life.
What am I building? What am I doing?
I wish I knew what I was doing as well.
I know what I want to do. It's not currently happening.
Yeah, it's not dropping. Oh
Is that happening
no.
for anyone else? Nope.
think I could do that. I reckon I could force that.
Okay, right. We're gonna have.
Okay.
Pathetic.
Maybe I should go sorceress.
I've decided I'm doing cool dudes. It's my comp.
Cool dudes.
I'm just gonna find cool dudes.
Cool looking dudes.
Yeah, because I wish I could open a guide, is all I'm saying.
Wow, Kate ult does so much damage. What the heck?
Yeah.
1,000?
Yeah.
What? That is
Nick,
wild.
wanna hang out?
Yeah.
Let's go to your part.
Yeah. Let's.
Yeah.
Let's,
Where's your bed?
You are. No, you are. Stay still.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Woo!
Yeah, you heard me.
I did.
Not just at the airport, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Cut it out.
So good.
Okay.
Perfect tempo.
Mystic is the vanguard of magic resistance. Okay.
I don't know what I'm building. I'm grabbing
Spelly boys?
everything.
No spelly boys.
Yeah, I'm
no
confused.
spelly boys.
Right, you Nick boy.
I'm a little bit tilted.
You really are grabbing a bit of everything.
Yeah.
No spelly
A little
boys.
bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this.
Monica
a
in
little
my
bit of that.
life.
Or you could come with us.
Little bit of train is what I don't actually know the exact lyrics.
All just women's names. A little bit. A little bit of Sandra in the sun, a little bit of Jessica all night long, a little bit of something else in that hair, a little bit of you makes me all mad. Wow! Bum, bum.
Boom! Boom! Content.
I feel like that guy build if he got a lot of one of them.
Yeah. Just a lot of one. That's spoken like a man in a relationship.
A lot of
Spoken like a
Jessica
man
make me
in a
happy.
relationship. Spoken by a man in a relationship who knows his partner is watching. What? Doing?
I'm actually so tilted, Nick. I don't know what is going on right now.
That's broken.
You could come with us.
This is hurting my soul.
Soul Reaver. I don't even know who to put my friggin' items on.
Shen is so OP, dude.
What's today?
Why are you so tanky? Why are you so tanky? Stop.
Oh, Persephorus, this is really
Unlucky, Skim.
This battle is absurd.
I just have nothing. I have nothing.
Yep.
You ever seen 4 tanks with shield buffs just to hit each other for the entire round? Like, we're almost out of time.
It just occurred to me, Ascension was that, like, RPG sort of game.
What is this?
That's cool.
End of the round!
What's happening?
Yes!
Did you win?
Just before he got the shield on Poppy, otherwise...
Oh, tier time.
Don't even know
Tier time with Tim.
what to look for.
Is Musty a Blade Master?
Yep.
Okay. Nice. The ambient sounds of the carousel.
So good.
Go with this, so you could go with that. Or you could go with this, or you could go with that. Or you could come with us.
We gave you a song before.
There was a
production.
whole song
Come on.
there.
Come on. Trying to win here.
Attack speed of enemies are 40%.
Call me when you win a
For
game
5
of
seconds.
TFT.
Oh, that's interesting. I think you could. Yeah, we're doing that. I'll swap.
It's crazy.
Okay.
So coming, maybe.
So,
Of the boys.
Try to change me, but here's my. Don't call me baby.
You like my tanky boys, Skimmy?
I have nothing.
You like my
I'm
tanky boys?
actually ready to cry. Cry deep inside.
Before you came into my life, I want you so bad, and you should know that. What's gonna happen here, Jessica? Go to bed, Jessica. Come on, 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 come on.
Great.
Yeah, well.
Chaos is the preferred state of nature.
Beep boop.
This game sucks.
Doesn't it?
What? How have we all? Is anyone happy with their comp right now?
Nah,
No.
I hate. I hate it so much, man.
I'm always happy. I
You've
don't
got
like.
snipers.
Yeah, you're fine. Carbon, you're fine.
I don't let something as trivial as a video game affect my mood.
Oh, come on.
Nick, I'm currently running Celestial Protectors as a comp, which means I have shields and heals. That's it.
I currently
Fractions
just have
zoom
2
in on my
brawlers.
Duke it out. Let's just see
Let's see what happens here.
who can tank the hardest.
Knock up.
Zaya stopped moving for about 7 years. Alright, thanks, Graves.
Do something, you numpty.
Let him attack.
Come on,
There we go.
Graves.
Oh my gosh, I'm just farmed. I'm literally getting farmed.
Pow!
Let's see.
Pow! Oh no. But come on! Woo!
Is that Graves? Like, if you had damage, I was dead.
Yeah, totally. He was in the perfect position.
Yeah.
You guys know why I always win? It's because I support my...
Didn't win.
You okay?
You literally didn't win.
Well, that's your opinion.
Oh no.
Okay, at least something can start happening now.
I'll put that on because I ran out of time.
Loki, to your thing,
Oh, you're a Blade Master. Oh, we're on. I didn't even notice.
I saved some emails because we get more emails than we actually get through each night. So I saved the good ones and just use them. There's a big list and just get added to the list.
Yeah, that's not the items I want.
I don't need you either. Did I just roll like 7 million champions to my best? Awesome. Put you there. Now I have 3 Blade Masters. Oh, we're on now.
Awesome.
That's awesome. You there? I don't know. I might. Yeah, alright. Wiz news? Runans.
I will protect you.
What are we doing?
It's a good question. What are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a really existential moment today on the way to Riot. I was driving through the tunnel, and it sort of occurred to me that what I was doing at that moment was the only thing I'd be doing at that moment forever.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Well,
And I was like, gosh, I'll always remember this as that's what I was doing, and
So
I
that
can never
means
change it.
arguably more moments in your life are wasted moments than non-wasted. Because you spend more time in your life doing just like mundane things.
Absolutely.
That's brutal.
But I think also, like, I think if every moment was exciting, then, you know.
Exhausting.
Well, it would not be exciting, right? It would just, that would be the new mundane.
You'd be used to it.
Yeah. So I think you need, yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway. It's my contribution to the MPL. I'm not talking anymore.
That was valuable. I liked it.
All the other boys.
I'm just trying to play new comps and it's just not working.
Oh no, wrong target. Don't hook that one. Get out of boy.
You can come to the boneyard?
Yeah, my board definitely wasn't positioned correct for that one.
Just spread it, mate. Rat tried to warn you. You're not spreading them.
Come on.
I can't spread them. Now.
Tell you what, Malphite. At least surviving.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just do. No.
That's better.
Is 6 Chrono any good? Doesn't seem very good. Seems sort of suck.
Well, that's what snipers, and I thought it was average. Like, it's not bad, but it's average.
The idea of getting 65% attack speed
is so good.
Seems good to me, but also the units are sort of bad.
I just have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just like socks in the wind.
It's not conducive to winning, I'll say that much.
No, it's not.
I need to type in chat for that one.
You get done.
Wow, dude. This is very sad.
Stream on your own channel. This is our channel.
I didn't even think it was worth responding out loud 5 minutes late, because he
No.
won't be here.
Yeah, that's true. The only reason I respond to these people is because they always get shocked that we actually read the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so like what are we doing?
Bye now. Actually, what item do I have? No, this is that rod. So I need.
You're singing 2 different songs. Please stop.
I was singing Fat Boy singing Mambo number 5, but I didn't want to upset you by pointing it out, so I left it.
Snagged.
Time to go to work.
I'm gonna go to work.
I will buy XP. Thank you, game. At least we got something going on. There's at least something. There's the hint
One
of a
more
plan.
celestial. What are you?
Yeah.
Chaos is the preferred state.
Don't know if that was right.
Man, I really, like, I've committed to the thing I shouldn't be committing to, if that makes any sense, because, like, we're here. It's working better than it should be, which is why I've committed.
Yeah, right.
I'm pretty sure I'm losing. I'm coming 8th.
I just boned Boneyard Boy.
This is rough.
That hurt, dude.
That was a big one.
I can't believe you invite a guest on just to do him like this.
Because I don't need to look you in the eye next week.
Not very hospitable of you.
Thank God. We're gonna win now.
Ooh, mama.
Got so many things that I just need like one piece and something.
Zooey mama.
Up. You're actually the least of them, so you can probably go.
With perfect tempo. It's sort of crazy that Sona
Alright,
has
Nick,
a voice
test
line.
Ah, you've got Messiah with you. No, you don't. Nailed it. Oh god. It's like half the map.
Hey! Yes!
Get your mitts off!
Keep doing that. Yes! Okay! Alright, this is bad now.
Yeah.
Bad now.
Yeah. Attacked enough.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We've improved. Now it doesn't look like it, but we have.
Wait, I can. Oh. Ah!
I love a challenge.
Somebody say something interesting.
We got nothing. We're all being really sweaty.
I'm trying to like focus so hard to win this
it's
game.
just
I'm like,
Oh, that's embarrassing.
I'm gonna lose.
Like, what do you think is interesting?
What I'm interested in is what you think is interesting. That's why I asked the question like that.
That's a good one. That's a good number.
That's valid. No, I don't know how to respond.
Good conversation.
Valid though.
Good chap.
Oh, interesting.
What is?
I.
It's really important that we.
Yeah. I can get gain a shield, bonus damage for each adjacent rifle. Okay.
Oh, oops! I'm out of time.
Got to build it on something else. Sell that. Grab that.
There's a couple Blitzcrank players out there, so I'm
I
gonna
know.
put you back.
Any rat dogs?
It's not you though. Oh, that's a Darius 3. Get out! Oh, dearie me! Oh, thank God. That Darius is away from just beating all of us by existing.
A dance with me ends in blood.
Okay. Okay, Boneyard boy. Okay.
Ah, attacking the wrong target? Yes.
Imagine losing to a 1-star Jin.
Okay. Okay.
Ah ha ha!
We win this. It feels good.
Killing all of us, Dubsy. It's killing all of us.
No, we don't win this. That feels terrible.
It really is the sound of the night right now.
Yeah, well, yeah. Cool.
Good chat.
Honestly, bro, really appreciate you.
Ah. Oh, this rolling for naught.
I don't know what large rods build out of that I could possibly want. Like, Rakan going Morellos maybe is good?
Alright, buddy. Good luck, have fun!
I think that's the... Yeah, okay.
Here we go. Pop that ult. Come on. Come on.
And then a lifesteal out
Come
of
on.
Zaya. That was
Cho'Gath,
actually
ult
just...
the crap.
Wow. My Maud is
How?
massive, though. My Maud is
How?
massive.
How?
My Maud is hard carrying.
Yeah.
Five.
Ah, yeah. Is this really worth... surely it's not better. I don't know. Actually, I should have kept that. Whoops.
Where are my bits?
Whoopsie. I did a poopsie.
Honestly, where are all my bits?
Yeah, that'll work.
I need a big carousel around.
Thank you for the bits.
Good luck, boys. I just want all the Blitzcrank players to get eliminated.
Yeah, we're all fighting for Blitzcrank.
Oh, cop that one. Oh, that was bad. I'm sorry. Keyboard Cats copped it.
Really sick of losing.
I go down below Skimmy? That's terrible.
This Maud is a fat man. He's getting the job done.
Trader. I have an item that I can upgrade.
Ah. So annoying to me. So much for Jessica just loves Tim.
Yeah.
Just
Echo
loves
Thief.
taking your units.
E.
Oh, it's
Ice-
Echo time. Yeah, hey.
Jimmy
That's a
Ice
big
Fang.
UFO.
Jimmy Icefang, you will hear this in a while, but Formula 1, NBA, Premier League, NFL.
Just pretty much anything they don't do here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's progress. That's 5. What do I get rid of? 3
You could go with this.
celestial.
You could go with that. You
You could go with neutral protector. Get rid of no one, we wait.
Oh, yes, just in time. Thank God.
The galaxy.
Oh, Kale's a Blade Master too.
Shift to pop.
You or you. I see.
Alt, alt. Thank you, too late.
Okay, why do I do 0 damage? Are you Vanguards? You are. Oh my god. Which Blade Master do you replace? Keep you.
Who's going to win the OPL?
Legacy.
I think Chiefs.
I'm just asking for discounted rent.
None of that.
Yeah, Legacy, bro. Yeah, I love Legacy. Green was my favorite color since I was born. It was never in doubt.
Oh, this is such a bad time, guys. This is a terrible way to end.
That Shen's just poo poo.
What on earth is this comp?
A better spot.
Zach.
What do you mean?
What is it?
It's
Blade Master?
Celestial Protector Blade Masters.
Oh my god! Jin is busted!
So I'm trying to get like the healing, shielding front line. That makes sense with Blade Masters behind them.
Yeah, right.
But it's... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just...
You're really far
space.
up the, like,
Yeah.
the ladder, and I was like, oh shit, like Zach's going to be really strong.
No,
But
I
then
mean
you
like...
just did nothing.
I'm in this weird middle point where my damage is weak.
Aye.
Because I'm an idiot, and I didn't swap out one of my Blade Masters a while ago. It's just a Fiora sitting in the back like a numpty.
See.
Just got a face in there doing nothing. Nothing.
Every second matters.
Good luck. Good luck, good luck.
Production just asked what are our hot tips if we were if for people starting playing this game. Is not copy me. The problem is, more people going for the same concept. Just don't do what I do. Fine.
I would say honestly Google Guides.
Yeah, totally Google Guides. Get that overlay thing, that overwolf thing that shows you the guides. Pops up, shows you what you should be building, shows you positioning. It's basically someone else plays the game for
It's
you.
incredibly handy.
That's the best, I think it is.
You're not needed.
I think this is the best I can do.
My go-to is Star Guardians just because oh my god, I've got too many on you. Because I like how shiny they are, but my real problem is like don't get locked into a comp and just always play it because you're like, oh, that's the thing that I play. That's how
I wasn't shown enough affection as a child.
I knew you were going to go some crazy angle to say.
I
burn your boy, let's go!
We were talking about real problems.
Wait, damn that Darius. You need to stop. You need to stop. How did you get a
Yeah,
Darius
what's up
so
now, dude?
early?
Don't do it.
What's
hide.
up now,
Don't
dude?
do it, hide.
What's up now, dude?
What is that smurfing?
Say something.
Oh
Yeah,
my god,
that's right.
so spanked. Terrible. Unplug the computer.
I've just been emasculated. It doesn't feel good. I don't feel safe going home with you.
I don't know what happened in that room.
Let's just say I'm not coming back.
Oh no. I've just been made fun of.
That's it? We do that to you all the time.
On a different level. Mmm.
This is it. This is the end. This is how it goes out. 2 last place.
This is the end.
Damn, disarm is so strong.
Wow, Nick, your comp is ridiculous, mate.
Who's this? Who's the UFO?
Gimme.
Perforus.
It's
Yeah,
terrible.
he's big.
It's terrible, mate.
Struck.
Oh, please,
I die.
Shotco.
I die.
Please.
I so die.
Please.
I so die. I dead. I die. I dead. I dead. I dead. Okay, that was the MPL. Thanks very much for watching, everybody. I'll see you next Friday.
He dead. Just in case anyone was wondering.
Is he actually gone?
See you later, Nick.
The time of man has come to an end.
He's actually gone.
So good.
Oh, what's up, dude?
He's gone into the other room.
What do I do, Nick? Look.
Don't listen to me.
Look. Alright, so like, I've got this plan. I'm trying to get like 3-star Shaco and 3-star Morty.
Let's do that.
I don't have any of the items I want for big Jack in the Box boy.
Yes, I got him.
Looking. Oh!
Please attack Jinx.
Wow. 3-star Israel.
Come on!
You know they're both tabbing out and looking at guard.
Oh, of course. Of course they are. Of
Jinx
course
never
they are.
what the
Like,
heck?
from the first moment, Carver was like, nah, guide's cheating, bro. I was like, he's looking at a guide.
I'm looking at a guide.
He's looking at a guide.
How dare you say
Yeah,
that to
you're
me?
100% looking at a
How
guide.
dare you say that to me?
You're so on a
I
guide.
am not looking at a guide. Come look. What do you mean?
Too busy playing the game to look at guides, sorry.
Oh, you are a gronk.
So good.
Who's playing Animal Crossing? I am. Oh, baby. What up, my tent?
Poke players. God.
Shaken peach.
You know what I really want to do? Like, really want to do is like the wipeout course. You know, like the
game?
You know the
Oh, right. Yeah,
mega
yeah.
structure A to B?
The obstacle course.
Yeah. Oh.
You should go on Ninja Warrior.
I think I would fail brilliantly at that.
Everyone fails brilliant. What the I have a friend, her son's girlfriend went on it, and she did pretty well.
Yeah?
Yeah. Good as she is.
It's a very different, like, the ones who succeed on there the most are the rock climbers and
Yeah, totally.
stuff like
it's,
that.
It's like you see these big bulky people do it, you're like, nah, you're
Yeah.
too heavy to lift yourself up. These wily people who have good agility and like fingers that are longer than my feet.
Just spindle the way up. How am I looking? I'm looking really bad. Oh no. Oh, Aurelia! Oh, Queen! She beat a ghost. Thank God.
That ain't it. That is it. That's the one, guys. That's the one.
I'm gonna commit to not upgrading.
But how do I get him on the board? Like so. Just do this for now.
Okay.
Oh, that's... I stuffed up. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Remember the old days when we used to
One more round.
the
Oh
OPL
no, it's Perforus.
We used to finish the OPL broadcast and then just go home rather than get ritually humiliated and
Yeah,
reamed
yeah.
in front of thousands of people.
I mean, I'm really enjoying fighting the giant UFO that just one hits me. So that was great. I'm really happy that we're playing.
Like, I think this is workplace harassment. It's bullying.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Look at this
We should probably
damage.
click on-
Look at that.
What's that? Echo?
That's a big Shaco.
Darius 3
Ah.
is like.
Darius. Wait, no. Shaco 3.
Okay, no, I'm happy for you, Skimmy. Darius 3 is a piece of shit.
Dude, my gym was
It's
level
so
1.
strong.
He crit me.
Yeah, no, Shaco's crazy.
What is that? No, the Jin. Jin's busted.
Alright, Jin's also busted. That's you're just gonna name all of your stuff because you have 6 Dark Stars.
I
like,
mean, yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. True.
literally, you have 6 Dark Stars. That's 80% damage.
It's pretty busted. It's pretty gross.
I don't think anyone went infiltrators.
Should have.
Yeah, I usually do, but like I feel like I'm always competing with others for infiltrators.
Yeah.
Amazing how when you stop. What'd you get? Shroud of Stillness. Gunblade.
Ooh!
Last Whisper. That was 2, everyone.
Oh! Far out.
Man, you have a lot of synergies. You have a lot of gold synergies. 1 mercenary, 1 starship.
Main.
6 rebels. A lot of shields. But they have a Arius 3 and an Ezreal 3.
Yeah, well. We'll see who comes out on top.
The size of that UFO does not fit in the portal.
Oh, sugar, it's the UFO.
It's the...
See, I kid you not.
Oh, you might have just got him with the rebel shield.
Purpurus built what I.
You might have got him. Might have got him.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, that ASOL 2?
Boneyard time.
It's boneyard time.
Oh! Oh!
What's happening on Skimmy screen?
Get no scope, Stovey.
All right, you watch Skibby. I'll watch Carbon because we're gonna forget if we don't. Nick isn't respecting the 1.5 meter distance. 5 minutes ago, he crossed the line. Once.
Oh, that's true. I did. Walked behind everybody.
I'm supposed to get rid of this Jinx, but I sorta like her.
What'd you get rid of her for?
I'm supposed to delete her for Gangplank, and then I'm supposed to put Lulu out.
Right.
Then you would lose 6 rebels, right? Or do you have 7? I mean, I'm not sure.
No, I'm supposed to have Yasuo on somewhere.
Okay, Boneyard. Okay.
Skimmy versus
What you got?
Boneyard time.
What you got? Nice ASOL!
God, he's got a lot.
Oh, wait.
That's
Oh,
Shaco.
sugar. Gosh darn it.
Boom.
Things
1
you just love to
HP
see.
for Stovey. 3 for the boy from Boneyard. Darius 3 is still very scary. He needs another item to finish off his build. I think then he would actually...
That ain't it, dog. That ain't it. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Thinking. What can I change?
Is that a Bluey reference?
Huh? Bluey? No, I don't watch that. Is that like Blues? That's like the dog, right? Blues Clues?
It's not like Blue's Clues, but it is the dog.
You're partway there. And it's not Bear in the Big Blue House either.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, damn. Yeah, your Aurelian Soul is a
Stars,
specimen.
hear me. Yes, now you understand why I was so
that
excited.
Jace, though!
Look at this damage. Screenshot it right now.
Yeah, that's huge.
Screenshot it right now.
Mom, get the camera! 16k damage, Shaco. You know it's scuffed when you take the photo on the phone.
You took a photo on your phone.
Yeah, you got to add it to those like clips that you didn't put on Red. Do you know you can like print screen, bro? And then like that's the whole chain, and it gets deleted by mods, and it's
The one your grandma puts on Facebook.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice.
I find it crazy how, I guess, like, stupidly the 5 stars can be. Like, the Aurelian Soul, Echo, Feel, like, just complete game changers, Gangplank.
Yep.
Yeah.
A GP2 can, like, actually one-hit an entire board.
Absolutely.
This GP is pretty cool. He's both Blade Master and Rebel. He's actually 5 things right now. Space Pirate, Mercenary, Demolitionalist, Blade Master, and Rebel.
Alright. Good luck, Tim.
Good luck to you, my friend. I hope you lose.
I hope you do too.
Gangplank gonna ult now. No, it's a bad one.
That's a horrible ult.
Yeah,
but
he's
also it
aiming
killed
for
the
your
Shaco,
team.
so GG, my friend.
Yep. See you, Skimmy.
Yeah, I'm gone.
There it is.
Screenshot it.
Oh, it was close.
Don't worry, I'll drive you home.
Get rid of the
Second
camera.
place. We take
Oh,
those.
wait, that was
you
the last
win.
round?
We take those.
Oh, nice.
Honestly, the Legacy Gaming House far too strong. Scrims
Nice.
are on us.
Nice. Well, that's the OPL. The whole thing is ending here because I finally won.
Yeah, we're going to go home and we're going to laugh about how hard we practice for this.
Yep.
And closing out the MPL.
Thanks for watching, guys. See you all next week, unless I'm not here. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Yeah, this game's dumb.